I want to be honest about something before I get into this. I've told bits of this story to people close to me, my sister, someone I used to work with, and both times I've downplayed it. I made it sound like a weird thing that happened once, something I stumbled into and walked away from unscathed. I've been doing that for almost 2 years now, and I think the reason I keep softening it is because telling the full version means admitting things about myself I'm not comfortable with, not illegal things. I want to be clear about that. Just the ordinary, embarrassing things. Boredom, curiosity, the small, stupid decisions that compound into something you can't undo. The other reason I've been softening it is that the full version frightened me in a way I still haven't completely recovered from. And I'm aware that saying that, framing this as a story about being frightened, already sounds like I'm centering myself in something I had no business being near. Maybe I am. I've thought about it enough that I'm no longer sure where self-awareness ends and self-indulgence begins. I was 28 when it started, living alone in Leeds in a one-bedroom second-floor flat. It's the kind of place you rent when you can just about afford not to have a housemate. I'd been there about 18 months, give or take. My days had settled into a comfortable, if slightly dull, routine. Work, home, dinner, television, sleep. I wasn't unhappy exactly. I was just a bit numb. And when you're a bit numb, you start looking for things to prod at. I'd read about the dark web the way most people had. News articles about takedowns, documentary clips, the occasional Reddit thread where someone claimed to have been down a rabbit hole they couldn't fully articulate. I'd always assumed it was something for people with a specific intent, people who wanted something they couldn't get through normal channels. I didn't think of myself as that kind of person. I told myself I was just curious, and I knew how that sounded even then, which is probably why I never mentioned it to anyone. Within an evening of looking into it, I was in. I won't go into exactly how. It wasn't complicated. The first thing that struck me was how mundane most of it was. I'd expected something that looked dangerous in the way a horror film set looks dangerous, all red and black and clearly wrong. Instead, it mostly looked like the internet did in about 2005. Crude layouts, text-heavy pages, forums that reminded me of the message boards I'd used as a teenager. There were illegal things, obviously, that's not a secret. But much of what I encountered in those first couple of weeks was just grey market. Strange, often bleak, but not the horror show the documentaries had implied. I started treating it a bit like sightseeing. An hour here, an hour there, mostly just clicking and reading, and occasionally feeling unsettled in a way I'd quietly enjoy, and then feel vaguely ashamed of at work the next morning. I wasn't buying anything. I wasn't engaging with anyone. I was just looking. That was my first mistake, I think. Convincing myself that looking was somehow neutral. I found the listings site about 3 weeks in. I can't remember exactly how I got to it. Some link from somewhere else. The way everything on the dark web connects to everything else in ways that aren't always obvious. It looked, at first glance, like a classified ads page. Think Gumtree, but stripped back to almost nothing. Categories down the left side, a search bar, listings with brief titles and small photographs. Most of the categories were what you'd expect. There was one, though, sitting near the bottom, that simply said surveillance. No further description, just that word. I should have kept scrolling. I've thought about that moment many times since. It was such a small thing, clicking that link. The kind of thing that takes less than a second and costs you nothing. Except it did cost me something, as it turned out. It cost me quite a lot. The listings under that category were varied and, I'll be honest, initially disappointing in a way that was almost a relief. Some were people selling old CCTV equipment. A few were offering security consultancy services through vague, poorly written descriptions. One or two had that unsettling ambiguity where you couldn't quite tell what was being sold and didn't want to read closely enough to find out. I scrolled through without clicking much. Then I found the one that stopped me. The title was short: Property in West Yorkshire, full documentation. The thumbnail was dark and slightly out of focus, but you could make out what looked like a residential street at night. Just ordinary terraced houses, orange lit by a street lamp. Completely unremarkable. And yet, something about it made me pause. I clicked through. There was a gallery of photographs, maybe 12 or 15 in total, and a block of text below them. The photographs were all of the same street, taken from different angles and at very different times. Early morning shots with the light low and grey. Daytime photographs taken midweek, judging by the empty pavements. Several taken after dark from what looked like a parked car. The angle slightly upward, through glass, the way you'd see the street if you'd been sitting in the driver's seat for a while. Someone had been to this street many times, over days probably, maybe longer. The text was what stopped me breathing for a moment. It was spare and factual in the way that made it worse. It listed the street name. It listed the house number. It described the occupant as a woman, somewhere in her 30s, with a specific physical description: height, build, hair color. Even a note about the coat she was regularly seen wearing. It stated that she appeared to live alone and gave the approximate hour she left and returned each day. It listed what vehicle was parked outside most mornings. One of the photographs, when I went back to look at it with this information in mind, showed a woman at some distance, maybe 40 or 50 yards down the street, caught mid-step, apparently completely unaware. She was wearing the coat. Then there was a price, somewhere in the low hundreds of pounds, and a line that said, full package includes additional timestamped documentation and daily pattern log, available on request. I sat looking at it for a long time. I kept waiting for my brain to offer me a rational explanation. Property developer, legal dispute, some kind of legitimate investigative purpose. None of those explanations sat comfortably. The language was too specific. The photograph of the woman was too intimate, too careless about what it implied. And the fact that it was here, in this particular corner of the internet, rather than anywhere else, was the most telling thing of all. I closed the page. I sat back in my chair and I looked at the ceiling. I told myself I'd done the right thing. I hadn't bought anything. I hadn't made contact. I just looked at it. Except I kept thinking about the street name. I'd clocked it involuntarily. The way you can't help but read something once your eyes have landed on it. It was a street in Leeds. I knew the area, vaguely. 15 minutes from my flat, maybe less. And I sat there, around midnight, with that fact feeling like something I'd swallowed that wasn't going to digest. I told myself it had nothing to do with me. I told myself this many times over the following days. I distracted myself with work, with television, with anything that wasn't the image of a woman in a grey coat walking down a street she thought was ordinary. But on the fourth day, I looked up the street on Google Maps. I want to stay on this for a moment because I think it matters. I've tried to explain it to myself in ways that don't make me sound completely hollow, and I've never fully managed it. At the time, I told myself I was looking for context, that seeing the street in daylight via a satellite image would make the listing feel less sinister, less real, like checking under the bed, almost. A controlled confrontation with the thing that's frightening you. But that's not quite honest, because what I actually did, once I'd pulled up the satellite view, was start trying to identify the house. I zoomed in on the terraced row, looking for the vehicle she'd been linked to, trying to count down from the end of the row using the listed house number. I wasn't alarmed by her or seeking to harm her. I don't know what I was doing exactly, but I was doing the same thing the person who made that listing had done. I was applying information to a map. I was looking at a woman's home and trying to locate her precisely within it. The fact that I had no further intent doesn't really excuse the shape of the thinking. When I finally caught what I was actually doing, I closed the laptop so quickly the hinge cracked slightly. I sat in the dark kitchen for a while after that. The self-disgust was immediate and total. Not frightened yet, just genuinely repelled by myself. I stopped going on the dark web that night. Cold. Immediately. I told myself the whole thing was finished. I'd been offline for about 6 weeks when something happened that I've never been able to fully attribute to coincidence, even though coincidence is the only explanation I can rationally defend. I came home on a Tuesday evening to find a small package on the communal doorstep of my building. Parcels got left there all the time. It wasn't unusual, but this one had my name on it, handwritten, in block capitals, slightly uneven, like someone had pressed too hard. No return address, no postage mark, hand-delivered. Inside was a USB drive, nothing else. I stood in the hallway and went through all the reasonable possibilities. Wrong address, a prank, a colleague who'd forgotten a note. I went through all of them, and none of them held. And the reason they didn't hold was that I already knew, underneath the reasonable possibilities, what this probably was. I didn't plug it in. I'd read enough about the ways people use physical drives to gain access to machines. Keystroke logging, remote access, things that activate the moment the drive connects. So I put it in a kitchen drawer, under some takeaway menus, and left it there. But leaving it there turned out to have its own particular weight, because I became aware of it constantly. Not obsessively. I wasn't taking it out to look at it, but I knew it was there in the way you know a room in your flat is unlocked, when it should be locked. A persistent, low-level wrongness that didn't leave. I started wondering what was on it, whether it contained more photographs, more documentation, whether it contained something about me. When I left in the mornings, what I drove, whether I lived alone. I thought about that last one more than I'd like to admit. And then other things started to accumulate. About 10 days after the package arrived, I came home to find the communal front door to the building propped open with a piece of gravel. Not unusual in itself. Residents propped it occasionally when carrying shopping, but it had been propped from the outside, judging by where the stone had been wedged. I moved it, let the door close, and stood in the hallway for a moment trying to talk myself out of what I was thinking. It didn't work. The week after that, I found a small mark on the door frame of my flat, a faint vertical scratch near the lock, pale wood showing through the paint, fresh enough that it hadn't grayed over yet. I couldn't tell you for certain it hadn't always been there. I'd never looked closely before. That was the problem with all of it. I'd never looked closely before, and now I was looking at everything. The car outside my building was a dark blue Volvo, a bit older, always parked facing the same direction. I noticed it properly about 3 weeks after the package arrived. Once I'd noticed it, I couldn't stop. Over the following week, I found myself checking for it every time I arrived home, every time I left. It wasn't always there, but it was there often enough that its presence started to feel deliberate, and its absence started to feel like part of a pattern too, which is when I recognized I was frightening myself into something unmanageable. But then, one evening, I crossed the road to look at it properly, and there was something on the dashboard that stopped me. A small spiral-bound notebook, left open, face down, in that specific way people leave notebooks when they want to keep their place. Ordinary enough, except that when I looked up at my building from where I was standing beside the car, I was looking directly at my flat window. Second floor, front-facing. Blinds open, because I hadn't yet started closing them. I went back inside and closed them. I've never opened them since. About 2 months after finding the package, I reported it to the police. I want to be honest about why it took that long. It wasn't misplaced loyalty. Wasn't any attempt to protect anyone. It was shame. Explaining what had happened meant explaining where I'd been, what I'd been browsing, and the moment in the kitchen with Google Maps that I'd never told a single person about. I waited 2 months because I couldn't face saying any of that out loud to a stranger in a police station. The officer who took the report was a woman, mid-40s, brisk in a way that was probably professional, but felt like impatience. She listened carefully, took the drive, took my account. When I finished, she asked, with a flatness that made the question worse, whether I had any reason to believe I'd been personally identified through my use of the site. I said I didn't know. She wrote something down and didn't share it with me. She said they'd follow up. Near the end, she looked at me across the desk for just a moment too long before looking back at her form, and I couldn't read what was in that look. Skepticism, maybe, or just the particular exhaustion of someone who has heard a lot of these conversations and knows how most of them end. I never heard back. What I found out later, through late-night reading I should probably have avoided, was that the category I'd been browsing had a documented purpose among people who track these things. They were called targeting packages, compiled personal profiles on private individuals, their address, daily movements, physical description, domestic situation, vehicle, built up over time through observation, and sold to buyers whose intentions were never stated and didn't need to be. The buyers could be anyone, a stalker with a fixation, someone with a specific grievance, someone who'd been paid by someone else. The package was just information. What happened to it after purchase was someone else's concern, technically. I don't know whether the woman on that street was ever hurt. I searched the local news for months and found nothing obviously connected. She might be completely fine. She might have moved. She might still be living in that house, going through her days, with no idea that a page ever existed somewhere in that network with her house number and her coat and her daily routine and a price attached. Or something might have happened that I never connected to what I'd seen. It might have happened quietly, in a way the news didn't carry, or carried in a form I didn't recognize. That not knowing has a texture to it. It's not like ordinary uncertainty, the kind that fades when you stop thinking about it. It sits differently. It has weight and surface, and it's still there when I reach for it, even now. I moved out of Leeds about 8 months after all of this. There were proper reasons, work, money, the usual, and I won't pretend those weren't real. But I'd be lying if I said the move didn't also feel, at some animal level, like finally being able to exhale. I took the kitchen drawer with me when I moved. Not intentionally. It was built in. I'd forgotten. When I was packing, I found the takeaway menus, but the USB drive was gone. I went through the drawer twice. I went through the boxes I'd packed. I went through the flat. I don't know when it went. I don't know if I'd moved it at some point and forgotten, the way you do with small objects. I don't know if someone else had been through the drawer. I don't know if the police had taken it when they said they'd taken it, or whether they'd given it back at some point in a conversation I'd half remembered wrong. I stood in the empty flat, with the drawer in my hands, for a long time, trying to reconstruct a timeline that didn't leave a gap. The gap is still there. I've not gone back to any of it since, the dark web, the listings, any of it. Not because I'm worried about what I'd find, because I'm worried about who I'd be while I was looking. The Google Maps moment taught me that. The way curiosity, if you let it, will route itself through the same channels as something much worse and arrive somewhere you didn't mean to go. The mechanism is identical. The outcome is the only difference. And the outcome is downstream of intent. And I'm not entirely sure I trust myself to examine my intent in real time. I'm not sure most people could. I think about the woman sometimes, her coat, the angle of that photograph, the fact that she was walking towards something or away from something and had no way of knowing she was being framed in a lens. There's an image I can't get rid of, and I've stopped trying. It's her, at that distance, mid-step. It's the fact that whoever took the photograph stayed still while she moved. Waited, possibly, for her to come into frame. Or followed her movement with the camera and pressed the shutter when the composition was right. Patient, deliberate, already thinking about how it would look in a listing. I need to tell someone about this, even if it makes me look like an idiot. Maybe especially because it makes me look like an idiot. I've been carrying it around for nearly 2 years now, and the weight of not talking about it has become worse than the fear of judgment. So here it is. Back in early 2023, I was working as a graphic designer for a small agency in Newcastle. The job was fine, the pay was adequate, and I had a nice little flat in Jesmond that I shared with my girlfriend, Emma. We'd been together about 3 years at that point. Everything was stable, comfortable. I had no reason to go looking for anything else. But there's this thing about comfort, isn't there? It makes you complacent, makes you think you're untouchable. That bad things happen to other people, people who make stupid decisions or take unnecessary risks. I thought I was smarter than that. The whole thing started because I was bored one evening. Emma was visiting her parents in Durham, and I had the flat to myself. I'd finished the work I'd brought home, had eaten dinner, and found myself with nothing to do. I'd read articles about the dark web before, mostly out of idle curiosity. The usual sensationalist stuff about illegal marketplaces and hidden services. But I'd also read more measured pieces explaining that a lot of it was actually mundane. Whistleblowers, journalists, privacy advocates, people with legitimate reasons for wanting anonymity. I spent maybe 20 minutes getting access. It wasn't complicated. I'd expected it to be this elaborate process, but it wasn't. Just a few simple steps, and suddenly I was looking at a completely different internet. Sites with strange addresses, pages that loaded slowly, everything looking dated and slightly broken. For the first hour, I found exactly what I'd expected. Abandoned pages, broken links, marketplaces I had no intention of using. A few discussion boards where people talked about things that range from boring to disturbing. I was starting to think the whole experience was overrated when I stumbled across something called the vetted list. It wasn't advertised anywhere obvious. I found it through a link someone had posted on one of the discussion boards, mentioning it in passing. The description was vague, something about verified services for verified people. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was surprisingly professional. Clean design, minimal but functional, not like most of the sites I'd seen. The homepage explained that this was a directory of services, everything from research assistance to document retrieval to personal security. But unlike other directories, both the service providers and the people seeking services had to go through a screening process. The idea was that it weeded out scammers and time wasters. both sides could trust that they were dealing with serious people. It sounded reasonable enough, almost legitimate. There was a button at the bottom, Apply for Access. I clicked it, not really intending to follow through, just curious about what the application process looked like. A form appeared. It asked for basic information: age, location, occupation, reason for seeking access. There were fields for providing an anonymous email address and uploading what they called verification materials. The instructions explained that applicants needed to prove they were real people with legitimate reasons for using the service. This could include professional credentials, references from existing users, or other documentation that demonstrated trustworthiness. The whole thing had this odd air of professionalism about it, like a job application or a membership form for an exclusive club. I suppose that's what made me fill it out. It felt harmless enough. I put down my real age and occupation, said I was from Newcastle, and wrote something vague about needing research assistance for design projects. Then I created a temporary email address and submitted the form without attaching any verification materials. I closed the browser and forgot about it. 3 days later, I remembered to check the temporary email account. There was one message waiting from an address that was just a string of random numbers and letters. The subject line said, "Application status. Additional information required." The message was brief and formal. It thanked me for my application and explained that they needed additional verification before they could grant access. Specifically, they wanted proof of identity, not a real name or official documents, but something that proved I was who I claimed to be. They suggested uploading a photograph of myself holding a piece of paper with my anonymous email address written on it, along with a photo of my current location or workspace. It seemed odd, but not unreasonable. They wanted to confirm I was a real person, not a bot or a scammer. I could understand that, and it wasn't asking for anything particularly sensitive. Just a photo. I took a quick picture on my phone. Me sitting at my desk in the flat, holding up a piece of paper with the email address scrawled on it. You could see part of my living room in the background, the sofa, the window, some of my design work pinned to the wall. Nothing that identified me or my exact location, but enough to prove I was real. I uploaded the photo and sent it back. 2 days later, another email arrived. This one said, "Verification successful. Access granted. Welcome to the vetted list." There was a link at the bottom. When I clicked it, I was taken back to the site, but now I could see more. The directory was extensive, dozens of categories, each containing listings for various services. Some were innocuous: document translation, data recovery, genealogy research. Others were more questionable: background checks, surveillance assistance, location tracking. Each listing included a brief description of the service, a rating based on previous users' feedback, and a contact method. Most used anonymous email or encrypted messaging. I clicked through a few out of curiosity, not intending to actually contact anyone. Then I noticed something at the top of the page, a notification. It said, "You have one pending request." I clicked on it. A message appeared, sent from another user on the platform. It was addressed to me, or rather, to my account. The message was short. "Saw your profile. Interested in working with you. Let me know if you're available." I hadn't created a profile. I'd only submitted an application. But apparently, the process of getting verified had also created some kind of user profile that others could see. I looked for a way to view my own profile and found it under account settings. What I saw made my stomach drop. My profile included the photo I'd sent. Me at my desk, holding the paper with the email address, but it also included information I definitely hadn't provided. My full name. My actual name, not some anonymous username. My address in Jesmond, complete with postcode. My phone number. My workplace, including the name of the agency and the address of our office. Underneath all that was a brief description. Graphic designer, Newcastle. Verified user. Available for consultation. I stared at the screen, trying to work out how they'd gotten this information. I hadn't given them my name. I hadn't given them my address or phone number. I'd been careful, anonymous. But somehow, they'd connected me to my real identity anyway. I looked at the photo again, the background, my living room. There were details visible if you looked closely. A piece of mail on the coffee table, too blurry to read but clearly there. A frame print on the wall, something I designed myself for a client. My laptop, partially visible on the desk. Small things, individually meaningless, but together, they'd reverse searched me. Or maybe facial recognition. Or maybe they'd traced the temporary email somehow, linked it back to my actual accounts. I didn't know how they'd done it, but they had. They'd taken the information I'd voluntarily provided and used it to uncover everything else. I immediately tried to delete my account. There was an option in the settings, but when I clicked it, an error message appeared. Account deletion requires admin approval. Request submitted. I closed the browser and sat there feeling sick. I'd been so careful, or so I'd thought. Anonymous email, no real information, just a harmless photo. And they'd used it to identify me completely. The next day, I received another email. Different address, but the subject line made it clear it was from the vetted list. Account deletion request denied. The message explained that accounts could only be deleted under specific circumstances. Users who had completed transactions could request deletion after a waiting period. Users who had never engaged with the platform had to wait 30 days before deletion was permitted. This was to prevent abuse of the system. I hadn't engaged with anyone. I hadn't used any services. I just looked around. But apparently, that wasn't enough. I had to wait. I tried to ignore it. I didn't go back to the site. I didn't check the messages. I just tried to pretend it hadn't happened. Then, about a week later, something strange occurred. I was walking home from work one evening, the usual route through Jesmond, when I noticed someone walking behind me. A man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a dark coat. Nothing unusual about him. But he stayed behind me for several streets, matching my pace. When I turned onto my road, he turned too. When I reached my building, he stopped across the street and took out his phone. I went inside quickly, glancing back through the door before it closed. He was still there, standing on the pavement, looking at his phone, or looking at my building. I couldn't tell. I went up to my flat and looked out the window. He was gone. I told myself I was being paranoid. Newcastle wasn't a small city. People walked the same routes, stood on the same streets. It didn't mean anything. But then it happened again. A few days later, different person. A woman this time, younger, standing outside the building when I came home from the shops. She wasn't doing anything suspicious, just standing there looking at her phone. But when I went inside, I watched from the window, and she stayed there for another 10 minutes before walking away. Then someone came into the agency, a man I'd never seen before, asking to speak to me specifically. The receptionist told him I was in a meeting and asked if she could take a message. He said no, he'd come back. He never did. Emma noticed I was anxious. I told her I was stressed about work, about a difficult client. She believed me. Why wouldn't she? I went back to the vetted list. I had to know what was happening. I logged into my account and checked the messages. There were dozens now, all from different users, all saying variations of the same thing. Available for work. Can help with your project. Let me know what you need. I hadn't posted anything. I hadn't requested anything. But apparently, my profile was visible to other users, and they thought I was offering services, or looking for them. I couldn't tell which. Then I saw something else. My profile had been updated. The description now included additional information. Specializes in visual verification and documentation. Can provide detailed observations and reporting. I hadn't written that. Someone else had edited my profile. The site administrators, presumably. They decided what kind of services I was offering, based on God knows what. I sent a message to the site support, demanding they delete my account immediately. The response came within an hour. Your profile has generated interest from verified users. Deletion at this time would violate platform terms. Please wait until engagement period expires. Engagement period, like I was a product they were marketing. I stopped going to work, called in sick. Emma was worried, kept asking what was wrong, but I couldn't tell her. How do you explain that you accidentally signed up for something on the dark web, and now people might be watching you? It sounded insane. Then someone knocked on my door. Middle of the afternoon, Emma was at work. I looked through the peephole and saw a man I didn't recognize. Average height, average build, wearing ordinary clothes. He knocked again, then checked his phone, then knocked a third time. I didn't answer. I stood there, completely still, barely breathing, until he finally left. I checked the vetted list again that evening. There was a new message, sent from the same account that had first contacted me weeks earlier. Confirmed your location. Ready to proceed when you are. Proceed with what? I hadn't agreed to anything. I hadn't engaged with anyone. I just submitted a stupid application and uploaded a stupid photo. I replied to the message. Wrong person. Delete my account. Leave me alone. The response came quickly. You created the profile. You submitted verification. You're on the platform now. That's how it works. I asked what they wanted from me, what they thought I'd agreed to. The response, observation services. That's what your profile says. People need eyes in Newcastle. You're local. You're verified. You're available. I wrote back that I'd never agreed to provide any services, that I'd only been curious, that this was all a mistake. The response, doesn't matter. You're verified now. Other users have paid for access to your services. You need to fulfill the request or face penalties. Penalties? What did that even mean? I asked what kind of requests, what they expected me to do. The response included a list, addresses in Newcastle and the surrounding areas, specific locations I was supposed to visit and photograph, times I was supposed to be there, people I was supposed to watch and document, all presented like a work schedule, like a list of deliverables for a project. I didn't respond. I closed the laptop and sat in my flat with all the lights off, curtains drawn, trying to work out what to do. Going to the police felt impossible. What would I tell them? I accessed the dark web and accidentally signed up for something illegal. They'd probably arrest me, or laugh at me, or both. The next day, Emma found me sitting in the dark. She'd come home from work early, worried because I hadn't been answering her calls. She turned on the lights and saw me there, still in yesterday's clothes. Laptop closed in front of me. She asked what was happening. She said I was scaring her. She said if I didn't tell her what was wrong, she was going to call my parents, or a doctor, or someone who could help. So I told her, not everything, but enough. I said I'd been looking at something online I shouldn't have been, that I'd given away information I shouldn't have given. that people were contacting me now, asking me to do things I didn't want to do. She asked if it was illegal. I said I didn't know. She asked if I was in danger. I said I didn't know that either. She wanted to go to the police. I told her we couldn't. She didn't understand why, but she trusted me enough not to push it. We decided to leave. Just pack up and go. Stay with her parents for a while, or find a new flat somewhere else, somewhere these people couldn't find me. It seemed like the only option. We spent that evening packing essentials, planning to leave first thing in the morning. Emma went to bed around 11. I stayed up, watching the windows, checking the street below every few minutes. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. A text message from a number I didn't recognize. It said, "Leaving won't help. You're verified. We know where you go." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, lights off, watching the street. Nobody came. Nothing happened. But the message sat on my phone like a weight. We left anyway. Went to her parents' place in Durham. I worked remotely for a few weeks. Told my boss I had a family emergency. Emma's parents asked questions, but Emma covered for me. Said I was dealing with some personal issues and needed space. I didn't check the vetted list during that time. I didn't look at my email. I just tried to pretend it had all gone away. But after a month, I had to go back. Back to work. Back to the flat. We couldn't hide at her parents' house forever. So we returned to Newcastle, and I went back to the agency, and everything seemed normal, except it wasn't. Small things kept happening. Mail going missing. Someone ringing our buzzer late at night, then no one being there when we checked. My bike, which I kept locked in the building storage area, moved to a different spot. Tiny things, easy to dismiss individually, but they kept happening. Then one morning, I found an envelope under my door. Inside was a printed sheet of paper. It showed my profile from the vetted list, complete with my photo, my information, and that description I hadn't written. At the bottom, handwritten in red pen, someone had written, "Still waiting." Emma saw it before I could hide it. She demanded to know what it meant, who had left it, what I'd gotten us involved in. I told her everything then, the whole story, the application, the photo, the verification process, the requests, all of it. She was furious, not just scared, but genuinely angry that I'd been so stupid, so careless. She said we needed to go to the police, consequences or not. I agreed. We went to the station that afternoon, told them the whole story, showed them the envelope, explained about the site and the profile and the people watching us. The officer who took our statement was patient, professional. He said they'd look into it, but he also said that dark web cases were complicated, difficult to investigate, hard to prove. He said we should be careful, change our locks, maybe install a camera, stay alert, but he couldn't promise anything would come of the report. Nothing did. Weeks passed. The police called once to say they were still investigating, but they hadn't found anything concrete. The site still existed. My profile was still there, and the small incidents kept happening. Eventually, we moved, left Newcastle entirely. Emma got a job in Edinburgh, and I went with her. New flat, new city, new routines. We told people we'd wanted a change, a fresh start. We didn't mention the real reason. It's been almost 2 years now. We're still in Edinburgh. Emma's doing well at her new job. I'm freelancing, working from home, avoiding offices and regular commutes where someone could track my movements. I haven't accessed the dark web since. I deleted all the software, changed all my passwords, got rid of that laptop entirely and bought a new one. My profile on the vetted list is probably still there. I have no way to check without going back, and I'm never going back. But sometimes I'll see someone on the street who seems to be watching me, or I'll notice the same car parked outside our building on multiple days, or I'll find something small out of place in our flat, something I'm sure I didn't move, and I'll wonder if they're still tracking me, if being verified is something you can never undo. If somewhere on that site, my profile is still active, still telling people I'm available, still providing my current location to anyone who pays for the information. Emma doesn't know I still worry about this. She thinks we left it all behind in Newcastle. And maybe we did. Maybe I'm just paranoid now, seeing threats where there aren't any. But I don't think so. I think when you give people access to your identity, when you let them verify who you are and where you are, you can never really take that back. It's out there, permanent, waiting for someone to use it. I was right about one thing at least. Bad things do happen to people who make stupid decisions. I just didn't realize I was one of those people until it was too late. Here's something they don't tell you about rock bottom. When you're desperate enough, you'll trust anyone who offers you a way out. I was sitting in my bedsit in Preston, 3 months behind on rent, and seriously considering whether I had enough paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet, when I got that email about free therapy. No waiting lists, no GP referrals, just immediate help for people like me who'd lost their jobs and were struggling to keep their heads above water. I should have known that kind of generosity doesn't exist in the real world, especially not when it comes to mental health care in this country. The whole thing started when I was at my lowest point, after losing my job at the council offices in Preston. I'd been working in housing benefits for about 3 years, dealing with people who were often in desperate situations, and the stress had been building up without me really noticing. When the department restructured and my position was eliminated, I found myself on the other side of the benefit system I'd been administering. The redundancy payment kept me afloat for a few months, but job hunting while dealing with depression felt impossible. I'd wake up with good intentions about sending applications, then spend the day staring at my laptop screen feeling overwhelmed by the simplest tasks. My savings were running low, and I was starting to panic about paying rent. That's when I saw the email in my spam folder, which should have been my first warning sign. It was from something called the Community Mental Health Initiative, offering free counseling services to people experiencing work-related stress and depression. They claim to be a new pilot program funded by local government grants, designed to provide immediate support to people who couldn't access NHS mental health services. The email was professional enough, with proper logos and contact information that looked legitimate. They were offering individual counseling sessions with qualified therapists, along with access to online resources and support groups for people dealing with employment issues and financial stress. I called the number provided and spoke to a receptionist who seemed knowledgeable about mental health services and government funding programs. She explained that they were specifically targeting people who had lost their jobs in the public sector. As research had shown, these individuals were particularly vulnerable to mental health crises. The receptionist scheduled me for an initial assessment with a counselor named Dr. Webb, who would evaluate my situation and recommend appropriate treatment options. The appointment was available within days rather than months, which seemed too good to be true, but was exactly what I needed. Dr. Webb's office was located in a modern business park outside Preston, in a building that housed various healthcare and professional services. The setup looked legitimate enough, with proper signage and a waiting area filled with mental health awareness materials and government health campaign posters. Dr. Webb herself seemed professional and qualified, asking appropriate questions about my mental health history, current symptoms, and life circumstances. She demonstrated genuine understanding of depression and anxiety, and her therapeutic approach felt competent and evidence-based. During the initial session, she explained that their program used innovative treatment methods that combined traditional counseling with digital therapy tools. Participants would attend weekly in-person sessions while also engaging with online resources designed to provide continuous support between appointments. The online component involved using specialized platforms that weren't available through mainstream internet channels. Dr. Webb explained that these experimental therapy tools required enhanced privacy and security measures to protect patient confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access to sensitive mental health data. She provided detailed instructions for accessing these digital therapy resources, including steps for downloading software that would connect me to private online communities and interactive therapy programs. The technology was presented as cutting-edge mental health treatment that was being piloted before wider NHS implementation. The weekly counseling sessions were genuinely helpful. Dr. Webb seemed skilled at cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, and I felt like I was making real progress in managing my depression and anxiety. The in-person therapy felt legitimate and professionally conducted. However, the online therapy components began to feel increasingly unusual. The private platforms I was accessing contained discussion groups and interactive content that seemed to go beyond typical mental health resources. Some of the online communities included people discussing extremely personal details about their psychological vulnerabilities, family relationships, and financial circumstances. The level of intimate information being shared seemed excessive for therapy support groups, and many participants appeared to be disclosing details that could be used to exploit or manipulate them. The interactive therapy programs also asked for unusually detailed personal information about my daily routines, social relationships, and decision-making processes. The assessments went far beyond what would be necessary for depression and anxiety treatment, probing into areas that seemed more relevant to psychological profiling than therapeutic intervention. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the extensive personal disclosure required by the online platforms, Dr. Webb explained that modern digital therapy relied on comprehensive data collection to provide personalized treatment recommendations. The information I was providing would be analyzed by advanced algorithms to optimize my therapy experience. She also emphasized that all data was protected by strict confidentiality protocols and would only be used for legitimate therapeutic purposes. The detailed personal information was necessary to ensure that digital therapy tools could provide appropriate support for my specific psychological needs and life circumstances. Around the 6th week of treatment, Dr. Webb began incorporating exercises that involved researching and documenting information about other people in my social network. These assignments were presented as therapy techniques designed to help me understand relationship dynamics and improve my social support systems. I was asked to gather detailed information about friends and family members, including their mental health status, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic rationale was that understanding the complete context of my social relationships would help identify sources of stress and develop strategies for building healthier connections. These assignments felt intrusive and inappropriate for legitimate therapy work. When I expressed concerns about gathering personal information about friends and family without their knowledge or consent, Dr. Webb assured me that relationship analysis was a standard component of modern therapeutic practice. She explained that many mental health problems were rooted in dysfunctional social dynamics, and understanding these patterns required comprehensive assessment of all significant relationships. the information I gathered would only be used to develop better therapeutic strategies for my individual treatment. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to collect seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic analysis. I was documenting psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal secrets that could be valuable for manipulation or exploitation, rather than mental health treatment. Some assignments involved using the online therapy platforms to connect with and gather information about people who weren't part of my existing social network. I was asked to engage with strangers in the digital therapy communities and document their personal circumstances and psychological states. When I questioned why therapy work involved systematic intelligence gathering about other people, Dr. Webb reminded me that I had been receiving valuable mental health treatment that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The comprehensive nature of the treatment program required participants to engage fully with all therapeutic components. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our therapy sessions alone. References to my daily routine, financial situation, and social interactions suggested that my participation in the online therapy platforms had provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I realized that the counseling program had been used to recruit me into systematic intelligence gathering operations disguised as mental health treatment. The therapy sessions had been legitimate enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online components had been used to gather detailed personal information about vulnerable people. The people participating in the digital therapy communities were probably being exploited in similar ways, with their mental health struggles being used to recruit them into activities that had nothing to do with legitimate therapeutic treatment. When I attempted to end my participation in the program, Dr. Webb pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of experimental therapy techniques and access to sensitive information about other participants. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that couldn't simply be terminated. She also suggested that ending treatment abruptly could be harmful to my mental health progress, particularly given my history of depression and current unemployment stress. The therapeutic relationship we had developed was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to withdraw from the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online therapy platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in the digital components. I tried reporting my concerns to mental health regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online therapy could be justified as innovative treatment methods, and the personal information gathering could be explained as necessary therapeutic assessment. Dr. Webb's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped attending sessions, offering additional mental health services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the counseling program or what they were using the detailed personal intelligence for. The systematic exploitation of people's mental health vulnerabilities, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy tools, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and control. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's mental health needs to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence gathering operations. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust and dependency, while using digital therapy platforms to gather comprehensive personal information about vulnerable individuals. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for mental health support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people struggling with similar problems. The counseling program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose psychological vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar mental health organizations, offering innovative therapy programs that combine traditional counseling with experimental digital treatment methods. The services they describe always offer immediate access without waiting lists, always involve online components that require specialized software, and always emphasize the need for comprehensive personal disclosure. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people struggling with mental health issues have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support, while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit their psychological vulnerabilities for criminal purposes. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to think I was smarter than most people. Not in an obnoxious way, I hope, but I had this quiet confidence that I could navigate situations others couldn't, work things out, stay a step ahead. Looking back now, that belief feels almost funny. Almost. This happened about 18 months ago, when I was living in Bristol and working as a copywriter for a marketing agency. Decent job, decent flat, decent life. Nothing extraordinary, but I was content enough. My evenings usually involved cooking something simple, maybe watching a series, occasionally meeting friends at the pub. Pretty standard existence for someone in their late 20s. I'd heard about the dark web the same way everyone has, through articles and documentaries that make it sound like this lawless digital wasteland full of hitmen and drugs and worse. But I'd also read enough to know that a lot of it was exaggerated, that plenty of it was mundane, even boring. Activists and journalists used it. People in countries with restricted internet access. It wasn't all horror stories. So when a colleague mentioned it one afternoon, talking about how you could find leaked databases and deleted information, I was curious. Not about anything illegal, mind you. I just wanted to see what was actually there, what all the fuss was about. I went home that evening and spent maybe half an hour getting set up. It was easier than I'd expected. A few simple steps, and I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. The first thing I noticed was how slow everything was. Pages took ages to load. Links were broken constantly. Most sites looked like they'd been designed sometime around the year 2000 and never updated. I spent an hour or so clicking around, finding mostly disappointment. Some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy. A few forums discussing things I had no interest in. Nothing particularly shocking or exciting. Then I found a site called Request Exchange. It was buried in one of those directory listings, described simply as Community Service Platform. When I opened it, the page was plain. White background, black text, minimal formatting. At the top was a simple explanation. This was a place where people could post requests for information or tasks they needed completed, and others could fulfill those requests. Like a bizarre anonymous version of a freelancing site. The requests were strange. Someone wanted copies of building blueprints for an office complex in Leeds. Another person needed photographs of a specific car park in Edinburgh at different times of day. Someone else wanted detailed information about a particular person's daily routine, including where they worked and what time they left home. That one made me uncomfortable, obviously, but I kept scrolling. Most requests were vague enough that you couldn't tell if they were legitimate or sinister. Need access to email account. Could be someone trying to recover their own lost account, or someone planning something awful. Require footage from specific location. Could be a researcher or a stalker. The anonymity made everything feel slippery and uncertain. What caught my attention was how many requests were marked as completed. Each one had a status indicator, and dozens showed as fulfilled. Underneath those, there were sometimes comments. Anonymous users saying things like received, thanks, or perfect, exactly what I needed. It was active. People were actually using this. At the bottom of the page was a link, submit your request. I clicked it, not really thinking, just curious about what the process looked like. A form appeared, simple and straightforward. A text box for describing what you wanted. A field for providing an anonymous email address where responses could be sent. Optional fields for offering payment, though I noticed many requests left this blank. And a disclaimer at the bottom stating that the site took no responsibility for any requests or responses, that everything was entirely at the user's own risk. I sat there for a while, cursor blinking in the empty text box, wondering what I'd even ask for if I was going to submit something. I didn't need anything. I wasn't trying to track anyone down or obtain private information. I was just looking. Then, almost as a joke, I typed something. I can't even remember exactly what made me think of it, but I wrote, "Need to know what happened in flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, between 2008 and 2010. That was my childhood address, the flat where I'd lived with my parents until I was about 11, before we'd moved to Reading. I hadn't thought about that place in years. Nothing particularly interesting had happened there, as far as I knew. We'd just been an ordinary family, living an ordinary life in an ordinary flat. But I suppose some part of me was curious if there was anything to find. Any random bit of forgotten history or trivial information that might be lurking in some database somewhere. I almost deleted it. It felt stupid. But then I thought, why not? It's anonymous. Nothing would come of it. No one would bother responding to something so random and pointless. I created a temporary email address, the kind that self-destructs after a few hours, and pasted it into the form. Then I submitted the request. I closed the browser and didn't think about it again for a couple of days. Then I remembered to check the temporary email account, mostly just to see if it was still active. When I logged in, there were 3 messages waiting. The first was spam, something about cryptocurrency that I deleted immediately. The second was from the request exchange site itself, just a confirmation that my request had been posted. The third email had no subject line. The sender's address was just a string of random characters. I opened it. The message was brief. Information attached. Let me know if you need more. There was a zip file attached, about 30 megabytes. I downloaded it, scanned it for viruses, and extracted the contents. Inside were dozens of documents, PDFs mostly, scanned images of what looked like official paperwork. The first document I opened was a tenancy agreement for flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, dated 2006. The names on it weren't my parents' names. It was from before we'd lived there. I recognized the landlord's name though, the same property company that had managed the building when we were there. I opened another document, a police report, dated March 2009. I lived there in March 2009. I would have been about 9 years old. The report described a noise complaint. Neighbors reporting shouting and sounds of a disturbance coming from flat 3B. Officers attended, spoke to the residents who assured them everything was fine. No further action taken. I didn't remember that. I didn't remember any police coming to our flat, but I would have been a child. Maybe I'd been asleep. Maybe my parents had kept it from me. The next document was another police report, July 2009, same flat. This time, neighbors reported hearing what sounded like someone crying for help. Officers attended again. Again, residents said everything was fine. The report noted that the officers had no grounds to enter without permission and that the residents had refused entry. I felt cold. That didn't make sense. We'd lived there. My mum, my dad, me. We were a normal family. We didn't have police turning up at the door. We didn't have neighbors complaining. I'd have remembered that, wouldn't I? I kept opening documents. More police reports, scattered across 2008 and 2009. More noise complaints. One report mentioned officers seeing a woman at the door who appeared distressed but claimed everything was fine. Another mentioned a man who seemed agitated and defensive. Descriptions that could have fit my parents, but the details were vague enough that I couldn't be certain. Then I found something else, a social services document. Dated October 2009. It described a welfare check conducted at the property following multiple complaints from neighbors. The report stated that a child was observed in the flat and appeared withdrawn and underweight. The social worker had attempted to speak to the child, but had been prevented by the parents. A follow-up visit had been scheduled. I was the child. I had to be. I was the only child living in that flat. But I didn't remember any of this. I didn't remember being withdrawn or underweight. I didn't remember social workers visiting. I remembered my childhood as being mostly happy, normal, nothing unusual. There were more documents, follow-up reports from social services, notes about attempted visits where no one answered the door, concerns raised but insufficient evidence to take further action. Everything trailing off in early 2010, around the time we moved away. The last document in the folder was different. It was a scan of a handwritten letter, the paper yellowed, and the ink faded in places. It was addressed to the authorities, but didn't seem to have been sent anywhere. Just written and kept. The handwriting was shaky, uneven. The letter described living in flat 3B during 2009. It talked about hearing things through the walls, a child crying at odd hours, long periods of silence, sounds like furniture being moved in the middle of the night. The writer said they'd called the police several times, but nothing had ever been done. They said they'd moved out of the building in 2010 because they couldn't stand listening anymore. They said they still thought about that flat sometimes, about what might have been happening there, about whether they should have done more. I read the letter 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in my living room, staring at nothing, trying to process what I'd just seen. I called my mum the next day. We spoke maybe once a week, usually about nothing important. She still lived in Reading with my dad. I'd seen them a few months earlier at Christmas. Everything had been normal, fine. I kept the conversation light, asked how they were doing, mentioned work. Then, casually, I brought up Cheltenham, said I'd been thinking about the old flat, asked if she remembered much about living there. She said, not really. It had been a long time ago, just another rental property. We'd moved around a lot when I was younger because of my dad's work. Why was I asking? I said I'd just been reminiscing, nothing important. She changed the subject, started telling me about my cousin's new baby, and I let the conversation drift away from Cheltenham entirely. I didn't tell her what I'd found. I didn't know how to. What would I even say? I found documents online suggesting something was wrong when we lived in Cheltenham, that social services had been involved, that neighbors thought something bad was happening. She'd either have an explanation that would make me feel stupid for worrying, or she'd be upset that I was digging into the past, or worse, She'd confirmed that something awful had happened, and I'd somehow blocked it out entirely. None of those options felt manageable. I went back to the request exchange site. My original request was still there, now marked as completed. Underneath it, the anonymous responder had left a comment. Let me know if you need more details. I created a new temporary email address and sent a message to the account that had replied to me. I asked where they'd found the information, how they'd accessed police reports and social services documents, whether everything they'd sent was real. The response came within a few hours. Everything is real, sourced from various databases and physical archives. Can provide verification if needed. Do you want more? I didn't respond. I shut my laptop and tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Those documents felt true. The dates lined up. The address was correct. The details were too specific to be fabricated. But they also contradicted everything I remembered about my childhood. My parents had been normal, maybe a bit strict, but not abusive, not neglectful. We'd been happy, hadn't we? I started trying to remember specifics. What had our flat in Cheltenham actually looked like? I could picture my bedroom, small with a window that overlooked the car park. I remembered the kitchen, narrow and always a bit dark. The living room with the old sofa that had a tear in one cushion. But when I tried to remember actual events, actual moments, everything became hazy. Dinners, surely we'd had dinners together. Days out, we must have gone places. But I couldn't pin down specific memories. Just vague impressions. Maybe that was normal. Maybe everyone's childhood memories are fragmented and unreliable. I was 9 years old, maybe 10. Of course I wouldn't remember everything clearly. A week passed. I tried to focus on work, on my normal life, but the documents kept circling through my mind. That letter especially. The neighbor who'd written about hearing a child crying, about long silences, about furniture being moved in the night. I went back to the site. The anonymous responder's comment was still there, offering more details. I sent another message. I asked what else they had. What else they could find about that flat, that time period, my family. The response came quickly. Can provide additional materials. Will take a few days to compile. Confirm you want to proceed. I should have stopped there. I should have closed the laptop and walked away. But I didn't. I replied, yes. 3 days later, another email arrived. Another zip file. This one larger, over 100 megabytes. I downloaded it and extracted the contents. The folder was organized chronologically. It started in 2007, a year before my memories of living there began. There were photographs, scanned prints, not digital images. They showed the interior of Flat 3B, but not the way I remembered it. The walls were different colors. The furniture was different. These were from before we moved in. Then documents from 2008, more tenancy records, utility bills in my parents' names, council tax statements, everything normal and mundane and proving that yes, we had lived there, exactly when I thought we had. Then something else, medical records, mine, from a GP surgery in Cheltenham. Appointments logged throughout 2008 and 2009. The notes were brief and clinical, but there were a lot of them. More than I'd expect for a healthy child. References to injuries, a fractured wrist in June 2008, bruising in August 2008, a suspected concussion in January 2009. Each time, the note said the parents had provided explanations. Falls, accidents, normal childhood mishaps. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember breaking my wrist. I don't remember any concussion. More documents. school records from the primary school I'd attended in Cheltenham. Attendance was patchy, lots of absences. Notes about my behavior, described as quiet and withdrawn. One teacher's note mentioned concerns about possible neglect, but stated there wasn't enough evidence to report formally. Then photographs, not scans this time. Digital images taken with a phone or camera. They showed the exterior of Ashford House at different times, day and night, different seasons, cars in the car park, windows of the building. Some of the photos had timestamps, taken in 2010, 2011, years after we'd moved away. Then photographs of other buildings, a house in Reading. I recognized it immediately. My parents' current house, the one they'd bought after we left Cheltenham. Photos of the front door, the driveway, the garden. Recent photos, judging by the car in the driveway. My dad's car. Same model, same color, same registration plate visible in one of the shots. My hands were shaking. I closed the laptop and pushed it away from me. Someone had been watching my parents' house recently, and they'd sent me the proof. I sent another email to the anonymous account. I asked who they were, why they were sending me this, what they wanted. The response came an hour later. You asked for information. I provided it. Do you want more? I wrote back, why do you have photos of my parents' house? Why are you watching them? The response, I'm not watching anyone. These were requested by someone else. I'm just the one who compiled the information. I felt sick. Someone else had requested information about my parents, about their house, about them. And this person, whoever they were, had gathered it and sent it along with everything else. I asked who had requested it. I didn't expect an answer. The response came anyway. Can't share that. But they asked for it recently, within the last few months. Wanted current information about the same family, same address history, same people. Someone had been looking into my family, into me, into the flat in Cheltenham, and what had happened there, and where we were now. I asked what else they'd shared, what else this other person had received. The response, everything I sent you, plus more. They wanted ongoing monitoring, photos, updates. I declined that request. Too much work. I asked if they knew who the other person was, anything about them. The response, no, that's how this works. Everything is anonymous. But if you want my opinion, they already knew your family. They weren't starting from scratch. They had specifics, details. They were confirming information, not discovering it. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to work out who would be looking into my family. Someone from Cheltenham, an old neighbor, someone from social services who'd never forgotten about those welfare checks, or someone else entirely, someone I'd never considered. I called my mum again the next morning. I couldn't help myself. I asked if anything strange had been happening, anyone hanging around the house, any odd phone calls or visitors. She said no, everything was fine. Why was I asking these weird questions? I said I'd just been worried about her, scams and things like that. Older people getting targeted. She laughed and said she wasn't that old. And anyway, everything was fine. I wanted to believe her. I went back to the request exchange site one last time. I don't know what I was hoping to find. Some explanation maybe. Some way to make sense of it all. I scrolled through the list of completed requests, looking for anything that might be related to my family. Most were too vague to tell. But then I saw one, marked as completed about 4 months earlier. The request was simple. Need full background on family, previous addresses, Cheltenham and Reading, current status and location. That could have been about anyone, but the timing matched. 4 months ago, around when those photos of my parents' house were taken. I looked at my own request, the one I'd submitted weeks earlier. Right below it was another request, posted the day after mine. It said, "Need updated information on same family. Confirm current address and situation." Someone had seen my request, seen me asking about Flat 3B in Cheltenham, and they'd submitted their own request immediately after, asking for current information about my family. I'd led them right to us. I shut down my laptop and haven't been back to that site since. I don't know what to do with the information I have. Those documents about my childhood might be real, or they might be elaborate fabrications designed to unsettle me. The photos of my parents' house might mean someone's watching them, or they might mean nothing at all. But someone out there knows who we are. They know where my parents live. They knew enough about our history to request specific information, and they received it from me because I was curious, because I thought I was clever enough to navigate something I didn't understand. My parents are fine, as far as I know. I call them more often now. Sometimes I drive up to Reading on weekends just to check on them. They think I'm being unusually attentive. They don't ask why. I haven't told them about any of this. Maybe I should. Maybe they'd have explanations for those documents from Cheltenham. Maybe they'd remember the police visits and the social workers and have perfectly reasonable explanations for all of it. Maybe I'd feel stupid for worrying. Or maybe they'd confirm that something terrible happened during those years, something they've spent decades trying to forget, and now I've dragged it all back into the light by being careless on a website I should never have visited in the first place. I don't know which possibility frightens me more. What I do know is that information never disappears. Once it's out there, once it's been compiled and shared and passed between anonymous accounts on sites you can't trace, you lose control of it completely. And sometimes the act of looking for answers creates new questions, new problems, new threats. I was wrong about being smarter than most people. I was just lucky for a long time. That luck ran out the moment I submitted that request. And now all I can do is wait and see if whoever wanted information about my family decides they need something more than just photos and documents. I check my parents' house on Google Maps sometimes, Street View, making sure it looks the same as the last time I visited, making sure nothing's changed. It's become a compulsion. Every few days, I'll pull up the image, compare it to my memory, and try to convince myself that everything's fine. But I know that somewhere out there, someone else is looking at the same house, someone with their own reasons, their own plans, and I'm the one who helped them find it. Looking back, I can pinpoint the exact moment everything started to go wrong, but I still can't explain why I didn't see it coming. Maybe that's just how these things work. You don't recognize danger until you're already caught up in it. This happened about 10 months ago when I was living in Birmingham, working as a veterinary nurse at a small practice in Moseley. The job was demanding but rewarding, lots of long days, but I genuinely enjoyed the work. I'd been there for about 3 years, had a decent little flat near Cannon Hill Park, and life was generally ticking along without any major complications. I've never been particularly tech-savvy, but I'm not completely hopeless either. I can navigate the internet well enough, understand basic privacy settings, that sort of thing. So when I read an article about the dark web one evening, I wasn't entirely clueless about what it was. The article was talking about how journalists and activists used it to communicate safely in countries with oppressive governments, how it wasn't all illegal marketplaces and criminal activity, like the media often portrayed it. The article mentioned that ordinary people could access it fairly easily, that it wasn't this incredibly complex thing requiring specialist knowledge. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I looked into how to do it, found some straightforward instructions, followed them, and within maybe 20 minutes I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. Most of it was boring, honestly. Pages that wouldn't load properly, sites that looked like they'd been designed 15 years ago and never updated, broken links everywhere. I spent an hour or so clicking around, not finding anything particularly interesting. There were some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy, a few discussion boards I had no interest in, and a lot of dead ends. Then I found something called the Witness Program. It was listed on one of those directory pages that catalog dark websites. The description was brief. Help provide testimony for those who cannot speak for themselves. Confidential, anonymous, essential. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was plain but well designed. Black background, white text, a simple logo showing an eye. The homepage explained what the program was about, and it sounded genuinely noble. Essentially, it was a platform designed to collect witness testimonies about crimes and injustices that couldn't be reported through official channels. The site explained that many people around the world witnessed terrible things but couldn't come forward because of fear, corruption, lack of access to legitimate authorities, or various other reasons. The Witness Program aimed to document these testimonies anonymously, creating a permanent record that could potentially be used for justice in the future. The site emphasized that witnesses remain completely anonymous. No real names, no identifying information, just accounts of what people had seen or experienced. The testimonies were stored securely and could be accessed by verified human rights organizations, journalists, and legal professionals who might be able to use them to build cases or expose wrongdoing. It all seemed legitimate and important. There was a button at the bottom. Submit your testimony. I didn't have anything to submit. I'd never witnessed any serious crimes or injustices. But I was curious about what the process looked like, so I clicked through anyway. A form appeared asking for basic information about the incident you wanted to report. Date, location, type of incident. A detailed description of what you witnessed. There were drop-down menus for categorizing the testimony: human rights violations, corruption, assault, theft, environmental crimes, and various other options. At the bottom was a field for providing contact information if you wanted to receive updates, though the site stressed this was entirely optional. I closed the form without filling anything in. I had nothing to report, and I wasn't going to make something up just to see how the system worked. But as I was about to close the browser, I noticed another link at the bottom of the page. Become a witness validator. I clicked it. The page explained that the program needed volunteers to help verify and categorize submitted testimonies. Because the system allowed anonymous submissions, there was a risk of false reports or spam. Validators would review testimonies, assess whether they seemed credible, and help organize them appropriately so they could be useful to the organizations that accessed them. The page stressed that validators never had access to identifying information about witnesses. Everything remained anonymous. Validators simply read testimonies and provided their assessment of credibility, completeness, and relevance. Each validation earned points, and volunteers who accumulated enough points could receive recognition for their contribution to documenting human rights abuses and supporting justice. It sounded like something I could actually help with. I had no useful skills for activism or advocacy, but I could read testimonies and provide honest assessments. It seemed like a small but meaningful way to contribute to something important. I registered using a temporary email address. The process was simple. a few questions about languages I spoke, regions I was familiar with, any relevant experience or knowledge. I put down English, UK, and mentioned my work as a veterinary nurse, since some testimonies might involve animal welfare. Then I submitted the registration and was taken to a dashboard. The interface was clean and straightforward. At the top was my point balance, 0. Below that was a list of pending testimonies waiting for validation. Each one showed a reference number, a date, and a brief category label. There were dozens of them. I clicked on the first one. The testimony appeared in a simple text box. It was written in English, describing an incident of workplace harassment. The person writing it explained they'd witnessed their manager verbally abusing an employee over several weeks, creating a hostile environment, but the company's HR department had dismissed complaints. The testimony was detailed and specific, including dates and descriptions of particular incidents. Below the testimony were several questions I needed to answer. Does this testimony appear credible? Yes, possibly unclear no. Is the testimony sufficiently detailed? Yes, partially no. Is the testimony relevant to the stated category? Yes, partially no. Does the testimony require follow-up or additional information? Yes, no. I read through the testimony again carefully. It seemed genuine. The details were consistent, the writing style was natural, and nothing about it raised obvious red flags. I marked it as credible, sufficiently detailed, and relevant. Didn't think it needed follow-up since the account was fairly complete. Then I submitted my validation. My point balance increased slightly. A new testimony appeared. This one was different. Written in broken English, describing what sounded like labor exploitation in a factory somewhere in Eastern Europe. The details were vague, the timeline unclear, but the emotional tone felt genuine. I marked it as possibly credible, partially detailed, relevant, but requiring additional information. Another testimony appeared, then another, then another. Most were fairly mundane, honestly. Workplace disputes, minor corruption, petty theft. Things that were unpleasant but not shocking. I spent maybe an hour going through them, providing my assessments, earning points slowly. Then I came across one that made me pause. The testimony described witnessing an assault, a serious one, with enough detail that it made me uncomfortable to read. The person writing it explained they'd seen someone being attacked in a car park late at night, that the victim had been badly hurt, and that the witness had been too frightened to intervene or report it to police. The testimony included descriptions of the attacker, the victim, the location, the approximate date. I sat staring at the screen for a while. This wasn't workplace harassment or minor corruption. This was a violent crime, and someone had witnessed it but hadn't reported it, and now they were telling their story to this anonymous platform instead. I marked it as credible, sufficiently detailed and relevant, added a note suggesting it should be flagged for organizations that dealt with violent crime. Then I submitted the validation and tried not to think too much about what I just read. I kept validating testimonies over the next few days. Did maybe an hour or two each evening, working through the backlog, earning points steadily. Most testimonies were relatively minor things, but occasionally I'd come across something more serious. Assaults, thefts, fraud, abuse. Each time, I tried to assess them objectively, provide honest evaluations, and move on. After about a week, my point balance had reached around 500. I noticed a notification at the top of my dashboard. You are now eligible for priority validation tasks. These testimonies require experienced validators and earn additional points. There was a button, Access Priority Tasks. I clicked it. A new list of testimonies appeared. and immediately I could see these were different. The first one I opened described witnessing a murder, an actual murder, described in disturbing detail. The witness explained they'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, had seen something they weren't supposed to see, and had been living in fear ever since. The testimony included specific information about the location, the people involved, the circumstances. It read like something that should be in a police report, not on an anonymous website. I marked it as credible. What else could I do? The details were too specific to be fabricated. The fear in the writing felt genuine. I submitted the validation and moved to the next testimony. More serious crimes, more disturbing accounts, witnesses describing things they'd seen that had clearly traumatized them, things they claimed they couldn't report through official channels for various reasons. Corrupt police, fear of retaliation, immigration status, involvement in illegal activities themselves. The testimonies were increasingly detailed. Locations were specific, often down to street names and landmarks. Descriptions of people involved included physical features, clothing, sometimes even names. Dates and times were precise. I kept validating them because that's what I'd signed up to do. Each one earned me more points. Each one felt more serious than the last. Then I came across a testimony that mentioned Birmingham. It described a violent incident that had allegedly occurred in Digbeth about 2 months earlier. The witness claimed to have seen a group of men attacking someone near the railway arches, that the victim had been badly beaten and left unconscious, that the witness had fled before police arrived. I read through it twice. The location was specific enough that I could picture it. I'd been to that area before, though not recently. The description of the incident was detailed and consistent. Nothing about it seemed obviously false. I marked it as credible and submitted my validation. More testimonies appeared mentioning Birmingham. Different locations, different incidents, but all local. Some I recognized the places mentioned, others I didn't. All claimed to describe serious crimes, assaults, robberies, drug deals gone wrong. All allegedly witnessed by people who hadn't reported them to police. I started wondering why so many testimonies were suddenly from Birmingham. Coincidence? Or was the system somehow showing me testimonies relevant to my location because I'd mentioned UK in my registration? Then I got a testimony that made my stomach drop. It described an incident near Cannon Hill Park, my park, the one I walk through regularly. According to the testimony, someone had witnessed a woman being followed by a man as she walked home one evening, about 3 weeks earlier. The witness claimed the man had been acting suspiciously, maintaining distance but clearly tracking the woman's movements. The witness had considered intervening, but had been uncertain whether they were misreading the situation. They'd watched the woman reach her building safely, then seen the man stand outside for several minutes before leaving. The description of the location was extremely specific. The building was described in enough detail that I was fairly certain it was mine. The date mentioned was a Tuesday evening 3 weeks ago. I walked home through that park most Tuesday evenings after my late shift. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence. Lots of women walked through that park. Lots of buildings in the area matched the description. It didn't have to be about me. But the details kept matching up. The time was right. The day was right. Even the description of the woman was vague enough that it could have been me. Average height, dark coat, carrying a bag. I marked the testimony as credible because I couldn't think of any reason to doubt it. If someone really had witnessed this and thought they'd seen something suspicious, their testimony seemed genuine. Then I submitted the validation and sat there feeling cold. Someone had been following me 3 weeks ago, and someone else had witnessed it happening. And now I was reading about it on a dark website. I checked the date stamp on the testimony. It had been submitted 2 days ago. Whoever witnessed this had waited 3 weeks before reporting it anonymously to this platform. Over the next few days, more testimonies appeared mentioning the same area. Different incidents, different dates, but all near Cannon Hill Park or the surrounding streets. Someone witnessing suspicious behavior near the entrance to my building. Someone seeing a person sitting in a parked car outside for extended periods. Someone noticing the same individual walking past the same locations repeatedly over several days. Each testimony was written by a different anonymous witness. Each described something that seemed innocuous on its own, but felt threatening when combined with the others. And I was the one validating them, marking them as credible, confirming that yes, these testimonies seemed genuine. Yes, they were sufficiently detailed. Yes, they were relevant to their stated categories. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for people who seemed to be watching or following me, checking if anyone was sitting in parked cars near my building, taking different routes home, varying my schedule. I didn't see anything obviously suspicious, but then the testimonies suggested the surveillance had been subtle enough that witnesses had been uncertain whether they were really seeing something wrong. Then a new type of testimony started appearing. These ones were different in tone. Instead of describing incidents they'd witnessed, they were describing people they'd seen. Detailed descriptions of individuals, including what they were wearing, where they'd been seen, what they'd been doing. One of them described me. I'm certain of it. Average height, dark hair, works in veterinary medicine, lives near Cannon Hill Park, usually walks home around 8 on Tuesday evenings. The testimony claimed to have seen this person exhibiting suspicious behavior, though it didn't specify what that behavior was. I was being documented, catalogued. Multiple anonymous witnesses were submitting testimonies about me, and I was validating them alongside dozens of other testimonies, confirming they seemed credible and detailed. I tried to stop validating, logged out of the dashboard, and didn't go back for several days. But I couldn't stop thinking about those testimonies, about who was submitting them and why. When I finally logged back in, my dashboard had been updated. There was a new section, testimonies requiring your attention. Inside were dozens of testimonies, all flagged as priority, all mentioning Birmingham, all describing incidents near my home. And there was a message at the top. As a validator familiar with this region, your input on these testimonies is particularly valuable. Please review and validate at your earliest convenience. They knew where I lived, not just the general area, but specifically. They were assigning me testimonies about my own neighborhood, about incidents I might have witnessed, about surveillance of places I frequented. I went through the testimonies mechanically, each one describing something that had allegedly been witnessed near my home. People loitering, cars parked suspiciously, someone trying door handles on my street late at night, a person photographing buildings including mine. Each testimony was dated within the past few weeks. Each was submitted by a different anonymous witness, and each was detailed enough to be credible, specific enough to be verifiable, disturbing enough to be frightening. I validated them all because I didn't know what else to do. Marked them as credible, as detailed, as relevant. Then I submitted the validations and watched my point balance increase. The next day, I noticed someone outside my building. A woman, maybe in her 40s, standing on the pavement across the street. She was looking at her phone, but her attention kept drifting to my building. She stood there for maybe 20 minutes before walking away. That evening, a new testimony appeared. It described witnessing a woman standing outside a building near Cannon Hill Park, appearing to watch the entrance. The testimony noted the date and time. That afternoon, the description of the woman matched the person I'd seen. I hadn't submitted that testimony. I'd witnessed it, but I hadn't reported it. Someone else had, which meant there were multiple people watching my building. Some of them were the ones being watched. Others were the ones doing the watching and reporting what they saw. More testimonies appeared over the following days, each describing activity around my neighborhood, each mentioning dates and times that corresponded with my own observations. Sometimes the testimonies described things I'd seen. Sometimes they described things I hadn't noticed, but that had allegedly happened nearby. Then testimonies started appearing that described me specifically, not just vague descriptions that might match dozens of people, but specific details. My work schedule, the practice where I worked, my car, including the make and color, routes I regularly walked, shops I visited. Each testimony claimed to have witnessed me exhibiting concerning behavior, returning to the same locations repeatedly, speaking to people in suspicious circumstances, carrying items that seemed unusual. None of it was true, but the testimonies were written convincingly enough that they seemed credible, and I was still validating them, still marking them as detailed and relevant, still contributing to this documentation of my own life being compiled by anonymous witnesses. I tried to delete my account. The option wasn't available. I looked through every settings page, every menu option. There was no way to remove my account or stop receiving validation tasks. I sent a message through the site's contact system, demanding they remove my information. No response came. The testimonies kept appearing. More details about me, more specific information about my movements, my habits, my routines, all submitted anonymously by witnesses who claimed to have seen suspicious behavior. Then testimonies started appearing that described things that hadn't happened yet, predictions of where I would be seen next, suggestions of what behavior I might exhibit in the future, recommendations for how witnesses should respond if they encountered me. Someone was planning something, using this platform to coordinate surveillance, to document my life, to build a narrative that I was somehow suspicious or dangerous. I went to the police, told them people were following me, documenting my movements, posting about me online. They asked for evidence. I tried to explain about the dark website, about the testimonies, about the validation system. They looked at me like I was paranoid. They said they'd make a note of my concerns, but there wasn't much they could do without concrete evidence of harassment or threats. They suggested I keep a diary of suspicious incidents, maybe install a camera, consider speaking to a mental health professional if the anxiety became overwhelming. I moved out of Birmingham 2 months later, found a job at a practice in Coventry, got a flat in a completely different area. Didn't tell anyone where I was going except my new employer. For a few weeks, everything seemed fine. No testimonies appeared mentioning my new location. The validation tasks I received were about other places, other people. I started to relax. Then a testimony appeared describing someone matching my description being seen in Coventry, working at a veterinary practice, living in a specific neighborhood, exhibiting the same suspicious patterns of behavior that had been documented in Birmingham. They'd found me again. More testimonies appeared. My new address, my new routine, my new regular locations, all being documented by anonymous witnesses, all being validated by volunteers who had no idea they were contributing to organized surveillance, volunteers like I had been. I stopped logging into the site, but the damage was done. My information was in their system. My life was being documented by dozens of anonymous witnesses, all submitting testimonies that painted me as suspicious, as dangerous, as someone who needed to be watched. And somewhere, other validators were reading those testimonies and marking them as credible, just like I'd done, contributing to a system they didn't understand, helping to document people they'd never met, building cases against individuals for reasons they couldn't comprehend. I don't know who's behind the witness program. I don't know what they want or why I was targeted. I don't know if I'm the only one or if there are others being documented the same way. What I know is that I helped build the system that's now being used against me. Every testimony I validated, every assessment I provided, I was training myself and others to accept these accounts as credible, to treat anonymous witnesses as reliable, to document people's lives without question. And now those same mechanisms are being used to document mine. I've moved 3 more times since Coventry. Each time, within days, testimonies appeared describing my new location. Each time, the documentation starts again. The witnesses multiply. The details accumulate. I can't escape it because I can't escape witnesses. Anyone could be one. Anyone could be watching, documenting, submitting testimonies about me to that platform. The woman at the bus stop, the man in the car park, the person walking their dog past my building. Anyone. There's a moment when you realize that boredom can be more dangerous than any addiction. It creeps up slowly, day after day, of the same routine, until suddenly you're willing to do almost anything just to feel something different. That's how I ended up in a situation that still keeps me awake at night, checking the locks on my door and wondering if those footsteps in the hallway outside are just my imagination. I was in my 2nd year at Leeds, studying media communications. One of those degrees that sounds impressive but basically prepares you for nothing except disappointment. Living in a grotty flat in Headingley that I could barely afford on my student loan. Spending most evenings alone because my flatmates had either dropped out or transferred to proper universities where they actually learned useful skills. The flat was everything you'd expect from student accommodation that charged £300 a month. Damp patches on the ceiling, heating that worked when it felt like it, and walls so thin you could hear the neighbours arguing about whose turn it was to buy toilet roll. My room was just large enough for a single bed, a desk that wobbled if you looked at it wrong, and a wardrobe that smelled permanently of mildew. Most nights followed the same pattern. Lectures during the day where lecturers who'd never worked in media told us about industries they'd only read about in textbooks. Then back to the flat for microwave meals and whatever passed for entertainment on my ancient laptop. I'd scroll through social media, watch YouTube videos, occasionally attempt to do coursework that felt increasingly pointless with each passing week. That's how I discovered the forums. Not deliberately. I was researching something for an essay about digital communities when I stumbled across discussions that went deeper than anything I'd seen on mainstream platforms. People talking about privacy, digital freedom, the parts of the internet that existed beyond corporate oversight. It seemed more real than anything I was learning in lectures, more honest than the sanitized world of Facebook and Instagram. The transition to exploring these hidden communities happened gradually. Someone would mention a forum that required special access, or reference a discussion happening on platforms I'd never heard of. Gradually, I learned about tools that could hide your digital footprint, networks that existed parallel to the regular internet but invisible to casual users. It wasn't difficult to access once you knew where to look. There were guides, communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few weeks, I had access to a whole parallel internet that felt more authentic than anything I'd encountered in my media studies courses. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Political discussions that would be censored elsewhere, marketplaces for things that existed in legal grey areas, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate surveillance. It felt like discovering a hidden city that existed alongside the one everyone else knew about. The first few months, I just observed, reading forums about digital rights, privacy advocacy, discussions of philosophy and politics that went deeper than anything happening in university seminars. There was something addictive about being part of these communities, people who seemed more intelligent, more informed, more aware of how the world actually worked than anyone I knew in real life. I started contributing to discussions, sharing thoughts about media manipulation and corporate control of information. My posts were well received, and gradually I began to build a reputation within certain communities. People started recognizing my username, inviting me to private forums with more exclusive content. That's where I first heard about live streaming communities. Not the obvious stuff, gaming streams and social media influencers, but underground networks that broadcast content you couldn't find anywhere else. Documentary footage from conflict zones, investigative reports that mainstream media wouldn't touch, real journalism that existed outside corporate control. The concept appealed to me immediately. As someone studying media, the idea of accessing unfiltered content, seeing events as they actually happened rather than how they were packaged for mass consumption, felt like the logical extension of everything I was learning about information control and narrative manipulation. The invitation came through a private message from someone I'd been discussing media theory with for several weeks. They'd noticed my interest in authentic journalism and wondered if I'd like to observe some live investigative work. A research collective, they called it, documenting social experiments and human behavior studies that universities wouldn't approve, but which provided genuine insights into psychology and social dynamics. They included access details for a private streaming platform and a scheduled time, that Thursday at 10:30. No explanation of what specific research I'd be observing, just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. The academic framing made it feel legitimate, important, like I was being offered access to cutting-edge research that would enhance my understanding of media and human behavior. The streaming platform was simple but professional-looking. Clean interface, high-quality video feeds, chat functionality that allowed viewers to discuss what they were observing. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already about 15 people online, and they welcomed me warmly. The conversation was exactly what I'd expected from an academic community. People discussed research methodologies, shared insights about psychological principles, debated the ethics of observational studies. Someone mentioned they were pursuing a PhD in social psychology at Durham. Another person talked about their work in documentary filmmaking. They seemed like exactly the kind of intelligent, engaged people I'd been hoping to find in university, but never had. The research subject that night was social isolation and peer pressure. We were observing how an individual responded to being placed in an unfamiliar environment with limited social contact, measuring their psychological adaptation and decision-making under stress. The academic discussion was fascinating. People analyzed body language, predicted behavioral responses, shared relevant research from established psychology journals. The observation space was a small, clinical-looking room with white walls and professional lighting. A single chair faced multiple cameras, and monitoring equipment lined one wall. It looked exactly like the kind of setup you'd expect from a legitimate research facility, clean and organized, and obviously expensive. The subject was a young man, probably around my age, who'd volunteered for what he believed was a standard psychology experiment. The researchers explained through the chat that he'd been told he was participating in a study about decision-making under stress, which was technically accurate, but didn't reveal the full scope of what was being measured. What followed was subtle psychological manipulation presented as scientific methodology. The subject was asked to make increasingly difficult choices, each decision designed to measure his responses to social pressure and isolation. The academic observers discussed his reactions with clinical detachment, noting signs of stress and predicting how his behavior would change as the experiment progressed. I found myself genuinely engaged with the research. This was the kind of real-world psychology that my university courses only touched on theoretically. Here was an actual experiment, measuring genuine human responses in controlled conditions. The academic discussion was more sophisticated than anything happening in my lectures, and I felt privileged to be observing cutting-edge research as it happened. Over the following weeks, I became a regular participant in these observation sessions. Different subjects, different experimental scenarios, but always the same rigorous academic approach. The research collective was studying various aspects of human psychology: social conformity, authority compliance, stress responses, decision-making under pressure. Each session provided new insights that enhanced my understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. The other observers were consistently impressive. Postgraduate students, academic researchers, documentary filmmakers interested in authentic human behavior. They shared reading recommendations, discussed theoretical frameworks, debated ethical considerations with the kind of intellectual sophistication I'd been hoping to find in university. These felt like the real education I'd been looking for. My contributions to the discussions were increasingly valued by the group. They seemed impressed by my insights into media theory and audience psychology, often asking for my perspective on how different experimental scenarios might be perceived by mainstream audiences. Gradually, I began to feel like a genuine member of the research community rather than just an observer. That's when they started suggesting I might be interested in contributing more directly to the research. The suggestion came casually, almost as an afterthought, during a particularly engaging discussion about experimental methodology. Someone mentioned that having perspectives from different academic backgrounds would enhance the research, and several people agreed that my media studies knowledge would provide valuable insights into audience psychology and narrative construction. The research coordinator, the person who'd originally invited me, explained that they were always looking for participants who understood the academic value of the work. Someone with my background could contribute both as an observer and as a subject, providing comparative data about how media-literate individuals responded to the same experimental conditions they'd been testing on less educated volunteers. I felt flattered. These people, whose intelligence and academic credentials I respected, were telling me I had something valuable to offer. They weren't just inviting me to observe research, they were asking me to become part of it, to contribute to studies that could advance understanding of human psychology and media manipulation. The logistics were straightforward. They operated several research facilities around the country, including one in Manchester that would be convenient for me to reach from Leeds. Sessions typically lasted a few hours, and participants were compensated for their time. More importantly, I would be contributing to research that had genuine academic value, work that might eventually be published in respected journals. I agreed without hesitation. The opportunity to be part of legitimate psychological research, especially research that aligned with my academic interests, was exactly the kind of experience that would distinguish my degree from the theoretical nonsense most of my classmates were learning. The arrangements were handled through encrypted messaging, which seemed appropriate for sensitive research that hadn't yet been published. They provided an address in Manchester's city centre and a time, the following Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. I was told to bring identification and any questions I might have about the research methodology. The building was exactly what I'd expected from a legitimate research facility. Modern office block in Manchester's business district, professional signage, security desk in the lobby. I gave my name to the receptionist, who confirmed my appointment and directed me to the 7th floor. The research coordinator met me at the lift, an academic-looking woman in her 40s who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Mitchell. She seemed exactly right for the role, speaking with the kind of measured authority I associated with university lecturers, but with more genuine warmth than most of my actual professors managed. The facility itself was impressive. Clean corridors lined with office doors bearing academic titles, research laboratories with expensive-looking equipment, meeting rooms where serious-looking people discussed what appeared to be legitimate academic work. Everything reinforced the impression that this was real research being conducted by qualified professionals. Dr. Mitchell explained the day's experimental protocol as we walked towards the observation room. They were testing responses to social isolation, combined with peer pressure, measuring how quickly intelligent individuals adapted their behavior when placed in unfamiliar social situations. My media studies background made me an ideal subject, she explained, because I would be more aware than most people of the techniques being used, allowing them to measure the effectiveness of these methods on educated, media-literate participants. The observation room was larger than it had appeared through the streaming platform. The same clinical white walls and professional lighting, but seeing it in person made the setup seem even more legitimate. This was clearly expensive equipment, operated by people who knew what they were doing. Other members of the research team were present, people I recognized from the streaming sessions, though seeing them in person made them seem more human, more relatable. They greeted me warmly, expressing genuine excitement about my participation in the research. Someone mentioned that my insights during previous observation sessions had been particularly valuable, and they were looking forward to seeing how I responded as a subject rather than an observer. The initial part of the experiment was exactly what I'd expected. Basic questionnaires about my background and psychological profile, measurements of baseline stress indicators, explanations of the monitoring equipment that would track my responses throughout the session. Everything was conducted with the kind of professional methodology I associated with legitimate academic research. Then they explained the specific experimental scenario. I would be placed in the observation chair and asked to make a series of decisions while being monitored by the research team. The decisions would start simple but gradually become more complex, measuring how my responses changed as social pressure increased. The other team members would observe through a live stream, documenting my reactions and discussing my behavior in real time. The academic framing made everything seem reasonable, even beneficial. This was research that could advance understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. My participation would contribute to studies that might eventually help people recognize and resist propaganda techniques. The work had genuine social value, and I was privileged to be part of it. I took my place in the observation chair, facing the cameras that would broadcast my responses to the research team. The lighting was professional but not uncomfortable, and the monitoring equipment was less intrusive than I'd expected. Dr. Mitchell explained that the session would last approximately 2 hours, during which I would be asked to respond to various scenarios while my psychological and physiological responses were measured. The first scenarios were straightforward, simple decision-making exercises designed to establish baseline measurements. I was asked to choose between different options, while the research team observed my thought processes. The discussions I could hear through speakers in the room were exactly what I'd participated in during previous sessions. Academic analysis of body language, stress indicators, decision-making patterns. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal. Instead of abstract choices, I was asked to discuss my own life, my fears, my ambitions. The research team's observations became more focused on my individual psychology rather than general human behavior. Their academic discussions started including specific details about my background that I hadn't provided during the initial questionnaires. That's when I began to realize something was wrong. The information they were discussing, details about my university course, my financial situation, my family background, hadn't come from anything I told them during the session. They knew about my student debt, my poor relationship with my parents, my lack of close friendships at university, information that could only have come from extensive research into my personal life. Dr. Mitchell noticed my growing discomfort and explained that background research was standard procedure for this type of psychological study. They needed to understand participants' motivational frameworks to properly analyze their responses. The information had been gathered through standard academic channels, student records, social media analysis, public databases. Nothing invasive, just the kind of background research that any legitimate study would require. But the academic observers' discussions were becoming less clinical and more personal. They talked about my loneliness, my desperation for intellectual connection, my willingness to do almost anything to feel part of a community that valued my contributions. Their analysis was accurate but felt invasive, like they were dissecting my personality for entertainment rather than scientific understanding. The scenarios they presented became increasingly uncomfortable. Instead of simple decision-making exercises, I was asked to discuss my deepest insecurities, my most embarrassing experiences, my greatest fears. The research team's observations became correspondingly more intimate, analyzing not just my responses, but my motivations, my psychological vulnerabilities, my desperate need for validation. When I expressed discomfort with the direction the session was taking, Dr. Mitchell assured me that this was normal. Psychological research often required participants to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the research to have genuine value. Backing out now would invalidate hours of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to important academic work. The pressure was subtle but persistent. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been about participating, how much I'd valued being part of the research community, how disappointed they would be if I couldn't follow through on my commitment. The academic framing made my reluctance seem immature, unintellectual, as if I was prioritizing my personal comfort over scientific advancement. But the observers' discussions were becoming less about research and more about entertainment. They talked about my responses as if I was performing for their amusement, rather than contributing to academic study. Their analysis of my psychology became increasingly invasive, dissecting my personality with the kind of casual cruelty that had nothing to do with scientific methodology. That's when I realized that the academic observers weren't researchers or graduate students. They were paying customers, anonymous viewers who enjoyed watching real psychological manipulation presented as legitimate research. The sophisticated discussions, the academic credentials, the professional facility, all of it was elaborate theatre designed to make victims complicit in their own exploitation. I tried to leave, but Dr. Mitchell explained that the session wasn't complete. They'd invested significant resources in this research, and my participation was crucial for the data to have statistical validity. Leaving now would waste months of preparation and invalidate everything they'd learned. More importantly, I'd signed consent forms agreeing to participate in the full experimental protocol. The consent forms I'd signed so casually were more comprehensive than I'd realized. I'd agreed not just to participate in psychological research, but to continue until the academic objectives were met. I'd waived rights to withdraw consent during the session, acknowledging that temporary discomfort was necessary for legitimate research. I'd even agreed to confidentiality clauses that would prevent me from discussing the specific methodologies being used. The observers' discussions became openly predatory. They talked about how long I would resist, what it would take to break down my remaining psychological defenses, how much payment they were willing to make for specific responses. The academic pretense was dropped entirely, replaced by the casual cruelty of people who enjoyed watching others suffer. But I was still in the chair, facing cameras that broadcast my growing panic to anonymous viewers who were betting on my psychological breakdown. The professional lighting that had seemed so legitimate now felt harsh, clinical, designed to capture every detail of my distress for the entertainment of people I would never see. Dr. Mitchell continued to frame everything in academic terms, but her explanations became increasingly hollow. This was research into psychological resilience, she insisted. My responses were providing valuable data about stress management and social compliance. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the advancement of human understanding. The session continued for hours. Psychological pressure disguised as research methodology, invasive questioning presented as scientific inquiry, deliberate humiliation framed as academic observation. The anonymous viewers discussed my responses with the detached interest of people watching a particularly engaging television program, placing bets on how long I would maintain my composure. I don't remember exactly how I got away. The details are blurred by stress and the psychological manipulation I'd endured. I think there was some kind of technical problem with the streaming equipment, a brief moment when the observers were distracted, and I managed to leave the chair and find the exit. Or maybe Dr. Mitchell simply decided the session had provided enough entertainment for the paying viewers. I found myself on a Manchester street with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. The business district looked normal, professional, exactly like somewhere legitimate research might be conducted. But I knew now that the building I'd just left was something else entirely. A facility designed to exploit people's desire for intellectual connection and academic validation. The journey back to Leeds was a blur. I sat on the train staring out the window, trying to process what had happened. The academic discussions I'd found so engaging, the research community I'd felt so privileged to join, the intellectual validation I'd craved so desperately. All of it had been designed to make me complicit in my own exploitation. That was 8 months ago. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that a legitimate seeming research facility was actually a sophisticated operation designed to exploit curious students? The academic credentials seemed real. The facility was professional, and I'd participated voluntarily after signing consent forms that probably covered every legal requirement. But I've learned to recognize the signs now. The casual invitations to observe research, the flattery about academic insight, the gradual escalation from observer to participant. The same patterns that led me into that room are being used to recruit other people, other students, who are bored and lonely and desperate for intellectual connection. I still get invitations occasionally, from different usernames on different platforms. Always the same academic framing, the same promise of authentic research opportunities. I delete them immediately, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there people are still being recruited for research projects that have nothing to do with advancing human understanding. The flat in Headingley feels different now. The thin walls and broken heating that once seemed like minor inconveniences now feel like vulnerabilities. I've changed my daily routines, varied my schedule, become more careful about what personal information I share online. But sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet and I'm lying awake listening to footsteps in the corridor, I wonder if they know where I live. Because the thing about that kind of operation is that they don't just exploit you once and move on. They build profiles, gather information, create detailed psychological assessments that could be valuable for future projects. I was part of their research for months before I became a subject, and they learned everything they needed to know about what motivates me, what frightens me, what I'm willing to do for validation and intellectual connection. The academic community I thought I'd found doesn't exist. Real research happens in universities with proper oversight and ethical guidelines. But the desire for intellectual connection, for being part of something important and meaningful, is real enough. And there are people who understand how to exploit that desire, how to make isolation and boredom feel like academic opportunity. I'm finishing my degree this year, though media communications feels even more pointless now than it did before. The theoretical frameworks we study in lectures seem naive compared to what I've learned about psychological manipulation and social engineering. But I've also learned that the real world is full of people who understand human psychology better than any university course could teach. The chair is still out there somewhere, in a professional-looking facility with academic credentials and research equipment. And they're still recruiting participants, still finding people who are bored enough and lonely enough and desperate enough for intellectual validation to sign consent forms they don't fully understand. Sometimes I think about the young man I observed during my first session, the volunteer who thought he was participating in standard psychological research. I wonder if he ever realized what was really happening, if he managed to leave before they asked him to become a regular participant, if he's somewhere now checking logs and listening for footsteps and wondering if those casual invitations he receives are what they claim to be. Because once you've been in that chair, once you've felt those cameras capturing every detail of your psychological breakdown for the entertainment of anonymous viewers, you never really feel safe again. The academic pretense might be dropped, the session might end, but the knowledge that there are people out there who enjoy watching human suffering remains. The police came to my door 3 times before I finally let them in. Not because I was being difficult, but because I genuinely didn't know what to tell them that wouldn't sound completely insane. How do you explain to 2 officers from West Midlands Police that you've witnessed a murder, that you know exactly who did it and roughly where it happened, but you can't tell them how you know, because the explanation involves admitting you were somewhere online you absolutely shouldn't have been? I'm sitting in what they call protective custody now, a safe house in Wolverhampton that smells of cigarettes and cheap air freshener. And I still don't know if I did the right thing by coming forward. My name's Helen. I'm 53 years old, and until 6 weeks ago, I was living a completely ordinary life in Birmingham, working as a medical secretary. Then I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, and now everything's different. It started with insomnia, which probably sounds like a boring way to begin a story about witnessing a murder, But that's genuinely how it happened. I'd been having trouble sleeping for months after my divorce was finalized. Nothing dramatic. David and I had just grown apart after 26 years of marriage. No affairs, no big arguments, just a slow realization that we'd become strangers who happened to share a house. The divorce itself was remarkably civil, but afterwards I found myself lying awake at 2 and 3 in the morning, my mind racing through decades of memories and wondering where it had all gone wrong. I'd scroll through my phone for hours. News articles, social media, online shopping I never actually completed. Anything to distract myself from the silence of the empty house. That's when I started noticing the adverts for insomnia remedies and sleep aids that seemed to follow me around every website. The algorithms had clearly identified me as someone struggling with sleep, and they were determined to sell me solutions. One advert caught my attention because it wasn't selling anything. It was just a link to an article about alternative approaches to insomnia, things beyond the usual advice about sleep hygiene and avoiding screens before bed. The article itself was fairly standard. Meditation techniques, dietary changes, that sort of thing. But at the bottom was a link to what it described as a community for people with severe sleep problems, a support group that operated through private channels to protect members' privacy. I'd scroll through my phone for hours, news articles, social media, online shopping I never actually completed. Anything to distract myself from the silence of the empty house. That's when I started noticing the adverts for insomnia remedies and sleep aids that seemed to follow me around every website. The algorithms had clearly identified me as someone struggling with sleep, and they were determined to sell me solutions. One advert caught my attention because it wasn't selling anything. It was just a link to an article about alternative approaches to insomnia, things beyond the usual advice about sleep hygiene and avoiding screens before bed. The article itself was fairly standard. Meditation techniques, dietary changes, that sort of thing. But at the bottom was a link to what it described as a community for people with severe sleep problems, a support group that operated through private channels to protect members' privacy. I should have been immediately suspicious of anything that emphasized privacy and private channels that much. But I was desperate and lonely, and 2 o'clock in the morning makes terrible decisions seem reasonable. I clicked the link and found myself on a website that looked like it had been designed in about 1998. Basic text, minimal formatting, just a simple registration form for joining their community. The registration process was more complex than I'd expected. It required downloading specific software that would let me access their private discussion spaces. Something about protecting members' anonymity and ensuring a safe space for people to discuss their struggles without judgment. The software took nearly an hour to set up properly, and I almost gave up several times when it seemed too complicated for what should have been a simple support group. But eventually I got it working and found myself looking at what appeared to be a fairly standard online community. Discussion boards about different types of sleep problems, threads where people shared what had worked for them, even a section for just general chat among insomniacs who were awake at odd hours. I spent a few nights just reading through discussions, occasionally posting my own experiences and getting sympathetic responses from other members. It was comforting in a way, realizing I wasn't alone in lying awake at 3 in the morning, feeling like the only person in the world who couldn't sleep. But I started noticing that some sections of the community were restricted, requiring additional permissions to access. When I asked about this in one of the public discussion areas, someone explained that the restricted sections were for members who'd been active in the community for a while and had established trust with other participants. It was apparently meant to create more intimate discussion spaces for people dealing with particularly difficult situations. That explanation seemed reasonable enough. Online communities often have different tiers of access based on participation and trust. I continued posting in the public areas, and after about 2 weeks received a notification that I'd been granted access to some of the restricted sections. The restricted discussions were more personal and raw than what I'd seen in the public areas. People talking about the real reasons they couldn't sleep, trauma, grief, guilt about things they'd done or failed to do. It felt like being trusted with genuine human vulnerability, and I found myself sharing more honestly about the sadness and loss I was feeling after my divorce. But there was another category of restricted sections that I still couldn't access. Discussions that required what the system called verified membership. I didn't think much about it initially. Presumably, those were for people who'd been active in the community even longer than I had. It was about 3 weeks into my participation when someone sent me a private message offering to sponsor me for verified membership. They explained that verified sections dealt with particularly sensitive topics that required absolute discretion, and that sponsorship from an existing verified member was how they controlled access to ensure the community remained safe. The person seemed genuine in their messages, and they'd been helpful to me in several public discussions about managing anxiety-related insomnia. They explained that verified sections included discussions about topics that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow, controversial treatment approaches, substances that helped with sleep but weren't technically legal, that sort of thing. I was uncomfortable with the implications, but also curious about what kind of discussions required such elaborate security. The message emphasized that verification was completely optional, that I was welcome to continue participating in the non-verified sections, but that some members found the verified discussions particularly helpful for their most difficult struggles. I accepted the sponsorship partly out of curiosity, and partly because by that point I'd been awake since midnight, and my judgment was impaired by exhaustion. The verification process required confirming my identity through several steps that seemed excessive for an insomnia support group, but I completed them anyway. When I finally gained access to the verified sections, I immediately realized this wasn't about insomnia treatment at all. The discussions were about accessing illegal content, trading various prohibited materials, even coordinating activities that were obviously criminal in nature. I'd somehow ended up in what I later learned was a dark web community that used the insomnia support group as a front for recruiting people into their actual operations. I should have immediately closed the software and deleted everything, should have reported what I'd found to authorities and moved on with my life. But I was frozen by a combination of shock and morbid fascination. I'd stumbled into a part of the internet I'd only heard about in news reports, and some awful part of me wanted to understand what I was actually looking at. The discussions were coded and cryptic, using language that clearly meant something other than what the words literally said. People weren't directly stating criminal intentions. Everything was framed in theoretical or hypothetical terms, but the context made it obvious what they were actually discussing. I found myself scrolling through these discussions over several nights, trying to understand the scope of what I'd accidentally accessed. There were sections for different types of illegal activities, all disguised behind innocuous-sounding category names that wouldn't mean anything to casual observers. That's when I found the section that changed everything. It was labeled something bland like social meetups, but when I clicked through, I found discussions about coordinating what were clearly violent crimes against specific individuals. People were sharing detailed information about targets, their routines, their vulnerabilities, even photographs and addresses. One thread in particular made me feel physically sick. It was discussing someone named Sarah Chen, a woman in her early 30s who apparently lived somewhere in the West Midlands. The thread included dozens of photographs of her going about her daily life, shopping, walking to work, sitting in cafes. Someone had been systematically documenting her movements over what looked like several weeks. The discussion around these photographs was careful and coded, but the intent was clear enough that I couldn't pretend I didn't understand what I was reading. People were planning to harm this woman, discussing the best approaches and timing, even coordinating who would do what. What made it worse was seeing the casual tone of these discussions. People were planning violence with the same matter-of-fact language you'd use to organize a dinner party. There were even jokes and casual banter between the participants, as if coordinating serious harm against a stranger was just another form of social interaction. I spent the rest of that night trying to work out what to do with what I'd discovered. I couldn't report it to the police without admitting I'd accessed these illegal websites, which would presumably make me complicit in whatever was being planned. But I couldn't just ignore it, knowing that a real person was being systematically stalked and threatened. I tried researching Sarah Chen through normal internet searches, hoping to find her social media or some other way to warn her. But the name was common enough that I couldn't identify which of the various Sarah Chens in the West Midlands was the one being targeted. And even if I could find her, what would I say? That I'd been browsing illegal websites and saw her being discussed. I stopped accessing the community entirely after that night, deleted the software from my computer, and tried to convince myself that maybe I'd misunderstood what I was reading. Maybe the discussions were just disturbing fantasies that would never translate into actual harm. Maybe I was being paranoid and overreacting to something that was just tasteless internet conversation. But I couldn't stop thinking about those photographs of Sarah Chen going about her ordinary life, completely unaware that strangers were documenting her movements and discussing how to harm her. Every time I tried to sleep, I'd see those images. Imagine her not knowing she was being watched and targeted. It was about 2 weeks later when I saw the news report. A woman's body had been found in a wooded area near Sutton Coldfield. She'd been missing for several days before hikers discovered her. The news initially didn't release her name pending family notification, but something about the location and timing made my stomach drop. When they finally identified her as Sarah Chen, 32, from Birmingham, I knew immediately that I'd watched people planning her murder and done nothing to stop it. I'd seen the discussions, seen the photographs, understood enough of what was being coordinated to know she was in danger. And I'd convinced myself it wasn't my responsibility to get involved. I spent 3 days in a kind of paralyzed horror, unable to eat or sleep properly, replaying everything I'd read and wondering if reporting it earlier could have saved her life. The police were appealing for information, asking anyone who'd seen anything suspicious to come forward. But how could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd accessed those websites? That's when the police came to my door the first time. They were conducting house-to-house inquiries in the area where Sarah Chen had worked, which was near the medical practice where I was employed. They asked standard questions about whether I'd seen anything unusual, whether I knew the victim, that sort of thing. I told them no, I didn't know her and hadn't seen anything relevant. They thanked me for my time and left, and I felt like the worst kind of coward for not telling them what I actually knew. They came back the second time because they were expanding their inquiries and wanted to know if I'd remembered anything additional. Again, I said no, and again, they left. This time, one of the officers gave me his card and said to call if anything came to mind, no matter how insignificant it might seem. I spent that night staring at his card, trying to work up the courage to call and explain what I'd seen online. But every time I reached for my phone, I'd think about having to admit I'd accessed those illegal websites, about potentially being prosecuted for involvement in something I'd stumbled into by accident. The third time they came to my door, they weren't there for routine inquiries. They'd apparently received information that connected me to the online community somehow. I never learned exactly how they'd traced me, but presumably the people running those websites kept records that law enforcement had eventually accessed. The officers explained that they knew I'd accessed certain websites and communities, and they wanted to know what I'd seen there. They weren't arresting me or accusing me of involvement in Sarah Chen's murder, but they needed any information I had about the discussions and coordination that had happened online. That's when I finally told them everything. About the insomnia support group, that wasn't what it seemed. About stumbling into sections discussing illegal activities. About the specific thread discussing Sarah Chen and the photographs documenting her movements. About reading those discussions and understanding enough to know she was in danger, but convincing myself it wasn't my responsibility to report it. The officers were professional, but I could see the frustration in their expressions. If I'd reported what I'd seen immediately, they might have been able to intervene before Sarah Chen was killed. My delay had potentially cost her life, even if I wasn't directly involved in planning or executing the murder. They took detailed statements about everything I'd seen in those discussions. Usernames I remembered, specific details about what had been posted, even technical information about how I'd accessed the community in the first place. Then they explained that I'd need to be placed in protective custody while they investigated the extent of my involvement and determined whether the people running those communities knew I'd spoken to police. That's how I ended up in this safe house in Wolverhampton, waiting to find out if I'll be prosecuted for accessing those websites or if my cooperation has earned me some form of immunity. The officers who check on me daily have explained that the investigation is expanding beyond just Sarah Chen's murder. They've discovered extensive criminal coordination happening through that community, including planning for additional violent crimes that haven't been carried out yet. They've asked me to testify about what I saw, to help them understand how the community was organized and how people coordinated their activities. I've agreed, partly because I want to help prevent what happened to Sarah Chen from happening to anyone else, and partly because I'm hoping cooperation will reduce whatever legal consequences I'm facing for accessing those websites. But mostly I've agreed because I'm living with the knowledge that I could have prevented a murder and chose not to because I was too frightened of the personal consequences of coming forward. I saw someone being targeted for violence, understood enough to know she was in real danger, and convinced myself it wasn't my responsibility to get involved. The protection officer who stays here overnight tells me not to blame myself too much, that people make difficult decisions when they're frightened and uncertain about consequences. But I can't stop thinking about Sarah Chen, going about her ordinary life in those photographs, completely unaware that her movements were being documented and discussed by people planning to kill her. And I can't stop wondering about all the other discussions I saw in those verified sections, all the other targets who might be in danger while people coordinate harm against them through those same coded conversations. The investigation is ongoing and police are apparently making arrests, but they've told me the community was large and distributed across multiple platforms, making it difficult to identify everyone involved. I spend most of my time in this safe house thinking about how easily I stumbled into that community, how a simple search for insomnia help led me to discover systematic coordination of serious crimes. How many other people have accidentally accessed those spaces and then kept quiet because they were frightened of consequences? The protection officer also mentioned that I might be in danger from people who ran that community if they've identified me as someone who spoke to police. Apparently, There have been incidents of witnesses being targeted by criminal networks operating through these hidden online spaces, though she was vague about details. So now I sit here waiting to learn both whether I'll be prosecuted for accessing those websites and whether I'm in danger from the people who ran them, waiting to testify about what I saw, about the discussions coordinating Sarah Chen's murder that I read and understood and did nothing about until it was too late. The insomnia that started this whole situation has gotten worse, not better. I lie awake now thinking about those photographs of Sarah Chen, wondering if she ever felt like she was being watched, if she ever had that uncomfortable sense that something wasn't right, wondering if my reporting the discussions earlier would have made any difference, or if the coordination was already too far along to stop. The police have told me they found evidence in the arrested suspect's possessions that matched details from the discussions I described, proof that those online conversations weren't just disturbing fantasies, but actual coordination of real crimes. Multiple people working together to stalk, target, and ultimately kill someone they'd probably never met before, deciding she'd be their victim. They won't tell me why Sarah Chen was targeted or how she'd been selected, just that she appears to have been chosen somewhat randomly by people who treated violence as a form of entertainment or social bonding. The thought that someone could be murdered, not for any specific reason, but just because strangers online decided to coordinate killing someone, is almost more disturbing than any other explanation. I keep thinking about how I accessed that community looking for help with insomnia, seeking connection with other people struggling with the same ordinary problem. How that simple, harmless desire for community and understanding led me to discover the coordination of a murder. How easily I could have never seen those discussions, never learned what was being planned, never carried this knowledge that I could have prevented someone's death. The protection officer tells me the investigation has led to multiple arrests and prevented at least one other planned attack that was being coordinated through the same community. She says my information was valuable and helped police understand how these groups operate and coordinate their activities. But that doesn't change the fact that Sarah Chen is dead and I saw it being planned and stayed silent. I don't know what happens next, whether I'll be able to return to my normal life or whether I'll always be looking over my shoulder wondering if the people from that community are looking for me, whether I'll face prosecution for accessing those websites, or whether my cooperation will be considered sufficient mitigation. What I do know is that I'll never again think of the internet as a space where criminal activity is somehow distant or unreal. I've seen real violence being planned through casual online discussions, seen how easily people can coordinate serious harm through these hidden communities that most people don't even know exist. And I'll never forget Sarah Chen's face in those photographs, going about her ordinary life completely unaware that strangers were watching and planning and coordinating the violence that would eventually kill her. Never forget that I could have prevented it and chose not to, because I was frightened of consequences that now seem trivial compared to the cost of my silence. There's something about being a creature of habit that feels comforting, isn't there? Knowing what you'll be doing on any given day, following the same routes, stopping at the same places, the predictability of it all. I used to think that made life easier, more manageable. I'd wake up at the same time each morning, take the same walk before breakfast, go through the same routines that had developed naturally over years of living alone. It felt safe, I suppose, structured. The kind of life where you don't have to think too hard about what comes next, because you've done it all 100 times before. I'm an occupational therapist, working with elderly clients at their homes across Hull and the surrounding areas. It's rewarding work, helping people maintain independence in their daily lives, adapting their environments to make things easier as mobility or cognitive function declines. I've been doing it for around 14 years now, long enough that I've developed quite set patterns in how I structure my days. I visit the same clients on the same days each week, take the same routes between appointments, stop at the same cafe for lunch most days because I know what I'll get, and it's convenient. I live in a terraced house near the city centre. Bought it about 8 years ago when property prices were still reasonable. It's a nice enough area, quiet street, neighbours I recognise, but don't really know beyond polite nods when we're putting bins out. I've lived alone since I bought the place, prefer it that way honestly. After spending days helping people navigate challenging situations, there's something restorative about coming home to space that's entirely your own, where you can be completely yourself without having to maintain any professional demeanour. My routines at home are as predictable as my work schedule. Morning walk at 6:30, same route around the nearby park regardless of weather. Coffee from the same shop on the corner before I start seeing clients. Home by 6 most evenings, dinner around 7, usually something simple because I'm tired from the day. Television for an hour or so, then bed by 10 because I need proper sleep to function effectively in my job. Weekends follow their own patterns. Saturday morning shopping at the same supermarket, Sunday afternoon walk along the marina, that sort of thing. I never thought about how visible these routines were to anyone paying attention. Never occurred to me that predictability could be a vulnerability rather than just a comfort. Why would it? I'm not particularly wealthy, don't own anything especially valuable, live a quiet, unremarkable life helping elderly people maintain theirs. There's nothing about me that would make anyone think I'm worth paying attention to. Nothing that would suggest I'm a target for anything more serious than maybe an opportunistic burglary. But apparently, that's not how these things work. Apparently, the very ordinariness of my life, the predictability of my routines, the fact that I live alone and follow the same patterns week after week, all of that made me exactly the sort of person someone was looking for. Not for anything I owned or any particular reason related to who I am, but simply because my life was documented and consistent enough to be useful to people I'd never meet, who had purposes I couldn't have imagined. It started, as far as I can tell, about 18 months ago, though I didn't know anything was happening at the time. I was just living my normal life, following my comfortable routines, completely unaware that someone was systematically documenting every aspect of my daily patterns. Where I went, when I went there, how long I stayed, what routes I took between locations. All of it recorded with precision that seems excessive until you understand what it was being used for. I first became aware something might be wrong when a colleague mentioned she'd seen me in a part of town I don't usually visit. She said she'd waved, but I hadn't seemed to notice, which was odd, because I'm generally quite observant about my surroundings. The problem was, I hadn't been in that area on the day she mentioned. I'd been visiting clients on the opposite side of the city, following my usual Thursday schedule. When I explained this, she seemed confused, but we both shrugged it off as a case of mistaken identity. Then it happened again, a few weeks later. A former client's daughter mentioned seeing me at the marina on a Sunday morning, said she'd been surprised because she knew I usually went there in the afternoons. Again, I hadn't been there that morning. I'd been at home doing housework, my typical Sunday morning routine. This time, the coincidence felt less comfortable, but I still assumed it was just someone who looked similar to me, being spotted in places I was known to frequent. The third incident was more unsettling. My neighbour, an older woman who lives 2 doors down and who I occasionally chat with when we're both outside, mentioned that she'd seen someone in my back garden late one evening. She'd been letting her cat out and noticed a figure standing near my back door, looking at the windows. She'd assumed it was me initially, but then realized the person was wearing different clothes than she'd seen me in earlier that day. By the time she thought to say something, the figure had left. That conversation made me properly uneasy. Someone in my garden, specifically, examining my windows. That wasn't a case of mistaken identity or coincidental resemblance. That was someone deliberately on my property, potentially trying to work out how to access my house. I checked all my locks that evening, made sure windows were secure, but I couldn't see any evidence of attempted entry or damage. I reported it to the police, more to have it documented than because I expected them to do much about it. They were sympathetic but honest about the limitations. Someone standing in a garden isn't itself a crime unless they're attempting to enter the property or causing damage. And by the time my neighbor mentioned it, whoever it was had long since left. They said they'd increase patrols in the area and advised me to contact them immediately if I noticed any further suspicious activity. Nothing obvious happened for a few weeks after that, and I started to relax slightly. Perhaps it had been someone genuinely confused about which house they were trying to visit, or a would-be burglar who'd moved on to easier targets after seeing my neighbor watching. I convinced myself it was an isolated incident that wouldn't be repeated. Then I started noticing small changes around my house. Nothing dramatic, just minor details that seemed slightly off. A plant pot on my back step moved a few inches from where I'd left it. The gate to my garden unlatched when I was certain I'd secured it. A bin moved from its usual position against the side wall. Each incident was small enough to dismiss as wind or cats or my own faulty memory, but together they created a pattern that felt deliberate. I became more vigilant, paying attention to exactly how I left things so I could be certain if they'd been disturbed. The disturbances continued, not frequently, maybe once a week or so, but consistent enough that I couldn't dismiss them as coincidence or imagination. Someone was accessing my garden regularly, moving small things, making their presence known in subtle ways. I installed a camera covering the back garden, one of those basic motion-activated security cameras that uploads footage to your phone. For the first few days, it showed nothing unusual. Just cats passing through, birds landing on the fence, the occasional fox at night. Then on the fourth night, around 2 a.m, it captured someone entering my garden through the back gate. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and moved carefully, checking the camera's position before doing anything else. They spent several minutes examining my back door and windows, trying handles, apparently checking if anything was unlocked. When everything proved secure, they took photographs of the locks and windows with their phone, taking their time to capture multiple angles. Then they left as quietly as they'd arrived, closing the gate carefully behind them. I took the footage to the police immediately. This time they treated it more seriously. Clear evidence of someone attempting to access my property, photographing security measures, behavior that suggested planning for future criminal activity. They assigned someone to investigate and asked if anything else unusual had happened recently. I mentioned the sightings of someone who looked like me in various locations, which I'd previously dismissed as a mistaken identity. The detective's expression changed when I mentioned that. She asked for specific details about when and where these sightings had occurred, who had seen me, what I'd been wearing according to witnesses. She seemed particularly interested in the timing and locations, making notes about my usual routines and when the supposed sightings had happened. A few days later, she contacted me again, asking if I'd be willing to let them check my house for surveillance equipment. That suggestion was disturbing in a way the garden intrusions hadn't been. The possibility that I'd been watched inside my own home without knowing it, that my private life had been observed and recorded. I agreed immediately, needing to know if my home had been compromised beyond just the external security concerns. The search took several hours. Specialists went through every room with detection equipment, checking for hidden cameras or recording devices. They found 3, one in my living room smoke detector, one hidden in the kitchen extractor fan, and one in my bedroom ceiling light. All of them had been in place for at least several months, recording and transmitting footage continuously. The detective explained what they believed was happening, though even now I struggle to fully comprehend it. My routines had been documented and sold on the dark web as part of what they called a comprehensive identity package. The surveillance footage, the photographs of me in various locations, detailed notes about my schedule and habits. All of it compiled into a profile that could be purchased by people interested in assuming someone else's identity, at least temporarily. The person who looked like me, who'd been spotted in various locations around Hull, had apparently purchased my identity profile. They'd studied my routines, my appearance, my typical clothing and behavior, until they could convincingly impersonate me in casual situations where detailed scrutiny wasn't likely. The sightings that had been reported to me were probably test runs, checking if they could pass as me in familiar locations without being challenged. The detective showed me the dark web marketplace where my profile was listed. It was organized like a professional service database, with categories for different types of identity profiles. People with established routines, predictable schedules, lives that could be temporarily borrowed for various purposes. My listing was categorized under solitary professionals with consistent patterns and minimal social oversight. The profile included everything someone would need to impersonate me convincingly in non-intimate situations. Photographs showing my appearance from multiple angles, including shots taken from the surveillance footage in my home. Detailed documentation of my daily routines, what I wore on different occasions, where I went and when. Notes about my mannerisms and behavior patterns based on analysis of the surveillance footage. Even information about my clients and work schedule, apparently gathered from observing my comings and goings over several months. The listing emphasized the stability and predictability of my routines, marketing that as valuable for buyers who needed to assume someone's identity for extended periods. It mentioned that I lived alone with minimal family contact, making me less likely to be immediately missed if someone was using my identity elsewhere. It noted that my work involved visiting clients independently, providing legitimate reasons for my presence in various locations at different times. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 4 different accounts. The detective explained that these profiles were valuable for various criminal purposes, creating alibis, accessing locations under false pretenses, evading law enforcement by using another person's identity and routine. Someone who looked reasonably similar to me could use my identity profile to be seen in places whilst crimes were being committed elsewhere, or to access locations they'd otherwise have no legitimate reason to visit. She walked me through what they'd learned about the impersonations that had occurred. The person my colleague had seen wasn't me, but someone using my profile who'd been establishing that they could pass as me in public. The sighting at the marina had been another test, checking if they could match my routine closely enough that people who knew me casually would mistake them for me. These weren't random acts. They were systematic preparation for using my identity for purposes I still don't fully understand. The investigation revealed a substantial operation. Hundreds of people had their routines documented and identity profiles created without their knowledge. Surveillance equipment installed during legitimate service visits or through other forms of access. Detailed observation of daily patterns over months or years. All of it compiled into profiles sold to people who needed to borrow someone else's identity temporarily for criminal purposes. The person caught in my garden on camera had been updating my profile with current information about my security measures. The marketplace offered profile refreshes as an additional service. Buyers could pay for updated intelligence if they needed current information, rather than potentially outdated details from when the profile was first created. The cameras in my house had been providing ongoing footage that kept my profile current and valuable. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd been caught on camera in my garden. But the identity profiles themselves had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My profile, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. The detective couldn't tell me who the 4 buyers were or what they'd use my identity for, only that investigations were ongoing. I had all the surveillance equipment removed and upgraded every security measure I could afford. Changed my locks, installed proper cameras covering all approaches to my house, started varying my routines deliberately to avoid being as predictable as I'd been. But the psychological damage was deeper than any physical security measure could address. Someone had been living as me, at least partially. Walking through places I usually went, being seen by people who knew me, using my identity and routine for purposes I'd never know. My life had been borrowed without permission, my predictable patterns weaponized against me, my comfortable routines turned into vulnerabilities that strangers exploited for their own purposes. I moved house 6 months after discovering the identity profile, not just because of what had happened, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that someone still knew too much about my life there. My routines, my habits, my patterns. All of it documented in profiles that existed somewhere beyond my ability to control or delete. Even in a new location with deliberately varied patterns, I can't escape the knowledge that for months, someone studied me closely enough to impersonate me. That strangers borrowed my identity for purposes I'll never fully understand. The detective mentioned that this type of identity theft was increasingly common. Not financial identity theft, where someone uses your personal details to access accounts, but physical identity theft where someone becomes you in the real world for short periods. The dark web marketplaces facilitated this by providing detailed profiles of people with predictable, documented lives that could be temporarily borrowed. She explained that buyers often purchase multiple profiles, testing different identities in low-risk situations before using them for more serious purposes. My profile had been bought by 4 different accounts, meaning 4 separate people or groups had paid for detailed information about how to convincingly be me for limited periods, what they'd used it for, whether crimes had been committed under my identity, whether anyone had been harmed by someone pretending to be me. Those questions remained unanswered. I think about those 4 unknown buyers constantly. Who were they? Why did they need to borrow my identity specifically? What situations required them to appear to be a solitary occupational therapist with predictable routines living in Hull? Were they local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd studied footage of me sleeping and going about my private life? Or were they from elsewhere, using my profile for purposes that required temporary presence in this area? The uncertainty is corrosive. Not knowing what my identity was used for, whether crimes were committed while someone appeared to be me, whether people I interact with now might have previously encountered someone impersonating me. My comfortable routines which had felt safe and manageable, had actually made me vulnerable to exploitation I'd never imagined possible. I still work as an occupational therapist, still help elderly clients maintain their independence. But I've learned that the independence I valued in my own life, the solitary routines, the predictable patterns, the life structured around familiar habits, created vulnerabilities that sophisticated criminals could exploit systematically. My identity was documented, packaged, and sold to people who needed to be someone else temporarily. And I discovered this only because one of them made mistakes that led investigators to me. The profile exists somewhere still. Months of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, detailed documentation of my routines and habits, photographs and analysis that allow someone who looks vaguely similar to me to convincingly impersonate me in casual situations. That information is outdated now that I've moved and changed my patterns, but it still exists in collections I'll never access, potentially being shared through networks I can't monitor. That's what I think about now when I see people following predictable routines, living solitary lives structured around familiar habits. Not that they're living comfortably within patterns that suit them, but that they might be creating comprehensive profiles of themselves without knowing it. That their predictability might be observed and documented by people who see routine as valuable intelligence, who understand that the most comfortable lives are often the most vulnerable to this particular type of exploitation. I was a creature of habit, and that made me a perfect target for identity theft I didn't know existed. My routines were borrowed. My life was temporarily lived by strangers. My identity became a product sold to people whose purposes I'll never fully understand. And somewhere out there, detailed documentation of who I was and how I lived still exists. A permanent record of vulnerabilities I can never completely eliminate, no matter how much I change or how carefully I vary my patterns now. Looking back now, I can see exactly where I went wrong, though at the time everything seemed perfectly reasonable. It's funny how decisions that feel sensible in the moment can turn out to be the worst mistakes you'll ever make. I'm not someone who takes risks generally, quite the opposite really. I tend to overthink things, research extensively before making choices, prefer the predictable and safe over anything that might go badly. Which is probably why what happened feels so violating, because I did everything right according to normal standards of caution, and it still went catastrophically wrong. I should explain what I do for context. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds, piano and guitar mostly, teaching children after school and some adults in the evenings who want to learn as a hobby. I've been doing it for about 12 years now. Built up a decent client base through word of mouth and occasional advertising. It's good work when you've established yourself. Flexible hours, reasonable income, and I genuinely enjoy teaching most of the time. The flat I work from is a 2-bedroom place I've been renting for around 5 years. Nothing particularly special, but it's in a good area, close to several schools, which helps with client locations. And the landlord doesn't bother me much. Living alone suits me, always has really. I like the independence, the quiet, being able to keep my own schedule without having to negotiate with anyone else. After a day of teaching, which involves a lot of interaction and energy, it's nice to come home to space that's entirely my own. No flatmates, no partner, just me and my instruments and the comfortable chaos that accumulates when you're the only person who has to deal with it. That comfortable chaos was actually what started the whole situation that I'm still dealing with now, more than a year later. Last spring, my sister contacted me to say she and her family were planning to visit for a long weekend. They live up in Scotland and don't make it down often. So when they do come, I tried to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state that worked fine for me, but would be embarrassing to show to guests who maintained actual standards of cleanliness. I'm not naturally inclined toward housework. Never have been, probably never will be. I can maintain basic hygiene and tidiness, but deep cleaning feels like a waste of time that could be spent on more interesting activities. The result is that things gradually accumulate. Dust on surfaces, clutter on shelves, bathrooms that are functional but not exactly spotless. It doesn't bother me because I live alone and no one sees it except clients who come for lessons, and they're focused on music rather than whether my skirting boards need attention. But hosting my sister's family for a weekend meant I needed the flat to be properly clean, the kind of clean that requires more effort than I was willing or able to invest given my teaching schedule. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, kept putting it off because there was always something more pressing or more interesting to do instead. With the visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided the sensible solution was to hire professional cleaners. I'm generally careful about these things. I don't just pick the first result that comes up or go with the cheapest option. I spent an evening researching cleaning services in Leeds, reading reviews, comparing prices, trying to identify companies that seemed legitimate and trustworthy. I eventually found one called Sparkle Clean, through a website that connects people with various household services. They had dozens of positive reviews, reasonable prices that weren't suspiciously cheap, and availability that matched my schedule. Everything suggested they were a genuine professional service. The booking process was straightforward and professional. I filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, general deep clean with focus on kitchen and bathroom, and paid a deposit through the website's secure payment system. I received a confirmation email within minutes, providing details about what to expect and how to prepare for the cleaner's visit. Everything about the transaction felt legitimate and reassuring. The confirmation email mentioned I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. This is apparently standard practice for cleaning services. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy, and many customers regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town on the afternoon they were coming, and I didn't particularly want to spend 3 hours awkwardly hovering while someone cleaned my flat. The reviews suggested it was perfectly safe to leave them alone, and it seemed more practical than cancelling a lesson or trying to reschedule. So I made the decision that's been haunting me ever since. I decided to leave a key under the doormat and let them get on with the work whilst I was out. Just a simple, practical choice that thousands of people make every week without incident. The sort of thing that seems entirely reasonable based on positive reviews and professional communication. I genuinely thought I was being sensible, hiring a reputable service rather than attempting to clean the flat myself, or leaving it in an embarrassing state for my sister's visit. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds, and also visiting clients' homes for lessons. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, mostly teaching piano and guitar to children and teenagers, some adults who want to learn as a hobby. It's decent work when you build up a steady client base, flexible hours, and I enjoy it most of the time. I live alone in a 2-bedroom flat that I've been renting for around 5 years, nothing fancy, but it's in a good area and the landlord doesn't bother me much. Last year, I was expecting my sister and her family to visit for a long weekend. They live in Scotland and don't make it down often, so when they do visit, I try to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state of comfortable chaos that works fine when you're living alone, but becomes mortifying when you're hosting guests who have actual standards. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, but kept putting it off because I'm not naturally inclined toward housework, and I can always find more important things to do with my time. With my sister's visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided to just hire professional cleaners and accept the cost as necessary. I found a company called Sparkle Clean through one of those service websites where customers can book various types of household help. They had good reviews, reasonable prices, and availability that matched my schedule. I booked them for a 3-hour session on a Tuesday afternoon, a few days before my sister was due to arrive. The booking process was straightforward. Filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, paid a deposit through the website, and received confirmation with instructions about preparing for the cleaner's visit. The confirmation email mentioned that I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy and people regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town that afternoon and didn't particularly want to hang around watching someone clean my flat, so I decided to leave a key under the mat and let them get on with it. I left the flat around 1 in the afternoon, placing the key as instructed and leaving a note with specific requests about which rooms needed the most attention. The cleaner was scheduled to arrive around 2 and would lock up when finished, returning the key to its hiding place. Simple arrangement that would save me from wasting an afternoon awkwardly hovering while someone scrubbed my bathroom. The piano lesson finished around 4, and when I got home just after past, the flat looked immaculate. Surfaces gleamed, floors shone. Everything smelled of cleaning products in that aggressive chemical way that suggests thorough work had been done. The key was back under the mat where I'd left it. A brief note had been left on the kitchen counter confirming the work was complete and reminding me to leave a review. I was delighted with the results and duly left a positive review on the website, mentioning how professional and thorough they'd been. My sister's visit went well. She commented on how clean the flat looked, and I felt vindicated in my decision to hire help rather than attempting the work myself. That should have been the end of it. A successful transaction, a clean flat, everyone happy. I didn't think about Sparkle Clean again until police knocked on my door 6 months later, asking if I'd hired cleaners in the past year and whether anything unusual had happened during or after their visit. The detective who spoke to me explained they were investigating a series of burglaries across Leeds and surrounding areas. The burglaries were remarkably efficient. No forced entry, valuable items taken but no mess or unnecessary damage. In and out quickly enough that neighbors never noticed anything suspicious. The victims had nothing obvious in common until investigators started looking at service bookings they'd made in the months preceding the break-ins. Several victims had used Sparkle Clean. Not all of them, but enough that it seemed unlikely to be coincidental. The detective asked me to check if I'd experienced any break-ins or if anything had gone missing from my flat since having it cleaned. I said I hadn't noticed anything, but she asked me to check carefully and let her know if I found any signs of disturbance or theft. I spent that evening going through my belongings systematically. Nothing obvious was missing. My laptop, television, musical instruments, all the valuable items were accounted for. But when I checked some less obvious places, I found small things that seemed wrong. A jewelry box in my bedroom had been opened and the contents rearranged slightly differently than I usually kept them. A drawer in my desk where I kept important documents had papers in a different order than I remembered. The spare key to my flat, which I'd kept in a kitchen cupboard, was in a slightly different position than usual. These were subtle changes, easy to dismiss as faulty memory or explain away as the cleaner moving things whilst working. But the detective had specifically asked me to look for signs of disturbance, and now that I was paying attention, I could see evidence that someone had gone through my flat more thoroughly than would be necessary for cleaning purposes. I reported these observations to the detective, and she asked if I'd be willing to have my flat checked for hidden cameras or other surveillance equipment. That suggestion made me deeply uneasy. The idea that someone might have been watching me for months without my knowledge was disturbing in a way that simple theft wouldn't be. The check took most of a day. A specialist team went through every room with detection equipment, checking smoke detectors, electrical outlets, light fixtures, any place where a small camera could be concealed. They found 2 devices, one in my bedroom ceiling light, another hidden in the kitchen smoke detector. Both were sophisticated enough to transmit footage remotely and had been in place for approximately 6 months, since shortly after the cleaning service visit. The detective explained that Sparkle Clean wasn't a legitimate cleaning company. It was a front operation for gathering intelligence about properties that could be targeted for burglary or surveillance. The person who came to clean would actually do the cleaning work, making the service appear genuine, but they'd also photograph everything, note security measures, identify valuables, and install cameras in strategic locations. The information gathered was compiled into detailed property reports and sold on the dark web to anyone interested in accessing those homes. Burglars would purchase reports for properties they wanted to target. The reports included floor plans, photos of valuables and their locations, notes about security measures, copies of keys if the cleaner had been able to make impressions, and information about the occupant's schedule based on what they'd observed during the cleaning visit. My report had been sold multiple times. The detective showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing where my flat's information was being traded. It was on a dark web marketplace, organized like a property database, searchable by location, occupant type, and value of contents. My listing was categorized under single occupant flats in the Leeds area, with accessible entry points and valuable contents. The listing included photographs of every room in my flat, taken during that cleaning visit 6 months earlier. Photos of my musical instruments, my electronics, my jewelry, even personal photographs and documents that had been visible in drawers or on shelves. The level of detail was shocking. Close-ups of window locks, measurements of door frames, notes about which neighbors were likely to be home during different times of day. But what made it worse was the surveillance footage. The cameras that had been installed weren't just documenting what was in my flat. They were recording me, my daily routines, my patterns of being home versus away. That footage was being sold separately as a premium addition to the property report, marketed as real-time intelligence for buyers who wanted current information about occupancy patterns. The purchase history showed my property report had been bought by around a dozen different accounts. Most were probably burglars looking for potential targets, but the detective explained that some buyers were interested in surveillance footage for other purposes. The recordings of me going about my private life, getting dressed, showering, sleeping, had been viewed by people whose interest had nothing to do with theft. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had been operating for nearly 2 years, offering cleaning services in multiple cities across the north of England. They'd built up hundreds of property reports and had installed surveillance equipment in approximately half the properties they'd visited. The scale was staggering. Hundreds of people who'd hired what they thought was a legitimate cleaning service had unknowingly given criminals detailed intelligence about their homes and lives. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd actually come to my flat pretending to be a cleaner. But the property reports themselves had had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My flat's information, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded reports before the marketplace was shut down. The detective walked me through what they knew about the dozen accounts that had purchased my property report. 3 were connected to individuals arrested for burglaries and other properties documented by Sparkle Clean. 2 were traced to people convicted of stalking offences. The others remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be connected to real identities. Knowing that at least 7 unknown people possessed detailed information about my home, photographs of every room, notes about my routines, possibly copies of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, was terrifying in a way that's difficult to articulate. The flat I'd lived in comfortably for years suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable, every corner potentially still being watched by cameras I'd missed, or people who knew exactly how to enter and what they'd find. I had all the locks changed, obviously. The specialist team assured me they'd found all the surveillance equipment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been missed. I'd lie awake wondering if someone was still watching, if another camera existed in a place they hadn't checked, if the people who'd purchased my property report were still monitoring me somehow. The psychological impact was worse than any physical violation would have been. My home, the space where I'd felt most private and secure, had been systematically documented and sold to strangers. Every intimate moment I'd had in that flat for 6 months had potentially been recorded and viewed by people I'd never identify. The shower I took each morning, the times I'd cried over personal disappointments, the nights I couldn't sleep and wandered around in the dark, all of it possibly watched and discussed by people who'd paid for access to my private life. I tried to continue living there, tried to reclaim the sense of safety I'd had before discovering what had happened. I covered the smoke detectors with tape, even though the cameras had been removed. I put tape over my laptop camera and unplugged electronics when I wasn't using them. I checked the locks obsessively every night, but the damage was done. The flat felt contaminated by knowledge of what had occurred there, by months of surveillance I'd been oblivious to. About 3 months after the investigation concluded, I moved out. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated, where strangers had installed cameras and watched me for months, where detailed documentation of my life existed in collections I'd never accessed. The landlord was understanding when I explained the situation, let me out of the lease early given the circumstances. My new flat is on the 3rd floor of a modern building with proper security. I'll never hire cleaning services again, never allow tradespeople to work unsupervised regardless of what needs doing. I've become hyper-vigilant about who has access to my space, checking for surveillance equipment regularly, unable to fully relax even in what should be the safety of my own home. But I know the property report still exists somewhere. Photographs of my old flat, detailed information about my routines and possessions, possibly surveillance footage from those 6 months, all preserved in private collections of people who purchased it before the marketplace was taken down. Some of that information is outdated now that I've moved, but images of me in my most private moments remain accessible to people whose interest in them was never innocent. What haunts me most is thinking about the 7 unidentified buyers who purchased my property report. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me and my home specifically? What did they do with the surveillance footage they potentially had access to? Were any of them local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd seen me in ways I never intended to be seen? I also think about the hundreds of other people who'd hired Sparkle Clean and were now dealing with similar violations. Some had experienced burglaries, their homes broken into by criminals using information from property reports. Others had been stalked by people who'd purchased surveillance footage and learned their routines. Many probably never discovered what had happened, never knew their homes had been documented and sold, never realized they'd been watched for months by strangers who'd paid for access. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had targeted specific demographics deliberately. Single-occupant households, particularly women living alone, were prioritized because the surveillance footage was more valuable to certain types of buyers. Working professionals were targeted because they were likely to be away from home on predictable schedules. People living in ground floor flats or houses with accessible entry points were preferred because the information would be more useful to buyers planning physical access. I fit all those criteria perfectly. A single woman living alone in a ground floor flat with predictable working hours. The Sparkle Clean operator who'd come to my flat had probably identified me as an ideal target before ever arriving, based on the booking information I'd provided when scheduling the cleaning. My decision to be out during the cleaning had made it even easier. 3 unsupervised hours to photograph everything, install cameras, copy my spare key, and gather intelligence that would be valuable to multiple types of buyers. The reviews I'd read before booking were probably fake, created to build trust in a service that existed solely to exploit people's need for help with household tasks. The professional-looking website, the straightforward booking process, the confirmation emails, all designed to appear legitimate whilst facilitating organized invasion of privacy and theft. The trial was difficult to endure. The defense argued that the defendants were simply running a cleaning business and that any additional documentation was for quality control purposes. The prosecution had to demonstrate systematically how the operation was designed specifically to gather intelligence for criminal purposes, showing the property reports and marketplace listings to prove the true intent. Several other victims attended the trial, people whose homes had been documented and surveilled through the same scheme. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted a service that weaponized that trust to violate our privacy and security. Some had experienced burglaries, others had been stalked. A few had never noticed anything wrong until police contacted them during the investigation. One woman described discovering cameras in her home 2 years after hiring Sparkle Clean. The devices had continued recording and transmitting for that entire period, creating an extensive archive of footage showing her daily life, her relationships, her most private moments. The breadth of that surveillance, the years of violation she'd been unaware of, was staggering and disturbing beyond any simple burglary would have been. The defendants received prison sentences, but they felt inadequate given what they'd done and how many people they'd violated. The property reports would continue existing after their release. The surveillance footage would persist. The victims would carry knowledge of what happened for the rest of their lives, while the criminals served relatively brief sentences for systematic invasions of privacy and facilitation of numerous subsequent crimes. I hired a cleaning service once. A simple transaction to prepare my flat for family visitors, arranged through what seemed like a legitimate website with good reviews and reasonable prices. That decision led to 6 months of surveillance I was oblivious to. Detailed documentation of my home sold to multiple strangers, and permanent footage of my private life existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see cleaning services advertised online. Not whether they're professional or reasonably priced, but whether they're actually providing the service they claim, or whether they're gathering intelligence that will be compiled, sold, and used against the people who trusted them. Whether other people are making the same mistake I made, inviting violations into their homes, whilst thinking they're just hiring help with housework. The property report exists, the surveillance footage exists, and somewhere, 7 unidentified people possess detailed information about my life, my home, my most private moments, information I never consented to share, that was gathered under false pretenses, that continues to exist beyond any control I could ever exercise over it. That's the permanent price I paid for hiring someone to clean my flat, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups, but it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first, then all at once when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claimed to have encountered genuine examples. They described specific technical details that seemed too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communications systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content, empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality, no voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise. Made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theater designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial. They're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies, requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems, not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this, not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. I didn't recognize my reflection when I first saw it. Not immediately. It took a few seconds of staring at the screen before I realized I was looking at my own face, slightly distorted by the camera angle, but unmistakably me. My living room was behind me, dimly lit by the lamp I'd left on earlier. The image was grainy, but clear enough. What wasn't clear was how this live stream existed at all. Let me back up. I'm a cybersecurity consultant, not one of those high-level experts who protects government networks or counters state-sponsored hackers. My work involves helping small businesses implement basic security protocols, conducting vulnerability assessments for local companies, and occasionally assisting with data recovery. It's honest work that pays the bills, but it's rarely exciting. 3 weeks ago, a new client contacted me, a mental health clinic concerned about patient confidentiality after several employees reported strange network behaviors. When I arrived at their office, the clinic director explained their concerns with obvious discomfort. Several therapists had noticed their session recordings being accessed at odd hours, despite the files supposedly being secured in an encrypted system. Nothing had been stolen or altered as far as anyone could tell, but the access logs showed viewing activity during overnight hours when no staff should have been working. My initial assessment revealed a surprisingly sophisticated breach. Someone had created a backdoor into their network that bypassed standard security measures. This wasn't the work of an opportunistic hacker or disgruntled employee with basic skills. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. I isolated the compromised systems, implemented temporary security measures, and began the deeper forensic work of tracking the intrusion to its source. The digital trail led me through multiple proxy servers and anonymous networks. Whoever had accessed the clinic's files had taken elaborate precautions to hide their tracks. After days of careful analysis, I managed to identify a pattern in the connection timestamps. The access always occurred between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., always on Tuesdays and Fridays, and always targeted the same subset of patient files: recordings of therapy sessions dealing with trauma, abuse, or severe anxiety disorders. My report to the clinic detailed the technical aspects of the breach and recommended comprehensive security upgrades. What I didn't include was my growing suspicion about the nature of the intrusion. This wasn't typical cybercrime seeking financial data or identity information. This was targeted surveillance of people's most vulnerable moments. The precision and pattern suggested something beyond simple data theft. Professional ethics dictated that I should complete my contract, submit my findings, and move on to the next client. But something about this case gnawed at me. The deliberate targeting of trauma patients felt predatory in a way that cybercrime rarely does. Most hackers I've encountered are motivated by financial gain or technical challenge, not the systematic observation of human suffering. After completing my official work for the clinic, I continued tracking the intrusion pattern on my own time. Using a secured system isolated from my personal network, I created digital breadcrumbs designed to attract the attention of whoever had breached the clinic's security. I set up dummy files mimicking the naming conventions of therapy recordings, embedded with unique markers that would help me trace anyone who accessed them. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then on a Tuesday night, my monitoring system alerted me to activity. Someone had taken the bait, accessing my dummy files through the same sophisticated methods used on the clinic's network. This time, I was prepared. As they downloaded my files, I deployed a specialized tracking script designed to pierce through proxy defenses and reveal connection origins. What I found led me to a series of encrypted channels on the dark web. Using anonymous browsing tools, I followed the digital trail to a nondescript forum that required Bitcoin payment for access. The page was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics or branding. The site called itself The Witness Room and claimed to offer authentic moments of human vulnerability for discerning observers. I paid the entry fee using an anonymous cryptocurrency wallet and gained basic access to the forum. The site was organized into categories with clinical-sounding names: trauma responses, grief manifestations, anxiety episodes, confessional moments. Each category contained dozens of live streams and recorded videos. The view counts were low, usually under 50, but the payment required for each viewing was substantial. The first video I accessed showed a therapy session similar to those from the clinic. A person describing a traumatic experience to an off-camera therapist, unaware they were being observed by paying strangers on the internet. Other videos showed people alone in bedrooms or living spaces, experiencing panic attacks, crying, or engaging in compulsive behaviors. All appeared to be recorded without the subject's knowledge. The site's premium section required additional payment and verification. After another cryptocurrency transfer and a waiting period of 24 hours, I gained access to this restricted area. Here, the content was categorized differently: direct engagement, controlled scenarios, live requests. The first live stream I accessed in this section showed an empty room with white walls and a single chair. Text on screen indicated that the broadcast would begin in 17 minutes and that scenario parameters had already been established by primary observers. A chat window showed usernames discussing technical aspects of the upcoming stream: camera angles, lighting requirements, audio quality. The clinical detachment of their conversation struck me as more disturbing than explicit anticipation would have been. I didn't stay to watch whatever was scheduled to occur in that room. Instead, I methodically documented the site structure, user patterns, and technical infrastructure. The operation was sophisticated, with multiple layers of security and anonymization. This wasn't some amateur effort. It had the hallmarks of an organized network with significant resources. After gathering sufficient information, I prepared a detailed report for federal law enforcement. I included everything I had discovered about the witness room, its connection to the clinic breach, and my analysis of how the operation functioned technically. I submitted the report through official channels, expecting to be contacted for follow-up information. A week passed with no response. I sent a follow-up inquiry and received an automated acknowledgement, but nothing substantive. After 10 days, I called the field office directly and was told my report had been received and forwarded to the appropriate department. The agent I spoke with seemed disinterested, almost dismissive. Frustrated by the lack of official response, I intensified my own investigation. I created a more comprehensive mapping of the witness room's network infrastructure, identifying potential server locations and administrative access points. I catalogued user patterns, payment flows, and content distribution methods. Each layer I uncovered revealed greater complexity and more disturbing implications. The live streams weren't just recordings of therapy sessions or private moments captured through compromised security systems. Some appeared to be deliberately staged scenarios where individuals were placed in situations designed to trigger emotional responses. The controllers would manipulate environmental factors, sounds, temperature, lighting, while observers in the chat suggested specific triggers to elicit desired reactions. 3 weeks into my investigation, I discovered something that fundamentally changed my understanding of what I was dealing with. Hidden in the site's technical architecture was a secondary network, a parallel system that monitored the observers themselves. Every user of the witness room was being recorded while they watched. Keystrokes logged, webcams quietly activated, microphones capturing ambient sounds. The watchers were also being watched. This discovery led me to a deeper level of the operation, accessed through a different entry point entirely. Here, the content consisted entirely of recordings of people watching the witness room streams, close-up footage of faces as they observed others suffering, metadata tracking their viewing patterns, physiological responses measured through subtle analysis of facial movements and breathing patterns. This meta-observation had its own audience, paying even higher premiums for access. I was documenting this secondary system when I noticed something odd about one of the observer recordings. The timestamp showed it was from the previous night, during hours when I had been accessing the witness room myself. With growing unease, I opened the file. The video showed a man sitting at a desk, illuminated by the blue glow of a computer monitor. The camera angle suggested a webcam perspective, looking slightly down at the subject. His face showed subtle expressions of concentration, occasional discomfort, and clinical interest. It took me several seconds to recognize my own reflection, captured from my laptop's camera, that I thought had been securely disabled. The video continued for over an hour, showing me methodically investigating the witness room, taking notes, examining different streams. Occasional metadata appeared on screen. My heart rate estimated through facial blood flow analysis, my pupil dilation tracked when viewing disturbing content, timestamps correlating my viewing patterns with specific website areas. Everything I had done to investigate them had provided them with content for their meta-observation network. I immediately shut down my system, disconnected from all networks, and physically removed the camera and microphones from my devices. I swept my apartment for hidden surveillance devices, finding nothing obvious but remaining unconvinced. The realization that I had become content for the very system I was investigating created a nauseating feedback loop of paranoia. That night, I carefully constructed a new secure system using components that had never been connected to my home network. I used this to draft detailed reports for multiple law enforcement agencies, journalistic organizations, and cybersecurity threat centers. I included all my evidence, analysis, and personal observations, sending each report through different anonymous channels. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one I had not used for any part of this investigation. The subject line contained only a timestamp matching exactly when I had sent my reports. The body of the email was empty, but attached was a video file. Against all better judgment, I opened it on an isolated device. The video showed my apartment from multiple angles, views from devices that should not have existed, my television, computer monitor, phone screen, even my refrigerator with its smart display. All showed the same image. Me, sitting at my desk, drafting reports about the witness room. The footage zoomed in on my face, analyzing my expressions as I worked. Text appeared on screen. Subject demonstrates obsessive behavior patterns consistent with trauma response category 4B. Continued observation recommended. I abandoned my apartment that night, taking nothing electronic with me. I checked into a hotel using cash, bought a disposable phone, and contacted the few people I truly trusted. One friend in law enforcement agreed to meet me the following day. She arrived at our meeting location visibly uncomfortable. When I began explaining my findings about the witness room, she stopped me mid-sentence. Her department had received my report, she confirmed, but it had been flagged and reclassified almost immediately. She wasn't authorized to discuss the details, but her message was clear. Powerful interests were involved, and pursuing this further would have consequences. I spent the next week moving between hotels, using public computers to monitor for any signs that my reports had generated action. Nothing appeared in news outlets or public records. No investigations were announced. The witness room continued operating without disruption. 10 days after leaving my apartment, I received a text on my disposable phone, a phone whose number I had shared with exactly 3 people. The message contained only a website address. Against every rational instinct, I accessed it from a public computer. The page showed a live stream of the hotel room I had checked into that morning. The bed was empty, the room unoccupied. I was sitting in the hotel lobby as I viewed the stream. A timer in the corner showed the broadcast had been active for 3 hours. The view count displayed the number 7. The stream title was simply my full name followed by Observation Phase 2. That was yesterday. I've since crossed state lines, abandoned all electronic devices, and withdrawn cash to live on while I consider my options. I'm writing this account by hand, planning to have it typed and distributed by someone with no connection to me or this situation. I don't know exactly what the witness room is or who operates it. The technical sophistication suggests resources beyond typical criminal organizations. The apparent immunity from law enforcement implies protection or participation at institutional levels. The methodical nature of their observation network indicates purpose beyond voyeurism or profit. What I do know is that somewhere, right now, someone is watching a live stream of a person who doesn't know they're being observed. Someone is paying to witness another human being's vulnerable moments. Someone is analyzing reactions, cataloging responses, building profiles of both the observed and the observers. And increasingly, I suspect that the true purpose of the witness room isn't the content it provides to its users. The real product is the understanding of human psychology that comes from watching people watch others. The multi-layered observation that reveals patterns of behavior, predictors of response, blueprints of manipulation. I check for cameras everywhere now, not just obvious devices, but any object that could potentially house monitoring equipment. I vary my routines, change my appearance, avoid patterns. Still, I feel watched, not by supernatural forces or paranoid delusion, but by a system designed specifically to observe people like me, people who have glimpsed something they weren't meant to see, whose reactions to that glimpse are themselves valuable data. Tonight I'll move again, find another anonymous place to sleep. But before I do, I'll look directly into the nearest screen, television, traffic camera, ATM interface, it doesn't matter which, and I'll acknowledge the observers I know are there, not with fear or defiance, but with the calm recognition that in a world where vulnerable moments can be commodified, the most vulnerable moment of all is the one where you realize you've always been in someone's blind spot, always been visible to eyes you never knew were watching. It's strange how the most life-changing discoveries can come from the most mundane tasks. 5 months ago, while cleaning up my digital clutter, I found something that has completely destroyed my sense of security and trust. I've moved house twice since then, changed my phone number, and still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I'm writing this down partly as a warning, but mostly because keeping it to myself is driving me insane. I work in IT support for a university in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, just fixing printers, resetting passwords, and explaining to professors why they shouldn't click on suspicious email links. I've always been organized with my physical possessions, but absolutely terrible with digital housekeeping. My desktop was always a mess of random files. My download folder, a digital wasteland of forgotten PDFs and installation packages. My bad habits caught up with me when my laptop started running painfully slow. After putting it off for months, I finally set aside a Sunday afternoon to do a proper digital cleanup. I was living alone in a small flat near the university, having recently broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years. She'd moved to Edinburgh for work, and neither of us wanted the hassle of a long-distance relationship. So there I was, single again, at 32, spending my weekend deleting old files, while rain pelted against my windows. I started with the obvious stuff, emptying the recycle bin, clearing my downloads folder, uninstalling unused programs. Then I moved on to my email accounts, where years of newsletters, promotional offers, and spam had accumulated. I had 3 accounts that needed attention: my work email, my personal Gmail, and an old Hotmail account I'd had since university that I mainly kept for nostalgia and as a backup. The Hotmail account was the worst. Over 15,000 unread messages dating back to 2008. I was about to mass delete everything when I noticed the junk folder had a notification showing 246 items. Curious about what the spam filter had caught, I clicked on it. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: penis enlargement offers, fake lottery wins, phishing attempts. But as I scrolled down, I noticed something odd. There were several emails from the same address, just a string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. Each had an attachment named with a date, going back about 2 years. The most recent one was from just a week earlier. Now, I know better than to open random attachments, especially from my junk folder. That's literally part of what I teach in the basic IT security workshops for new staff. But something about the systematic naming and regular frequency made me pause. These didn't look like typical spam. They looked almost like scheduled reports. Against my better judgment, I opened the most recent email. There was no message, just a text file attachment. I scanned it with my antivirus before opening it, and it came back clean. When I opened the file, I found what appeared to be login credentials and instructions. There was a long string of characters labeled onion URL, followed by a username and password. Below that were brief instructions. Use Tor browser only. Log in within 24 hours of receipt or credentials will reset. Do not share access. Monthly payment confirmed. I recognized the reference to an onion URL and Tor. This was clearly related to the dark web. But why was someone sending these details to my old email address? And what was this about a monthly payment? I checked the other emails and found they all contained similar text files, each with different credentials but the same instructions. The dates corresponded to the first day of each month, like clockwork. My first thought was that these were meant for someone else. Perhaps the previous owner of my email address, though I'd had this account since I was an undergraduate. My second thought was more unsettling. What if someone was using my forgotten email account for something illegal? I should have deleted everything right then, should have changed my password, set up 2-factor authentication, and forgotten all about it. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially when you're bored and alone on a rainy Sunday. I told myself I was just being responsible. If someone was using my email for something illegal, I should know about it, right? So I downloaded the Tor browser, something I'd never used before despite working in IT. I told myself it was just research, that I would take a quick look and then report anything suspicious to the proper authorities. I copied the onion URL from the text file and pasted it into the Tor browser. It directed me to what looked like a login page with a minimalist black background. No site name, no logo, No indication of what this was for. Just username and password fields. Heart racing. I entered the credentials from the text file. The site loaded to what appeared to be a video hosting platform, similar to YouTube but with a much simpler interface. There were about 24 thumbnails organized in a grid, each showing what looked like CCTV footage of different rooms in a house. Some showed living rooms, others bedrooms, kitchens, even bathrooms. Each thumbnail had a date and timestamp from the previous month. I clicked on one that showed a living room. The video played, showing a completely ordinary scene. A woman in her 30s sitting on a sofa watching television while scrolling on her phone. The footage lasted about 5 minutes, during which nothing remarkable happened. She got up at one point to leave the room, came back with a glass of water, and resumed watching TV. I tried another video, this one of a kitchen. A man was cooking dinner while listening to music. Again, completely mundane. I clicked through several more videos, all showing similar everyday moments in people's lives. It was like watching the most boring reality show ever made. Then it hit me. These weren't actors. These weren't people who knew they were being filmed. These were private moments in private homes, recorded without consent. I was looking at footage from hacked security cameras or compromised devices. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. Someone had been using my forgotten email account as a way to distribute access to what amounted to illegal surveillance. And according to the instructions, someone was paying monthly for this access. I immediately closed the browser, feeling sick with guilt and fear. I just watched people who had no idea they were being observed. I'd invaded their privacy, even if unintentionally. And now my IP address was connected to this site, even though I'd used Tor. I spent the next hour changing all my passwords, enabling two-factor authentication on every account I had, and scanning my computer for malware. I debated whether to report what I'd found to the police, but hesitated. How would I explain that I'd accessed the site? Would they believe I had stumbled upon it innocently? Instead, I decided to send an anonymous tip to the cybercrime unit, providing the email address and a general description of what I'd found, but not mentioning my connection to it. I hoped they would investigate and shut down whatever operation this was. For the next week, I jumped at every notification on my phone, half expecting police to show up at my door. Nothing happened. No response to my tip. No suspicious activity on any of my accounts. I started to relax a little, telling myself that I'd done the right thing and could now move on. Then, exactly 1 month after discovering the emails, I received a message on my personal Gmail account, the one I actually used regularly. The subject line was missed payment, and it was from the same string of numbers and letters as the Hotmail emails. The message was brief. Payment interrupted. Service will terminate unless restored within 48 hours. Recent access from unauthorized location has been noted. My blood ran cold. Whoever was behind this knew that someone different had accessed the account. They had connected my old Hotmail to my current Gmail. They knew who I was. That same night, I noticed something strange. While watching Netflix on my laptop, the webcam light briefly flickered on, then off. It could have been a glitch, but combined with the email, it sent me into a panic. I covered the camera with tape, but the damage to my peace of mind was done. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. I was convinced my devices had been compromised, that someone was watching me through my own technology. I started unplugging my router at night, covering all camera lenses, even disconnecting my smart TV. 2 weeks after the missed payment email, I came home from work to find my flat had been broken into. Nothing valuable was taken. Not my laptop, not my TV, not even the cash I kept in my desk drawer. The only thing disturbed was my bedside table, where my diary had been moved. I reported the break-in to the police, but without anything stolen, they didn't seem particularly concerned. I didn't tell them about the emails or the website. It seemed too disconnected, too paranoid. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the building, every passing car outside, sent my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I got up to make tea and noticed my laptop was open on the kitchen table, not where I'd left it, and certainly not how I'd left it. On the screen was a text document containing addresses and personal information about the people I'd seen in those videos. Below their information was my own, my full name, address, workplace, parents' address, and the routes I typically took to work. At the bottom was a simple message: witnesses are participants. Participants are responsible. I packed a bag and left that night, staying with a friend while I looked for a new place to live. I told everyone I'd had a plumbing disaster in my flat that made it uninhabitable. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even considered changing jobs. It's been 5 months since then. I've moved twice, switching cities entirely the second time. I live completely offline now. No social media, no cloud storage, no smart devices. I'm writing this on a new laptop that has never been connected to my name in any way. But sometimes I still see the webcam light flicker when I'm working late. Sometimes I receive blank emails from addresses I don't recognize. And last week, I found a note on my car windscreen with just an Onion URL written on it. Different from the original one, but unmistakably similar in format. I don't know who these people are or why they chose my forgotten email account for their operation. I don't know if they're still watching those unsuspecting people or if they're now watching me instead. All I know is that somewhere in the vastness of the dark web, there are people who consider me a loose end that needs tying up. So if you ever find something unexpected while clearing out your digital junk, something that doesn't quite make sense, something that perhaps wasn't meant for you, delete it, close it, forget you ever saw it, because once you've seen something you shouldn't, there's no going back. And in the dark corners of the internet, there are people who will go to extraordinary lengths to protect their secrets. I wish I'd never listened to my dentist's recommendation about finding a good therapist. Dr. Matthews meant well when he suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about my anxiety, especially after I'd mentioned the panic attacks that were making it difficult to sit through dental procedures. He even gave me a specific name, Sarah Chen, a private counselor who apparently specialized in treating medical phobias and had excellent reviews from former patients. What he didn't mention was how those reviews had been collected, or why Dr. Chen's practice operated exclusively through referrals from other medical professionals. I should have been more suspicious when I couldn't find her listed with any of the usual professional bodies, or when her clinic address turned out to be a residential flat in a converted Victorian house in Oxford. But I was desperate enough for help that I overlooked the irregularities, especially when she offered evening appointments that fitted around my work schedule as a primary school teaching assistant. The first session seemed perfectly legitimate. Dr. Chen was professional and knowledgeable, asking appropriate questions about my medical history and anxiety symptoms. Her consulting room was well appointed, with the sort of comfortable chairs and neutral decor you'd expect from a private practice. She explained that her approach focused on gradual exposure therapy, combined with cognitive behavioral techniques, which sounded reasonable enough. What struck me as slightly odd was her interest in my daily routine and living situation. She spent considerable time asking about my home environment, work relationships, and social connections. When I mentioned that I lived alone in a rented cottage on the outskirts of Whitney, she made detailed notes and asked follow-up questions about my neighbors, security arrangements, and weekly schedule. I assumed this was standard practice for building a comprehensive treatment plan, but looking back, the questions were more invasive than therapeutic. She wanted to know which days I worked late, whether I had family nearby, how often I traveled overnight, the sort of information that would help someone understand my vulnerabilities rather than my psychological needs. After 3 sessions, Dr. Chen suggested that I might benefit from a more intensive treatment approach. She explained that traditional therapy could only achieve limited results within the constraints of weekly hour-long appointments, and that some patients responded better to immersive techniques that addressed anxiety triggers in more realistic settings. She offered to arrange what she called a residential assessment weekend at a specialized facility that worked with her practice. The program would involve controlled exposure to medical environments while providing intensive support and monitoring. It sounded expensive, but she assured me that the cost would be covered through a research grant she'd received for treating specific types of medical phobia. I should have researched the facility she mentioned or asked for more details about the research program, but I was so relieved to find treatment that might actually help that I agreed immediately. Dr. Chen scheduled the assessment for the following weekend and promised to send me preparation materials and location details. The information pack arrived 3 days later, delivered by hand rather than through the post. It contained a detailed schedule for the weekend program, consent forms for various treatment procedures, and directions to a private clinic located in an isolated farmhouse near Chipping Norton. Reading through the materials more carefully, I noticed several concerning details that I'd missed during our conversation. The consent forms included permission for video recording of all treatment sessions, supposedly for research purposes. There were also clauses allowing for the use of sedative medications and physical restraint procedures if patients became distressed during exposure therapy. Most troubling was a section requiring participants to surrender all personal belongings, including mobile phones and identification documents, for the duration of the program. This was explained as necessary to prevent external distractions from interfering with the therapeutic process, but it meant spending an entire weekend completely cut off from the outside world. I called Dr. Chen's office to discuss my concerns, but her receptionist explained that she was attending a conference and wouldn't be available until after the weekend. If I wanted to participate in the current research cycle, I needed to confirm my attendance by Friday afternoon. The pressure to make an immediate decision felt manipulative, but I was torn between suspicion and desperation. The panic attacks had been getting worse, affecting my ability to work and maintain normal relationships. If there was a chance this program could help, was I being paranoid to worry about administrative irregularities? I spent Thursday evening researching the facility address online, trying to find information about the clinic and its treatment programs. What I discovered was more disturbing than I'd expected. The property was registered as a private residence with no planning permission for commercial medical use. Local council records showed no registered business operating from that address, and there were no reviews or references to any clinic in the area. More concerning were several police reports from the past year involving the property. Neighbors had complained about unusual activity during weekend periods, multiple cars arriving late at night, unusual sounds, and what appeared to be security personnel patrolling the grounds. One report mentioned a woman who had approached a nearby farmhouse claiming to be lost and asking to use a phone. She appeared distressed and mentioned being taken to the property for medical treatment, but when police investigated, they found no evidence of any current activity at the clinic. The woman had provided a name and address that turned out to be false, and she disappeared before officers could conduct a follow-up interview. I tried calling Dr. Chen's office again, but the number was no longer in service. When I drove to her clinic address the next morning, I found the flat completely empty with a "To Let" sign in the window. Dr. Chen had vanished completely, along with all evidence that her practice had ever existed. That's when I started looking into how I'd found her in the first place, and what I discovered led me into the darkest corners of the internet. Dr. Matthews claimed to have no record of recommending any therapist to me, despite my clear memory of our conversation. When I pressed him for details, he seemed genuinely confused and suggested I might have misremembered our discussion about anxiety management. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew Dr. Chen had mentioned being referred specifically by dental practices in the area. Someone was running an operation that involved infiltrating medical referral networks and targeting vulnerable patients for unknown purposes. I spent the weekend researching similar cases online, following leads through various medical community boards and patient support groups. What I found were scattered reports of people who'd been referred to private practitioners who subsequently disappeared, leaving patients with unanswered questions and appointments that led nowhere. The pattern was always the same: referrals from legitimate medical professionals who later denied making any recommendations, followed by intensive assessment procedures that required patients to isolate themselves completely from external contact. None of the patients who'd attended these residential programs had posted follow-up reviews or updates about their treatment outcomes. Following these research threads led me deeper into online communities where people shared information about medical fraud and patient exploitation. Eventually, I found myself accessing hidden forums that existed beyond normal internet searches. The dark web contained entire sections dedicated to what insiders called patient acquisition services. The platforms I discovered were sophisticated marketplaces where buyers could commission the recruitment of specific types of medical patients. The services offered were presented in clinical language, but the underlying purpose was unmistakable. They were trafficking vulnerable people who sought legitimate medical help. Clients could specify their requirements in detail: age ranges, medical conditions, living situations, psychological profiles. The acquisition teams would then infiltrate appropriate medical networks, pose as legitimate practitioners, and identify suitable targets for recruitment. Dr. Chen wasn't a real therapist. She was part of a systematic operation that identified isolated, vulnerable patients and delivered them to clients who paid substantial sums for access to people with specific characteristics. The residential assessment weekends weren't treatment programs. They were handover procedures where acquired patients were transferred to buyers who had commissioned their recruitment. I found discussion threads where clients shared their experiences with different acquisition services, rating them based on the quality of their targeting and the effectiveness of their recruitment methods. The language was casual and commercial, discussing human beings as if they were products being purchased for specific purposes. Some clients appeared to be running unauthorized medical experiments, seeking patients with particular conditions for research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. Others seemed to have psychological motivations that were harder to categorize, but far more disturbing. There were conversations about clients who enjoyed the process of gradually breaking down their acquired subject's sense of reality, using medical authority and isolation to create complete psychological dependence. The patients were kept in controlled environments where their previous lives were systematically erased, replaced with artificial relationships and manufactured realities. What made it worse was the realization that many patients never understood what had happened to them. The acquisition process was designed to feel legitimate until the final handover, when it was too late to escape or seek help. By then, they were completely isolated and dependent on their captors for basic survival. I thought about the consent forms I'd nearly signed, authorizing sedation and restraint procedures, about the requirement to surrender all personal belongings and identification, about spending a weekend in a remote location with no external contact, trusting people whose identities and qualifications were entirely fabricated. If I'd attended that residential assessment, I would have disappeared completely. My colleagues would have assumed I'd left my job without notice. My landlord would have thought I'd abandoned my tenancy, and my few casual friends would have gradually forgotten about me. There would have been no investigation because there would have been no obvious crime. Just another isolated person who'd chosen to start a new life elsewhere without maintaining previous relationships. The discussion forums contained detailed breakdowns of successful acquisition operations, including patient profiles and outcome summaries. Reading through these accounts, I recognized several names from missing person appeals I'd seen over the past year. Young adults with medical conditions, mental health issues, or social isolation problems. People who'd been seeking legitimate help and had instead been targeted by acquisition teams that identified them as suitable products for specific clients. The efficiency of the operation was terrifying. They had infiltrated medical referral networks across multiple cities, building comprehensive databases of potential targets and their psychological vulnerabilities. When clients commissioned specific acquisitions, the teams could identify and recruit suitable patients within weeks. Dr. Chen had been conducting market research during our sessions, assessing my suitability for particular client requirements. The questions about my living situation and social connections weren't therapeutic. They were determining how easily I could be made to disappear without investigation. But what disturbed me most was discovering how close I'd come to being successfully acquired. The residential assessment had been scheduled for the weekend before I'd started asking questions, and my name appeared in several client discussion threads as a confirmed delivery for a buyer who specialized in collecting patients with specific anxiety disorders. Someone had already paid for me. The acquisition team had spent weeks building my trust and preparing for handover when my last-minute research had disrupted their timeline. But they hadn't cancelled the operation. They'd simply postponed it while they regrouped and planned alternative approaches. My name was still listed in their active acquisition database, marked as a priority target for re-engagement. I've been watching for signs of renewed contact ever since, but the approaches have become more subtle. Medical professionals I've never met have called to follow up on appointments I never made. Healthcare providers have sent appointment reminders for services I never requested. Prescription medications have been delivered to my address for conditions I don't have. They're rebuilding their profile of me through different channels, gathering updated information about my daily routine and current vulnerabilities. Preparing for another acquisition attempt that will be hard to detect and more difficult to escape. The most disturbing realization is that legitimate medical professionals might be unknowingly facilitating these operations. The acquisition teams are sophisticated enough to infiltrate real healthcare systems, using genuine medical credentials to make their recruitment approaches appear authentic. Dr. Matthews probably did recommend Dr. Chen, but his patient management system had been compromised to insert false referral records. The recommendation felt legitimate because it was processed through legitimate channels that had been corrupted without his knowledge. This means the entire healthcare system could be compromised, with acquisition teams using trusted medical networks to identify and recruit vulnerable patients for clients who remain completely anonymous. I've tried reporting what I've discovered to various authorities, but explaining dark web marketplaces and patient acquisition services sounds like paranoid fantasy when described to people who haven't seen the evidence themselves. The platforms I accessed have since changed their addresses and access requirements, making verification impossible. All I can do is remain vigilant for signs of renewed contact and hope that sharing this account might help other people recognize similar approaches before it's too late. But I know they haven't given up on acquiring me. The client who commissioned my recruitment has paid significant money for someone with my specific profile, and these operations don't abandon expensive investments easily. They're still out there, watching my medical records and monitoring my healthcare contacts, waiting for the right opportunity to complete the acquisition they've already paid for. The next time a medical professional recommends a specialist I've never heard of, or when I receive unexpected healthcare correspondence, I'll know what it really means. I still can't look at a vegetable garden without seeing her face, pale and perfect, surrounded by winter greens, planted like she belonged there. Emily was 24 years old when she disappeared. 24 years old when I photographed her body among the carrots and parsnips. 24 years old, and she'll never be 25. My name is Daniel. I'm a crime scene photographer for Thames Valley Police, and I'm about to tell you about the case that destroyed the peace in our quiet English village, about the man who buried a beautiful young woman in a community garden, about how someone who waved to you at the post office on Tuesday could be committing unimaginable acts on Wednesday, and how none of us saw it coming. It started on a bitter January morning in 2018, the kind of English winter day where the fog never quite lifts and everything feels damp right down to your bones. I remember scraping ice off my windscreen when the call came in. Something found at the Millfield Lane allotments. Suspicious circumstances. Attend with camera equipment. I'd been with Thames Valley Police for 15 years by then, documenting everything from domestic disputes gone wrong to drunk driving fatalities. I'd seen my share of death, learned to separate myself from it professionally. At least, that's what I told myself. My wife Emma says differently. Says I started going grey the year I joined the force, that I sometimes cry out in my sleep. She's probably right. You can't stare into the abyss without it staring back, as they say. The Millfield allotments have been part of Lower Barton since the war years. 78 little patches of earth where locals grow everything from prize roses to potatoes. My own granddad had a plot there until his arthritis got too bad. I'd spent countless childhood Saturdays helping him weed, mostly eating fresh peas straight from the pod when he wasn't looking. I knew every gravel path and garden shed by heart. But I'd never seen it like this, crawling with police, forensic tents gleaming white against the winter-dead landscape. Helena, our detective chief inspector, met me at the tape, her face grim. She'd grown up one village over, understood the impact this would have. Mid-40s, with short silver-streaked hair and the focused intensity of someone who'd clawed her way up through the ranks when female detectives were still a novelty in rural forces. Her expression told me everything I needed to know. This was bad. Emily lay in plot 23, as if she'd been tucked in for the night, not buried in frozen soil. 24 years old, doctoral student at Cambridge, environmental researcher with a promising future. Missing for 17 days after staying late at the university library. Her body had been arranged with unnerving care, like a gardener setting a delicate plant. Winter vegetables, carrots, parsnips, Brussels sprout stalks, circled her in perfect rings. Someone had washed her hair clean under her fingernails. Someone had treated her like a prize specimen. I knew Emily, not well, but enough to recognize her immediately. She'd grown up in Lower Barton, daughter of the local doctor. I'd photographed her graduating sixth form, covered the charity fun run she'd organized last summer for the village newsletter. She'd been back living with her parents while finishing her PhD thesis on soil microbiomes and sustainable agriculture. The irony of where she was found wouldn't escape anyone. The soil around her was meticulously tended, not a weed in sight, despite the winter dormancy. Each vegetable was spaced with mathematical precision, creating concentric circles around her body. The carrots formed the innermost ring, their feathery tops brushing against her shoulders. Parsnips came next, then Brussels sprouts on their tall, alien-looking stalks. In the weak January sunlight, with morning frost still glittering on the leaves, it almost looked beautiful. That was perhaps the most disturbing thing of all. I remember the clicks of my camera shutter sounding obscenely loud in the hush that had fallen over the scene. Click, evidence marker by her right hand. Click, the pattern of vegetables. Click, her face, peaceful in a way that death rarely allows. Each image burned into my memory as permanently as onto the memory card. The post-mortem revealed the worst part. Soil in her lungs meant she'd still been breathing, however weakly, when placed in the earth. I've photographed hundreds of crime scenes, but that detail still haunts my dreams. The sensation of soil filling your mouth as consciousness fades. The pathologist estimated she'd been dead approximately 2 weeks, putting her death shortly after her disappearance. No sexual assault, no defensive wounds. Toxicology showed nothing unusual. She'd simply vanished from a busy university library and reappeared, buried in the fertile soil of her hometown. Emily had last been seen on a Tuesday evening in early January, working late at the Cambridge University Library. CCTV footage showed her leaving around 10:30 p.m., walking toward the bus station with her backpack slung over one shoulder. The heavy winter coat she wore was the same one her parents identified later, dark blue, knee-length, with a fur-trimmed hood. In the footage, she'd pulled the hood up against the light rain. Her face was barely visible, just a flash of profile as she passed under a streetlight. The last confirmed sighting came from a night bus driver who remembered dropping her at the village crossroads around 11:45 p.m. She'd been a regular on his route, always polite, always with a book or laptop open on night journeys. That evening, she'd been one of only 3 passengers. He remembered her getting off, turning toward the footpath that would take her through the village green, a shortcut home that she'd walked hundreds of times. Her parents reported her missing the next morning when they realized she hadn't come home. Her bed was undisturbed. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Her laptop still sat in her university locker. A missing persons case was open, but there was little to go on. No enemies, no troubled relationships, no history of mental health issues or dangerous behaviors. Just a bright young woman who vanished on a rainy January night. The strangest thing, Plot 23 didn't belong to anyone. It had been vacant since old Arthur died 3 months earlier. The allotment committee had suspended new assignments due to some administrative issue with the council. Someone had been tending it anyway, hiding in plain sight among legitimate gardeners. Someone who knew the allotments well enough to avoid attention. Lower Barton is tiny, population under 9,000, The kind of place where the biggest news is usually someone's prize marrow at the village show. The kind of place where people leave doors unlocked and know the names of neighbors' dogs. That changed overnight. Suddenly, we were the village where Emily was found. The village where young women shouldn't walk alone. Emily's parents were destroyed. I didn't photograph their identification of the body. Another officer handled that. But I saw them leaving the morgue. Two people physically bent by grief, holding each other up like damaged trees after a storm. The entire village felt their pain. Emily had been universally liked. Bright, kind, always quick with a smile or an offer to help. Memorial flowers appeared spontaneously by the allotment entrance. The primary school where she'd volunteered closed for a day of remembrance. I remember walking home from the scene that first day. The weight of my camera bag seemingly doubled. Neighbors who would normally greet me with casual waves were now gathering in doorways, expressions anxious, voices hushed as they exchanged theories and concerns. The street where Emily had grown up was lined with cars as friends and family arrived to support her parents. A media van was already parked discreetly at the end of the road, a reporter doing a piece to camera with the village green deliberately blurred behind her. Helena ran the investigation by the book. Door-to-door inquiries, allotment holder interviews, CCTV reviews from every shop and traffic camera within 10 miles. A dedicated tip line that rang constantly with locals reporting suspicious characters who usually turned out to be delivery drivers or visitors from neighboring villages. Officers combed through Emily's life looking for anyone who might have wished her harm. Her professors, her former boyfriends, the barista at her favorite coffee shop, but nothing suspicious emerged. Emily had been well liked, uncontroversial, without enemies. The press nicknamed the killer the gardener, and the case became national news. Emily's face, always the same photo of her laughing at her brother's wedding, appeared on every front page. I watched my hometown transform on live television, the drone footage making our familiar streets look sinister and exposed. News vans parked outside the Crown, our local pub. Journalists buying rounds for anyone willing to speak on camera about the quiet village rocked by tragedy, or the brilliant young scientist taken too soon. Some embraced the attention, most resented it. At home, Emma installed new locks on our doors and windows. She'd never bothered before, despite my job. Now she double-checked them before bed, started keeping her phone charged by her pillow. We have no children, couldn't have them, as it turned out. But I wonder how parents coped during those weeks, what lies they told to explain the sudden restrictions, the constant supervision. In the days following Emily's discovery, I was assigned to document every inch of the allotments, each of the 78 plots photographed in detail, each shed, compost bin, and water butt examined for evidence, each pathway walked with eyes trained on the ground for footprints, fibers, anything the killer might have left behind. I photographed hundreds of soil samples collected by forensic teams, each carefully labeled with location coordinates. The allotments revealed themselves to me in ways I'd never noticed before, despite growing up in their shadow. The careful organization of some plots versus the cheerful chaos of others. The handmade trellises and improvised coal frames. The different gardening philosophies expressed in layout choices and plant selections. And plot 23, unnervingly perfect in its precision. A demonstration garden rather than a working one. A stage set for a performance that only the killer understood. 3 weeks passed. Leads went nowhere. The initial shock began fading into uneasy routine. Officers from other districts were gradually reassigned. Helena looked increasingly haggard during our morning briefings, the pressure from above mounting as the case stalled. Emily's parents issued a heart-wrenching appeal for information. A £50,000 reward was offered by an anonymous local businessman. University friends organised a memorial scholarship in her name. Then came the first real break. A pensioner who walked his terrier around the perimeter of the allotments each morning reported seeing someone in plot 23 well before dawn several times in the weeks before Emily disappeared. Too dark to see clearly, just a figure working by torchlight. He hadn't thought anything of it. Many gardeners visited at odd hours, especially those with full-time jobs. But when questioned about specific dates, his calendar showed dog-walking notes that placed the nocturnal gardener in plot 23 3 days before Emily vanished, and again the day after. The forensic team returned to the plot with renewed focus. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed no other bodies were buried there. Microscopic examination of soil samples showed traces of chemical fertilizers not commonly used in home gardening, but found in professional landscaping. Fiber evidence included threads from high-end outdoor clothing brands, and most importantly, a partial boot print preserved in dried mud near the water tap. Size 9 Wellington boots with a distinctive tread pattern. Sold by only 3 retailers in Cambridgeshire. Cross-referenced with purchase records, residence proximity, and horticultural knowledge, one name floated to the top. Edward, 46, landscape gardener, Lower Barton resident for 4 years. I knew him, not well, but enough to nod hello at the shop. He'd redesigned the planting beds outside the community centre the previous spring. Quiet man, efficient, particular about his work. Always wore those dark green wellies, even when not gardening. Said they were the most comfortable footwear he'd found. He lived in a modest cottage on the village outskirts. Slate roof, wisteria climbing the south wall, impeccable front garden with precisely trimmed box hedges and gravel paths, without a stone out of place. The kind of home featured in weekend supplements about rural idylls. Quiet, polite, unremarkable. He volunteered at community events, nodded to neighbours but rarely conversed. The perfect background presence, forgettable by design. When investigators began digging into Edward's background, curious patterns emerged. He'd moved around frequently throughout his career, never staying in one place more than 5 years. His references were impeccable, but difficult to verify. Previous employers had retired, moved abroad, or businesses had closed. His landscape business operated primarily through word of mouth, with minimal paper trail. His financial records showed modest income, but surprising savings. A man who lived simply, but with attention to detail. Most disturbing was his connection to Emily. He'd redesigned the gardens at the medical practice where her father worked. He'd been contracted to advise on sustainable landscaping at Cambridge University's Environmental Science Building where Emily studied. He'd even worked briefly at the community gardens near the bus stop where she'd last been seen. Their paths had crossed multiple times, yet no one had connected them until now. The surveillance operation lasted 3 days. Edward followed a predictable routine, work during daylight hours, home by 6, rarely going out except to purchase groceries or visit his elderly mother in a care home in Cambridge. He attended church sporadically, volunteered for the occasional community event, kept himself to himself. So ordinary he became invisible. Yet there were anomalies. Late-night lights in his garden shed, frequent trips to remote nurseries for specialized plant specimens, an unusual number of gardening tools, far more than any professional would need, and most notably, no clients during the winter months, despite his financial records showing consistent income year-round. I wasn't part of the arrest team, but I saw the footage later. 6 officers approaching the cottage at dawn. Edward opening the door in pajamas and dressing gown, looking puzzled but not alarmed. No resistance, no dramatic scenes. Just a man calmly turning around to be handcuffed, asking with his eyes if he could put proper clothes on first. The search warrant revealed nothing immediately suspicious in his home. Gardening journals, plant photographs, certificates from horticultural courses, an organized Spartan existence. Then they found the cellar entrance behind a bookshelf in his kitchen, activated by removing a specific volume of the Complete Guide to Organic Gardening. The space below contained glass jars filled with soil samples, labeled by location and date. Hundreds of jars, thousands. A meticulous catalogue of earth from across Cambridgeshire and beyond. Some dated back 20 years to places Edward had previously lived. Each carefully labelled, organised by region, soil type, pH level. In the centre stood a workbench of polished oak. On it, a leather-bound journal filled with Edward's handwriting, neat, precise, almost architectural in its clarity. Pressed flowers marked certain entries. My hands shook as I photographed pages describing the transplanting of Emily, her preparation, the monitoring for signs of successful taking. The journal detailed his first noticing Emily at a university lecture on sustainable agriculture he'd attended as a continuing education requirement for his landscaping certification. He'd been struck by her questions about soil microbiomes, her understanding of mycorrhizal networks, her passion for the hidden life beneath the surface. He'd followed her research, read her published papers, attended more lectures where she spoke. In his distorted mind, she wasn't an object of desire, but a necessary component, the perfect human element to complete his experimental garden. Edward wrote of integrating humans into the growth cycle, of cellular transfer between people and plants. Emily wasn't simply murdered. She was, in his distorted mind, transformed into a hybrid plant-human entity that would enrich the soil. He described watching her for weeks, learning her routines, planning the optimal transplantation, with the care of a gardener preparing a delicate specimen for a new environment. The journal described their first direct interaction on the night she disappeared. He'd offered her a lift from the bus stop, recognizing her from lectures, presenting himself as a local landscaper interested in her research. The heavy rain had made his offer seem reasonable. She'd accepted, not recognizing him as the quiet man who occasionally tended her father's office gardens. His entry noted her intelligent conversation during the short drive and his regret at the necessary chemical intervention when he'd used chloroformed cloth as they approached his cottage instead of her home. One entry about Emily read that she showed promising signs of integration with surrounding specimens. Root structures appeared drawn to established position. He would monitor for evidence of nutrient exchange. Temperature remained suboptimal, but necessary given circumstances. No visible surface manifestation yet. He had been returning to the burial site regularly, checking for signs of some transformation that existed only in his mind. The vegetables planted around her body weren't symbolic. They were intended to be recipients of some imagined essence transferred from human to plant. In his twisted logic, he was creating a new form of hybrid existence. The most chilling discovery came in a small refrigerator hidden beneath the workbench. Inside, soil samples taken from directly beneath Emily, carefully dated and labelled Specimen E Day 1, Specimen E Day 7, and so on. Edward had been conducting regular biopsies of the soil surrounding Emily, searching for evidence of the transformation he believed was occurring. Microscopic analysis later showed these samples contained decomposition products. He had been scientifically documenting the natural processes of decay, interpreting them as signs of his imagined transformation. More disturbing still were the plans for future specimens found in a hidden compartment beneath the workbench. 5 more names, 5 more people who had unwittingly entered Edward's orbit, been catalogued for his grotesque garden, each with detailed notes about their routines, vulnerabilities, and optimal transplantation locations based on soil composition and sunlight patterns, each with a specific vegetable pairing chosen to maximize nutrient transfer potential, each with a timeline for harvesting that would have begun the following spring. Edward offered no resistance during arrest, expressed no remorse during questioning, appeared genuinely bewildered that his research was considered criminal. During one interview, which I watched through one-way glass, he patiently explained to Helena that his work would revolutionize our understanding of the human-plant relationship and offered to provide detailed notes to help scientists continue his research. Psychiatric evaluation found him suffering from a rare delusional disorder, possibly exacerbated by long-term exposure to certain agricultural chemicals found in his workshop. Further investigation revealed a family history of schizophrenia that he'd concealed, and evidence of a head injury sustained in his 20s that had never been properly treated. He was deemed unfit for trial and committed to Ravenswood Secure Hospital, where he reportedly tends the therapeutic garden with the same meticulous care he showed Emily. The press had a field day. "The gardener unmasked," screamed the headlines. Photos of Edward, always the same one, taken at a community fete where he'd won prizes for his tomatoes, plastered every front page. Journalists descended again on Lower Barton, this time hunting for neighbours who'd known him, trying to extract every detail of his quiet existence. His cottage became a macabre attraction, forcing police to maintain a cordon until interest finally waned. Emily's family retreated from public view. Their grief, so publicly displayed during the search, became private again once answers were found. They sold their home 6 months later, moving to Scotland to be near relatives. I sometimes wonder if they found peace there, away from the soil that had claimed their daughter. I hope so. The aftermath was almost worse than the investigation. The questions nobody could answer satisfactorily. How had we not known? How had we not seen? How had someone so profoundly disturbed lived among us undetected? The self-recrimination, the suspicion that lingered even after Edward was gone, the uncomfortable knowledge that evil had walked our streets wearing the most ordinary face imaginable. Lower Barton's healing began slowly. The allotments reopened, though many plot holders surrendered their tenancies, unable to face the soil that had concealed Emily. Plot 23 was transformed into a memorial garden. Emily's favourite flowers instead of vegetables. A wooden bench was installed at the allotment entrance, bearing her name and the simple epitaph, "She grew in our hearts." Helena received an official commendation for solving the case, though the toll it took was visible in the new lines on her face, the streak of grey that hadn't been there 6 months earlier. She transferred to headquarters the following year, moved into administrative work. We still meet occasionally for coffee. Neither of us mentions the case directly, but it sits between us like a third presence. Emma and I considered moving away. Many did. But Lower Barton is home, has been for generations of my family. Running away wouldn't erase the memories. Instead, we adopted a dog, a rescue Springer Spaniel named Bella, who gets me out walking every day, even when I'd rather hide indoors. Her uncomplicated joy in simple things has been its own form of therapy. The village appears normal now, 5 years later. The shop still sells local honey and homemade cakes. The pub quiz happens every Thursday. Children still play in the park. But beneath the surface runs the knowledge that evil grew among us undetected, that it presented as ordinary as a man with soil-stained hands who nodded good morning at the shop, that it existed season after season until circumstance brought it to light. I still photograph gardens sometimes, though not professionally. The ordered rows and careful spacing remind me that precision isn't inherently malevolent, that the same attention to detail cultivates beauty and nourishment just as easily as horror. I grow tomatoes in our back garden. Emma says it's my way of reclaiming something Edward tainted. She's probably right. She usually is. What remains unclear is whether Edward was an anomaly or a warning, whether his delusion was unique or an extreme version of humanity's complicated relationship with nature, whether, in our quest to control and cultivate the natural world, we risk cultivating something darker within ourselves. The allotments continue their seasonal cycle. Winter vegetables give way to spring greens, give way to summer abundance, give way to autumn harvest. The soil accepts what is planted without judgment or memory. New gardeners tend plots where Emily once lay, unaware or unwilling to acknowledge what happened beneath their hands. Life continues, growth continues. But whenever I drive past the Millfield Lane allotments, I remember Emily's face among the winter vegetables. I remember the quiet gardener who believed humans were simply another crop to cultivate. And I check my door locks twice before sleeping, because some harvests once reaped can never be undone. I've been sitting on this story for nearly 3 years now. Every time I consider sharing it, something stops me. Maybe fear, maybe guilt, maybe the knowledge that once it's out there, I can't take it back. But after what happened last Tuesday, I need to get this off my chest. Some things you just can't explain to someone who hasn't seen what the internet really hides. It started with boredom, honestly. Nothing dramatic, no tragic backstory. Just a guy with too much time on his hands and a fancy gaming PC that could handle pretty much anything. I'd recently moved to Bristol for a job in IT security, ironically enough. I was living alone for the first time, in one of those cookie-cutter apartment blocks they keep throwing up near city centres. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbour sneeze, but somehow I still felt isolated. My friends were all back in Birmingham, and I wasn't great at the whole making new connections thing. So I spent a lot of nights at home, gaming or browsing the web. I'd known about the dark web for years, of course. Anyone in IT security does. I'd even accessed it a few times for research purposes during uni, checking out how certain black markets operated so we could better understand security vulnerabilities. Nothing sinister, just academic curiosity. But on this particular night, a rainy Tuesday in October, I was especially restless. I'd finished a 12-hour shift sorting out a ransomware issue for a client, and my brain was still buzzing even though my body was exhausted. That weird combination where you're too tired to do anything productive, but too wired to sleep. So I set up a secure browser, connected through a couple of VPNs, force of habit from work, and started browsing. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Marketplaces selling drugs, forums discussing privacy, sites offering counterfeit documents. I remember the soft blue glow of my monitor reflecting on my coffee mug, the one with the faded Liverpool FC logo that I'd had since uni. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was about to call it a night when a notification popped up on one of the forums I'd been browsing. Someone had messaged me directly which was unusual. I'd been lurking, not posting. I wasn't even using a regular username, just a randomly generated string of characters. The message was simple, asking if I was looking for something specific. I almost ignored it. My IT security brain was throwing up red flags like crazy. But there was that curiosity again, that same itch that had gotten me browsing the dark web in the first place. I responded non-committally, saying I was just exploring. The conversation that followed seemed benign enough, just someone being friendly, asking about my interests, how long I'd been on the forum. Looking back, they were clearly probing to see if I was law enforcement, but at the time, it just felt like casual chat. I was distracted anyway, half watching a YouTube video in another window, and occasionally getting up to stretch my legs or refill my coffee. My flat had that faintly musty smell it always got when it rained. I never could figure out where the dampness was coming from. About 20 minutes into the conversation, they shared a link. Said it might interest me based on what we'd been discussing, which had drifted to the topic of how much of what people claimed about the dark web was urban legend versus reality. I hesitated. Clicking random links on the dark web is basically security suicide 101. But they mentioned it was a forum specifically discussing the myths and realities of services for hire on the dark web, supposedly debunking the hitman for hire sites as scams, which they mostly are. I was genuinely interested from a professional standpoint. I'd been teaching a module on digital security that touched on exactly this subject. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I really should have known better. I'd literally spent that morning cleaning up after a ransomware attack that started with someone clicking a suspicious link. But it was late, I was tired, and my judgment was compromised. I clicked. It took me to what looked like another forum, but more sophisticated than most dark websites. Clean design, proper formatting. None of the clunky early 2000s aesthetics that dominate most .onion domains. I had to create an account to view most of the content, which again set off alarm bells, but I used all my usual precautions: temporary email, generated password, fake details. The verification process was more thorough than usual, requiring me to complete a series of puzzles rather than just clicking a link. That should have been another warning sign, but I was mildly impressed by the security measures. Professional curiosity, I suppose. Once in, I browsed a few threads. It seemed legitimate enough. Discussions about various dark web services, debates about which ones were scams, analyses of how law enforcement tracked these kinds of operations. There was a whole section dedicated to service provider vetting that claimed to verify whether sellers of various illegal services were legitimate or not. I remember my eyes starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, and I rubbed them, noticing the stubble on my chin. I hadn't shaved in days, hadn't really needed to, since I was working remotely that week. Then I noticed a locked thread titled Verification Events. It had thousands of views, but only a handful of replies. Something about the clinical terminology made me uneasy, but I was already in too deep. I clicked it, only to get a message that this section was for verified members only. Below, it was a link to apply for verification. The application form was brief, asking about my interests and what I hoped to gain from verification. I was vague, saying I was researching the reality behind dark web legends for academic purposes. I didn't expect anything to come of it. These exclusive forums usually ignored new members, so I was surprised when, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification that my application was being processed and I should remain online. While waiting, I got up to use the bathroom. The linoleum was cold under my feet. I kept meaning to buy a bath mat, but somehow never remembered when I was actually out shopping. When I came back, there was a new notification. My application had been provisionally approved, pending a demonstration verification session that would begin in 10 minutes. There was a countdown timer and instructions to ensure my connection was stable and secure. I should have logged off right then. Every instinct I developed over years in IT security was screaming at me to disconnect. But there was a strange sense of detachment, almost like I was watching someone else make these decisions. I told myself it was just professional curiosity, that I'd watch the demonstration, gather information about how these scams operated, and then report it through proper channels. I even opened a text document to take notes, as if that somehow made what I was doing legitimate research rather than dangerous stupidity. The countdown reached 0, and my screen changed to what looked like a video streaming interface with a chat panel to the right. A message appeared stating that the demonstration would begin shortly, and that this was a proof of capability session for new clients. No interaction or bidding would be permitted during the demonstration. This was observation only. The video began playing. At first, it showed an ordinary street somewhere urban. Could have been anywhere in Britain or Europe. Brick buildings, parked cars, streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The camera appeared to be stationary but high quality, possibly mounted somewhere overlooking the street. A timestamp in the corner showed it was live footage, just minutes behind real time. I remember noticing condensation forming on my window as the rain outside grew heavier, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the building across the street. For several minutes, nothing happened. The chat remained quiet, except for occasional messages confirming that members were connected and viewing. Then a car pulled up, a dark-colored sedan, nothing distinctive. A man got out, looked to be in his 40s, wearing a business suit. He locked the car and started walking down the street, checking his phone. The camera followed him, which meant it wasn't stationary as I'd first thought. Someone was controlling it remotely, tracking this random businessman as he walked. I felt the first real stab of unease. This wasn't a demonstration of a scam. This was surveillance of an actual person. A message appeared in the chat, giving a brief profile of the man. His name, occupation, home address, details about his family, and below that, the reason he'd been selected. Allegations of embezzlement from a company pension fund. Money that belonged to people who had worked their whole lives for a secure retirement. The message explained that this was a contracted demonstration, the fee already paid by former employees who had lost their savings. The clinical tone made it all the more disturbing, like reading a weather report that happened to be describing a hurricane heading straight for you. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, an elaborate performance to convince potential clients that they were legitimate. I almost convinced myself of that until the camera angle changed, and I saw a new figure enter the frame. Someone wearing dark clothing and a nondescript cap, walking on the opposite side of the street in the same direction as the businessman. The chat became more active. Comments appeared noting the operator's approach, discussing the technique being demonstrated. Some mentioned previous demonstrations they'd witnessed, comparing methodologies. I felt sick but couldn't look away. It was like watching a nature documentary where you know the gazelle is about to be taken down by a lion, but it's happening in slow motion. The businessman stopped at a corner, waiting to cross. The operator casually crossed the street, ending up just behind him. They were now both waiting for the traffic light to change. I remember holding my breath, my coffee forgotten and growing cold beside me. The The ticking of my cheap wall clock seemed abnormally loud in the silence of my flat. When it happened, it was so quick I almost missed it. As the light changed and people began to cross, the operator moved directly behind the businessman. There was a slight motion, just a small movement of their arm. And then they were walking past, continuing on as the businessman took a few more steps and then suddenly stumbled. At first, it looked like he'd simply tripped. He put his hand against the building to steady himself, then touched his side where the operator had been. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. He looked around, seemingly trying to call out, but no one stopped. He slid down the wall to a sitting position, his briefcase still clutched in one hand. The camera stayed on him as people walked past, most not even noticing the man sitting against the wall. One woman paused, seemed to ask if he was all right, but then moved on when he waved her away. It took less than 3 minutes before his movement stopped completely. Not a single person realized what had happened. To them, it probably just looked like a drunk or someone feeling unwell. The operator was long gone, not even in frame anymore. The camera lingered on the businessman for another minute before the feed cut to black. A message appeared thanking viewers for attending the demonstration and stating that verification of new members had been completed. Those who wished to inquire about services now had access to the necessary channels. I closed my laptop immediately. I felt cold all over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely stand up. I just watched someone being murdered in real time. There was no question in my mind anymore that it was staged. The clinical efficiency, the complete lack of drama, the ordinary setting, it was all too real. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what? That I'd witnessed a murder somewhere in an unnamed city, committed by someone I couldn't identify, against a victim whose name I only knew from an anonymous forum post. I had no proof, no recording. I hadn't thought to capture the stream, and even if I had, I'd have to admit to being in a place I should never have been. I decided to wait until morning to see if there was any news about a businessman found dead in the street. I checked every news site I could think of, searched for any reports of unexpected deaths or murders. Nothing. Either it hadn't been reported yet, or it had happened somewhere whose local news I couldn't access, or the thought that kept creeping back despite my attempts to suppress it. They were efficient enough to have removed the body before it was discovered. For days afterward, I was a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. I kept checking the forum, but my account had been deactivated. The link I'd been sent no longer worked. It was as if the entire thing had never existed. I considered anonymous tips to various police departments, but had no idea where to even begin. Which jurisdiction? What details could I provide that wouldn't immediately be dismissed as a hoax or the ravings of a paranoid mind? Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe it had been elaborate theatre after all. A convincing performance designed to scam people out of money for hitman services that would never be delivered. The alternative was too horrible to contemplate, that I'd witnessed an actual murder and done nothing about it. I moved flats the next month, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place closer to work. In reality, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I opened my laptop, I imagined someone on the other end monitoring my activity. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, scrubbed my online presence as much as possible. Professional paranoia turned up to 11. Life gradually returned to something resembling normal. I dated, made a few friends, even got promoted at work. The memory remained, but it became easier to dismiss as a bizarre experience that couldn't possibly have been what it seemed. Until last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing up a security audit for a client, when an email arrived. No subject line sent to my personal account. The new one I'd created after that night. The sender's address was a string of random characters. The message contained only a link and the words, "We've missed your observations. A new demonstration is scheduled." Below it was my home address, my current address, not the flat where I'd been that night 3 years ago. They'd found me. They'd been watching me all along. I've been staying at a hotel since then, paid in cash. I bought a new laptop that I've never connected to any of my accounts. I'm writing this as a record, a warning maybe, though I don't know who it will reach or how. If you're reading this, remember, the dark web isn't just a playground for curious minds or a marketplace for illegal goods. There are corners of it where the darkest human impulses aren't just fantasies, but services rendered with terrifying efficiency. And once you've seen them, they've seen you too. My hotel room door just rattled, like someone trying the handle. The reception desk isn't answering my call. I think I've run out of places to hide. I haven't told anyone about this. Not the police, not my sister, certainly not the people I see every day in the village. There's a specific kind of weight that comes with knowing something you can't unknow. A heaviness that sits right at the base of your throat, making every swallow feel like a conscious effort. I suppose I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head before it rots there. If you're listening to this or reading it, I just want you to understand that I wasn't looking for trouble. I'm not a curious person by nature. I'm a furniture restorer. I spend my days with sandpaper, beeswax, and the quiet company of dead men's wardrobes. It's a solitary life, and usually that's exactly how I like it. I live in a small stone-built cottage just outside of a place called Minchinhampton in the Cotswolds. It's the kind of village where the most exciting thing that happens is a dispute over a garden fence or a particularly heavy frost on the common. My workshop is a converted barn at the back of the property. It's filled with the smell of turpentine and old oak. About 4 months ago, I picked up a piece at a probate auction in Cirencester. It was a mid-19th century Davenport, a small ornamental desk with a sloped top. It was in a sorry state, caked in layers of cheap varnish that some previous owner had slapped on in the 70s, but the bones of it were good. The Davenport had belonged to a man named Mr. Henderson. He'd been a retired schoolmaster, well liked in his village, a man of routine and quiet dignity. He'd lived alone for 20 years after his wife passed away in the late 90s. I remember seeing him once or twice at the local library, a thin man with a sharp nose and eyes that always seemed to be looking for a mistake in a piece of prose. When he died, he left no heirs, so his entire estate went to auction. I paid about £80 for the desk, thinking it would be a nice project for the autumn. It sat in the corner of my workshop for a few weeks before I got around to it. The weather had turned cold, that damp English cold that gets into your joints, and I spent my mornings by the wood burner, drinking tea and looking at the work ahead. When I finally started stripping the wood, I felt that familiar satisfaction of seeing the real grain emerge from beneath the gunk. It was beautiful walnut. But as I was cleaning out the small side drawers, I noticed a discrepancy in the depth of the bottom one. You'd be surprised how many old desks have secret compartments. Usually they're empty, or they contain a few halfpennies, a dried out inkwell, or perhaps a yellowing letter from a long dead lover. This one, however, had a small, modern-looking USB drive tucked into a velvet-lined slot behind the false back of a drawer. It looked completely out of place against the Victorian joinery, a jagged piece of the 21st century buried in the 19th. I should have thrown it in the bin. That's the thought that loops in my mind every night when the house gets quiet and the shadows start to stretch. I should have just tossed it into the scrap pile and gone back to my beeswax. But it was a rainy Tuesday, the tea was cold, and the solitude of the barn felt a bit too heavy. I took the drive into the house and plugged it into my laptop, sitting at my kitchen table with the rain drumming against the glass. There wasn't much on it, just a single text file. No name, no date. When I opened it, there was a string of letters and numbers that looked like gibberish, followed by a series of instructions. It didn't look like a normal web address. It was long, messy, and ended in a suffix I didn't recognize. Below that was a password, the Gleaner. I'm not a tech person. I use my computer for invoices, ordering brass handles, and looking up upholstery fabrics, but I'd heard enough over the years to know what this was. I'd heard the stories about the parts of the internet that don't show up on a search engine, the hidden layers that require specific pathways to access, what people call the dark web. I didn't think it was dangerous. I thought it was a curiosity, a relic of whoever had owned that desk, perhaps a secret life of Mr. Henderson that no one in the village would have suspected. I followed the instructions, which involved a few settings changes I had to look up on my phone, and eventually I found myself staring at a screen that was almost entirely black. There were no images, no banners, just plain white typewriter-style font on a charcoal background. At the top, it simply stated, "The Registry of Open Doors." I remember feeling a bit let down. It sounded like something to do with architecture, or perhaps a charity for the homeless. I clicked the only link on the page, which was a list of UK counties. I scrolled down to Gloucestershire. The page that loaded was a table. It had 4 columns: town, village, street, entry point, and status. I started scrolling, my heart beginning to do that slow, heavy thud against my ribs. These weren't shops or businesses. They were houses, private homes: Stroud, Bisley Road, kitchen window, faulty latch, occupied, Cheltenham, Lansdowne Crescent, basement door, key under stone, unoccupied, Holiday, Nailsworth, Shortwood, back door, always left open for cat. I felt a coldness wash over me that had nothing to do with the draft in my cottage. I kept scrolling, my eyes blurring as I looked for names I knew. I found a house in Minchinhampton, just 3 miles from where I was sitting. It described a bungalow on the edge of the common, where an elderly woman lived. It noted that she often forgot to bolt the side door after taking the bins out on a Wednesday evening. It even mentioned the time, usually around 9 at night. This wasn't a site for hackers or some grand criminal enterprise. It was a ledger for people who liked to go where they weren't invited. It was a community of shadows. There were no memberships or chat rooms, just this cold, clinical list of vulnerabilities. It was a map of how to slip into the lives of strangers. I sat there for a long time, the blue light of the screen reflecting in the window glass. I felt like I was looking at a map of a world I didn't belong in, a world that existed parallel to the one where people bought milk and complained about the weather. I told myself it was probably fake, some kind of elaborate prank, or an old file that hadn't been updated in years. To prove it to myself, I decided to check one of the entries. The bungalow in Minchinhampton was only a short drive away. I told myself I was going there to make sure the woman was safe. I told myself I'd just check the door, and if it was open, I'd knock and tell her to be more careful. It was about 10 o'clock at night. The air was damp and smelled of wet earth and wood smoke. I parked my car a few streets away and walked. The bungalow was quiet, the lights dimmed. I felt like a criminal just walking up the driveway, my boots crunching on the gravel. I crept around to the side of the house, my breath hitching in my chest. There it was, a white UPVC door. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pressed the handle. It clicked. The door swung open an inch, revealing the dark, warm interior of a utility room. The smell of fabric softener and old dog drifted out into the night air. I didn't knock. I didn't warn her. I was so terrified by the reality of it that I pulled the door shut, making sure the latch engaged, and I ran. I ran all the way back to my car, my lungs burning, the taste of copper in my mouth. When I got home, I went straight back to the laptop. I wanted to close the page, to delete the file, to pretend I'd never seen it. But as I moved the mouse, I noticed a new link had appeared at the bottom of the Gloucestershire page. It was titled Recent Observations. I clicked it. It was a log of visits. It wasn't just a list of doors. It was a diary of intrusions. People described the things they did once they were inside. They didn't steal anything. That was the most unsettling part. There were no reports of missing jewelry or televisions. Instead, they wrote about sitting in people's armchairs while they slept upstairs. They wrote about moving a single photograph from one shelf to another. They wrote about breathing the same air as a sleeping family and then leaving without a trace. One entry, dated only 2 nights prior, described a house in Cirencester. The visitor had spent roughly 3 hours in the kitchen. They had made themselves a cup of tea, washed the mug, and put it back in the wrong cupboard. They described the sound of the husband snoring in the room directly above them. They mentioned the brand of toothpaste in the bathroom. They even noted that the couple's cat had sat on their lap for a portion of the visit. I felt physically sick. The mundane nature of it was far worse than any story of a break-in I'd ever heard. This was a violation of the very idea of home. It was the knowledge that your most private spaces were being treated like a public gallery by strangers who wanted nothing more than to prove they could be there. They weren't after your money, they were after your sense of security. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance. I checked my own locks 4-5 times an evening. I installed a motion sensor light over the workshop door. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind in the ivy sounded like a footstep. I kept thinking about that USB drive. Why was it in that desk? Who had been using it? The more I thought about Mr. Henderson, the more I wondered. Had he been a visitor? Or had he been a victim who had somehow discovered the drive? The clinical, precise nature of the text on the drive seemed to match his personality, but I couldn't reconcile the image of the kindly schoolmaster with the person who would stand in a stranger's utility room at 3 a.m. On the 4th night, I couldn't help myself. I went back on the site. I had to know if there was more. I needed to see if my own house was on there. I searched for my village. There was only one entry. Minchinhampton, the old barn cottage. My heart stopped. That was me. That was my home. I clicked the entry. It didn't just list the door. It was much more detailed than the others. It described the workshop side window and how the wooden frame was rotted at the base. It explained that a firm push would bypass the lock entirely. It also mentioned that the internal door leading from the workshop to the kitchen was usually left on the latch. I looked toward the kitchen door. I'd lived here for 6 years, and I'd never once thought about that rot in the workshop window. I always kept the internal door closed, but on the latch was exactly how I left it, so the heat from the Aga would reach the back of the house. It was a detail I'd never shared with anyone. I scrolled down to the observations for my house. There were 3 entries. The first was from about a month ago. Visited between 2:15 and 3:45. Subject sleeps heavily. The house smells of linseed oil and old paper. Moved the bookmarks in 3 books on the bedside table. Subject did not wake. I remembered that. I'd woken up and found my place lost in the biography of Thomas Chippendale I was reading. I'd assumed I'd just been tired and forgotten where I was. I felt a wave of cold sweat break across my forehead. They had been in my bedroom. They had been standing inches from my face while I slept. The second entry, visited 1:10. Subject was in the workshop late. Watched through the gap in the barn doors. Subject is restoring the Henderson Davenport. Left a small gift in the hidden compartment for them to find. Curious to see if they follow the trail. The room seemed to tilt. The gift, the USB drive, it hadn't belonged to Mr. Henderson at all. It had been left there for me. It was an invitation. I was being recruited, or perhaps just mocked. They had watched me find it. They had watched me bring it into the house. I couldn't breathe. I was sitting in the very chair where they had watched me sleep. I looked at the dark corners of the living room, the shadows cast by the floor lamp, suddenly seeming deep and hungry. I wasn't alone in my own life. I was a character in someone else's hobby. The third entry was dated today. The timestamp was only about 10 minutes old. Subject is currently viewing the registry. They look distressed. They are sitting in the green armchair. They should have stayed in the workshop. It's much harder to leave a gift when they are awake. The laptop screen flickered. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My voice felt like it had been physically cut out of my throat. I sat perfectly still, my eyes locked on the text. They are looking at the kitchen door now, the screen read. I didn't turn around. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just sat there, in the silence of the Gloucestershire countryside, listening to the slow, rhythmic sound of someone breathing in the darkness of the hallway behind me. The breathing wasn't hurried. It wasn't aggressive. It was calm, matter-of-fact, and terrifyingly close. It was the sound of someone who felt completely at home in my house. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? That someone had been moving my bookmarks? That I'd found a website that shouldn't exist? I just stayed in that chair until the sun came up and the first light of dawn began to grey the windows. When the light finally hit the kitchen floor, the house was empty. The internal door to the workshop was wide open. I've moved now. I couldn't stay there. I sold the cottage at a loss, sold the workshop, and took a small modern flat in a busy part of Bristol. There are 3 locks on my door and a security camera that feeds directly to my phone. I don't restore furniture anymore. I work in a warehouse, surrounded by people and bright fluorescent lights. But the fear hasn't left me. It's just changed shape. The mundane nature of the visits on that site, the tea making, the photograph moving, it makes every small inconsistency in my life feel like a threat. If I can't find my keys, I don't think I've lost them. I think someone has hidden them. If a window is slightly ajar, I don't think it's the wind. I think someone is testing the frame. I haven't gone back to the site. I destroyed the USB drive, smashed it with a hammer until it was nothing but plastic and metal dust, and threw the remains into the River Avon. But I know it's still there. The registry never closes. It just waits for someone else to find a secret, to feel a bit of curiosity on a rainy Tuesday, and to open a door that can never be shut again. I think about the others on that list. The woman in the bungalow, the family in Cirencester. I wonder how many of them are currently being observed. I wonder how many people in this country are living their lives as the unwitting subjects of a silent audience. I stayed up late last night. I couldn't help it. I was sitting on my sofa, looking at the camera feed on my phone. The hallway was empty. The door was locked. But then I noticed something. On the small table by the door, where I keep my post, a single envelope had been moved. It was now sitting at a perfectly right angle to the edge of the table. I know I didn't leave it like that. I looked at the camera footage, scrolling back through the hours. There was nothing. No one had entered. No one had left. But the envelope had moved. That's the real horror of the dark web. It's not just the things you find there. It's the way those things bleed into the real world, turning your own home into a place where you are the stranger. It's the realization that some people don't want to hurt you, or rob you, or even talk to you. They just want to watch you. They want to be the ghost in your machine, the shadow in your hallway, the person who knows exactly how you take your tea, even if you've never met them. I'm sitting here now, in my flat in Bristol, writing this. The sun is setting over the city, and the street lights are starting to flicker on. It's a normal Tuesday evening, but I can hear the lift in the hallway moving. I can hear the muffled sounds of my neighbors, and I can't help but wonder if one of them is currently logging into a black screen, looking for a list of counties, and scrolling down until they find a street they recognize. I think I'll go and check the logs one more time. Not that it matters. If the registry has taught me anything, it's that a lock is just a suggestion to someone who really wants to be inside. And as I walk toward the door, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, in a darkened room, someone is watching me move, waiting for me to settle down for the night, so they can leave me another gift. I haven't slept properly in months. Every time I close my eyes, I see that white text on the charcoal background. I see the list of names, the list of vulnerabilities. I see the clinical descriptions of people's lives. It's a ledger of human fragility. We think our walls protect us, but they only provide the illusion of privacy. We are all just entries in a database we didn't ask to be part of. The furniture restoration business taught me that everything has a hidden side. Every piece of wood has a grain that's buried. Every drawer has a space behind it. I thought I was uncovering beauty. I didn't realize I was uncovering a way for the darkness to get in. If you find something in an old desk, or a hidden drawer, or a box in the attic, leave it. Don't be curious. Don't look for the secret. Because once you know how the door is opened, you can never really believe it's closed again. I'm looking at my phone now. The camera feed is still clear. The hallway is still empty. But the air in the room feels different. It feels occupied. And as I reach for my tea, I notice that the mug is turned slightly to the left. Just enough to be noticed. Just enough to let me know that the visit has already begun. I'm not going to turn around. I'm just going to keep writing until the light goes. Because as long as I'm writing, I'm awake. And as long as I'm awake, they have to wait. But eventually, I'll have to sleep. And that's when the registry really begins its work. The silence of the city is different from the silence of the Cotswolds, but it's no less heavy. In the village, you could blame the wind or the owls. Here, there are only people, thousands of people, all living behind their own doors, all thinking they're safe. I wonder how many of them are on the list tonight. I wonder how many of them will wake up tomorrow and find their bookmark has moved, or their tea has been made, and they'll just shrug it off as a trick of the mind. I wish I could go back to being one of them. I wish I could go back to the days when a creak in the floor was just a creak. But those days are gone. The door is open, and I don't think it's ever going to close. I can hear a faint scratching sound now, coming from the direction of the front door. It's rhythmic, slow, like a fingernail against wood. I'm not going to look. I'm just going to sit here and wait for the morning. It's only a few more hours. I can make it to the morning. I have to. Because if I don't, I'll just be another observation in the log. Another story for someone to read on a black screen in the middle of the night. Another life gleaned by the people who walk in the shadows. I think I hear the handle turning. I'm just going to keep my eyes on the screen. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights, knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, they'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website, but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she'd described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first. They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They'd trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patients' videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctor's referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carry this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online, permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove, and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients, and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access, my failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Even now, months later, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk to the corner shop or checking the locks twice before bed. But I suppose someone should know what happened, and writing it down makes it feel less like something I imagined. It started with boredom, really, the kind of restless curiosity that hits you when you're stuck in a bedsit in Birmingham with nothing but a laptop and too much time on your hands. I'd been made redundant from my job at the council offices, and whilst I was applying for new positions during the day, the evenings stretched endlessly ahead of me. I'd heard about the dark web, of course. Everyone has. The hidden internet where you can supposedly find anything if you know where to look. Not that I was after anything particularly sinister. I wasn't trying to buy illegal substances or hire an assassin. I was just curious about what was actually there, beneath all the sensationalist headlines and urban legends. Getting access wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. A few searches on regular Google led me to the necessary software, and within an hour I was browsing sites with addresses that looked like random strings of letters and numbers. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy, marketplaces selling perfectly legal items, and a lot of broken links. But there was one site that caught my attention. It had a simple black background with white text, and it was called The Registry. At first glance, it looked like some sort of directory or database. The homepage was sparse, just a search box, and a brief description explaining that it was a comprehensive listing service for various purposes. I spent several evenings browsing through the registry's categories. There were sections for services, products, information exchanges, all described in deliberately vague language that could have meant anything. It reminded me of classified ads from local newspapers, the sort where people advertise household items for sale, but use oddly formal language that makes you wonder what they're really offering. The section that drew me in was labeled simply as personal records. When I clicked on it, I found what appeared to be a vast collection of detailed profiles. Each entry contained a photograph and extensive personal information. Full names, addresses, daily routines, family members, workplace details, even seemingly random observations about habits and preferences. I initially assumed these were fictional profiles, perhaps for creative writing projects or role-playing games. The level of detail was impressive. One entry described a woman named Sarah Thompson from Leeds, including her regular coffee shop, her mother's maiden name, her habit of leaving her kitchen window slightly open overnight, and the fact that she always took the same route home from her job at a local library. The photographs looked genuine rather than stock images. They showed ordinary people going about their daily business. A man unlocking his car, a woman walking her dog, someone collecting post from their doorstep. The quality suggested they'd been taken with a decent camera from a reasonable distance, not the blurry surveillance footage you might expect. What made me uncomfortable was how current everything seemed. The clothing in the photos looked contemporary, and many of the entries included recent details like started new position at Morrison's last month, or recently moved to ground floor flat due to mobility issues. These weren't historical records or fictional creations. They appeared to document real people living real lives right now. I started searching for familiar names, just out of curiosity. I tried my own name first, then my former colleagues from the council office. Nothing came up for me, but I found an entry for Trevor Walsh, who'd worked in accounts before I was made redundant. His profile included his home address in Erdington, details about his divorced status, and even mentioned that he'd started wearing reading glasses in the past year. The photograph showed Trevor walking out of our old office building. I recognized the distinctive red brick facade and the car park where I used to eat my lunch. The image had clearly been taken some time after I left, because Trevor was wearing a jacket I'd never seen him in before. I should have stopped looking then. Should have closed the laptop and found something else to occupy my evenings. But there's something compulsive about discovering information you're not supposed to have access to. It's like reading someone else's diary or overhearing a private telephone conversation. Morally questionable, but difficult to resist. I began searching for other people I knew, my former neighbors, old school friends, relatives I'd lost touch with over the years. Most searches came up empty, but occasionally I'd find a match that made my skin crawl. My cousin Linda appeared in the database. She lived in Wolverhampton with her husband and 2 teenage daughters, and according to her profile, she was struggling financially since her husband's hours had been cut at the factory. The entry included photographs of her house, not just the street view, but images that appeared to have been taken from her back garden, showing the kitchen window and the door to her utility room. More disturbing still was a section titled Behavioral Observations. This contained detailed notes about Linda's routines, written in a clinical, detached style. It mentioned that she usually left for work at 8:15, that she had a habit of checking her phone while waiting for buses, and that she often stayed up late watching television when her family had gone to bed. I wanted to warn Linda, but how could I explain how I discovered this information? How do you tell someone that their private life is being documented by strangers on the dark web without admitting that you've been browsing these sites yourself? Instead, I kept searching. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities once I understood the scale of what I was looking at. But really, I think I was just horrified enough to be fascinated. The database was enormous. I could spend hours clicking through profiles of people from across the UK, each one containing intimate details about their lives, relationships, and vulnerabilities. There were elderly people living alone, single parents struggling to manage work and childcare, individuals dealing with health problems or financial difficulties. What struck me most was how ordinary these people were. These weren't celebrities or public figures whose lives might be considered fair game for scrutiny. They were postmen and shop assistants and retired teachers. People who'd never done anything to attract attention or invite surveillance. After about a week of browsing through the registry, I noticed something that made me stop clicking for several minutes. At the bottom of each profile page was a small line of text I'd previously overlooked. It read, "Last updated," followed by a date and timestamp. All the profiles I'd been viewing had been updated within the past month. Many had been updated within the past week. Some had timestamps from just days earlier. This wasn't historical data or information compiled from public records. Someone was actively maintaining these profiles, adding new photographs and updating personal details on a regular basis. Someone was watching these people, documenting their lives, and keeping meticulous records of their activities and habits. I started paying closer attention to the update timestamps. Linda's profile had been refreshed 3 days ago. Trevor's had been updated the previous afternoon. These weren't casual observations gathered occasionally. They were the result of systematic, ongoing surveillance. The implications were staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands of ordinary people were being monitored without their knowledge. Someone was tracking their movements, photographing their homes, and building detailed databases of their personal information. I began to wonder about the purpose behind all this surveillance. The registry wasn't presenting itself as a law enforcement database or a legitimate business directory. It existed on the dark web for a reason, and that reason clearly wasn't benevolent. The profiles reminded me of target assessments, the kind of detailed intelligence gathering that would be useful if you wanted to manipulate, blackmail, or harm someone. Each entry contained exactly the sort of information a stalker or burglar would find valuable. When people were home alone, which windows they left unlocked, what their financial vulnerabilities might be. One evening, whilst browsing through profiles of people from Manchester, I came across an entry that made me feel physically sick. The photograph showed a young woman I recognized from a true crime documentary I'd watched several months earlier. She'd been murdered in her flat last year, and the case had received significant media coverage because the killer had never been caught. But here she was in the registry, with a profile that had been created weeks before her death. The entry contained detailed information about her daily routine, her work schedule, and even mentioned that she often forgot to lock her patio door when she came home from evening shifts. The profile's final update had occurred 2 days before her murder. I stared at that timestamp for a long time, trying to convince myself there was some innocent explanation. Perhaps the database had been compiled from newspaper reports after the fact, or maybe the timestamps were inaccurate. But the level of personal detail in her profile was far more extensive than anything that had appeared in the media coverage of her death. I started searching for other names from news reports, focusing on unsolved cases from the past couple of years. I found 3 more matches, all victims of crimes that had attracted media attention, all with profiles that predated their deaths by weeks or months. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Either the registry was documenting potential victims before crimes occurred, or it was being used by people who went on to commit those crimes. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have printed screenshots and taken my concerns to the authorities, regardless of how I discovered the information. But I was paralyzed by the implications of what I'd found and uncertain whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I kept returning to the registry night after night, compulsively searching for new entries and monitoring the updates to existing profiles. I told myself I was conducting my own investigation, but really, I think I was just trapped in a cycle of morbid fascination. Then, on a Thursday evening in late November, I searched for my own name again. This time, there was a match. My profile included my current address in Birmingham, a recent photograph of me leaving the local supermarket, and detailed information about my daily habits. The entry mentioned my recent redundancy, my evening walks to the corner shop, and even noted that I tended to stay up late using my laptop. The behavioral observations section contained information that no casual observer could have gathered. It mentioned that I usually left my bedroom window slightly open at night, that I had a habit of checking my phone immediately after waking up, and that I often ordered takeaway food on Friday evenings. Most disturbing of all was a note about my browsing habits. The profile mentioned that I spent considerable time online in the evenings and had recently begun accessing restricted areas of the internet. They knew I'd been using the dark web. They knew I'd found the registry. The timestamp showed that my profile had been updated that morning. I closed the laptop immediately and spent the rest of the evening checking the locks on my door and windows, peering through the curtains to see if anyone was watching the building. Every sound from the street made me jump, and I found myself wondering how long I'd been under surveillance without realizing it. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I stopped going for evening walks and started varying my routine as much as possible. I ordered groceries online instead of visiting the shops, and I avoided using my laptop after dark in case someone could see the glow from my window. But I couldn't stop thinking about the registry and all those other profiles I'd seen. Hundreds of people were being watched and documented, and some of them might be in genuine danger. My own fear was insignificant compared to the broader implications of what I'd discovered. I decided to contact the police. I prepared a detailed statement explaining how I'd found the database, including screenshots and specific examples of profiles that corresponded with unsolved crimes. I even researched which department would be most appropriate for handling this kind of evidence. Before submitting my report, I decided to check the registry one final time to ensure my information was current and accurate. My profile had been updated again. This time, the entry included a note that I had been preparing to contact law enforcement authorities. It mentioned specific details about my planned report, including the names of the victims I'd identified and the evidence I'd gathered. The timestamp was from less than an hour earlier. Someone had been monitoring my online activities in real time. They knew exactly what I was planning to do, and they documented it in my profile before I'd even made my decision final. I deleted my prepared statement and closed my laptop. I've barely used it since, except to apply for jobs and handle essential business. I found new employment within a few weeks, and I've tried to rebuild some semblance of a normal routine, but I still think about the registry constantly. I wonder whether those profiles are still being maintained, whether new entries are being added, and whether the information is being used for the purposes I suspect. I wonder whether other people have discovered the database and what they've done with that knowledge. Most of all, I wonder whether my own profile is still there, still being updated with observations about my current behavior and activities, whether someone is still watching me, documenting my attempts to move on and forget what I found. I suppose I'll never know for certain. And perhaps that's the most disturbing part of all, the knowledge that this surveillance could continue indefinitely, invisible and undetectable, until someone decides to act on the information they've gathered. I've never tried to access the registry again, and I've no intention of doing so. But sometimes, when I'm walking to work or sitting in my flat in the evening, I catch myself wondering whether someone is watching me, adding new observations to my profile, noting my continued attempts to live a quiet, unremarkable life. The thought that my efforts to remain invisible might themselves be worth documenting is perhaps the most unsettling realization of all. This may seem like a strange way to start a story, but here goes. Up until very recently, I used to exercise religiously. I'd always use one of those fitness apps that logs your runs and walks, maps your routes, counts your steps, tells you how many calories you burned. It felt good to see the progress, to have concrete data about getting healthier. I used it for nearly a year before I discovered that every route I'd ever taken, every location I'd ever stopped at. Every pattern in my daily movement had been compiled into a profile that was being sold to people who had very specific reasons for wanting to know exactly where I'd be and when. People who'd purchased that information multiple times, who'd used it in ways I'm still discovering, who know more about my life than most of my actual friends do. I'm a speech therapist working with children at several primary schools across Derby. It's the kind of job that involves a lot of moving around during the day, visiting different schools, working with kids individually or in small groups. I'm generally active anyway, enjoy keeping fit, try to walk whenever I can, rather than driving everywhere. Using a fitness app seemed like a natural way to track that activity and motivate myself to stay healthy. The app I downloaded was called Health Path. It had decent reviews, a clean interface, seemed straightforward enough. Free basic version, with optional premium features you could pay for, the standard business model for fitness apps. I started using it last January, logging my morning runs around the neighborhood, my walks between schools during the workday, my evening strolls when the weather was nice. The app was quite engaging. It would send encouraging notifications when you hit milestones, suggest routes based on what you'd done before, create statistics showing your progress over time. It had social features too, where you could add friends and see each other's activities, though I never really used that aspect. I just wanted the personal tracking, the satisfaction of seeing my activity logged and quantified. Over the months, I got into a comfortable routine with it. Morning run before work, usually the same 3 or 4 routes through my neighborhood, depending on how much time I had. Walks during the day between school visits. Routes that became predictable as I figured out the quickest paths. Evening walks most days after dinner. Circular routes around the local park or along the canal towpath. The app faithfully recorded all of it, building up a comprehensive picture of my movement patterns. I particularly liked the feature that showed your most frequented locations. It would identify places you visited regularly and give them labels: home, work, gym, that sort of thing. Mine showed my house, the various schools I worked at, a coffee shop I'd stop at most mornings between appointments, the park where I'd do my evening walks. It was oddly satisfying seeing my regular life mapped out like that. Proof that I had a routine and structure to my days. Around 6 months into using the app, I started noticing a car that seemed to appear in the same locations I did. A silver Audi that I'd see parked near my house in the mornings. Then later parked near one of the schools I worked at. Then sometimes near the coffee shop or the park. I thought it was coincidence at first. Someone who happened to have a similar routine to mine, living and working in the same areas. But the timing of the appearances was too consistent. The car would be parked on my street when I left for my morning run, usually a few houses down, and I'd see it pull away shortly after I started running. Then it would be at one of my school locations later that same day, parked with a clear view of the entrance. It started to feel less like coincidence and more like someone was deliberately being in the same place as I was, following a schedule that matched mine too closely to be random. I tried to see who was driving it, but the windows were tinted enough that I could never get a clear view. I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, consistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening or illegal. I reported it to the police after about 2 weeks of noticing this pattern. They took a statement, but explained that someone parking legally on public streets wasn't something they could act on unless there was evidence of actual harassment or threats. They took the registration number and said they'd look into it, but they were honest about not being able to do much without clear evidence of criminal intent. The car stopped appearing after I filed that police report, which should have been reassuring, but actually made me more uneasy. It suggested someone had known I'd contacted police, that they were aware of my concerns and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. That implied they were paying very close attention to me, close enough to know when I'd taken action against them. Then I started receiving anonymous messages through various platforms. They'd come through email, through social media accounts I barely used, even through a professional networking site I'd signed up for years ago and forgotten about. The messages were brief and cryptic, usually just mentioning a specific location and time. The coffee shop at 8:15 on Tuesday, the canal path at 6:30 on Friday, the park bench near the playground at 7 on Sunday evening. What made them disturbing was how accurate they were. These were exact descriptions of where I'd been and when, locations and times that weren't public knowledge, that I hadn't shared with anyone. Someone was tracking my movements with precision and letting me know they were doing it, sending these messages as proof that my routine was completely transparent to them. I became hypervigilant about my surroundings, constantly checking if anyone was following me, varying my routes to avoid predictability. But the messages continued, adapting to my new patterns, demonstrating that whoever was sending them could track me regardless of what precautions I took. If I took a different route to work, I'd receive a message mentioning that new route. If I stopped going to my usual coffee shop and tried a different one, a message would reference the new location. A colleague at work suggested that maybe someone had access to my phone's location data. That seemed impossible. I was careful about app permissions, didn't share my location publicly, had privacy settings enabled. But she convinced me to check what apps had location access, and that's when I discovered HealthPath was tracking my location continuously, not just when I was actively using it for exercise logging. The app's permissions showed it had access to my location at all times, even when it was running in the background. I'd granted that permission when I first installed it, clicking through the setup screens without reading carefully, assuming it needed location access for mapping runs, but not realizing it meant constant tracking regardless of whether I was exercising. I immediately revoked the location permission and looked more carefully at what data the app had collected. The history section showed every single location I'd visited over the past 6 months, with timestamps accurate to the minute. Every school I'd worked at, every shop I'd visited, every route I'd walked. It was a comprehensive surveillance record of my life, all stored in an app I'd voluntarily installed because I wanted to track my fitness. But the data wasn't just stored locally on my phone. The app's privacy policy, which I read properly for the first time, explained that location data was uploaded to their servers for service improvement and shared with third-party partners for various purposes, including advertising and analytics. The language was vague enough that it could mean almost anything, and I had no way of knowing who these third-party partners were or what they were doing with my location history. I deleted the app immediately and contacted HealthPath's customer support, asking them to delete all my data from their servers. They responded with an automated message saying data deletion requests would be processed within 30 days, which did nothing to address my immediate concerns about who currently had access to 6 months of detailed location tracking. The anonymous messages stopped after I deleted the app, which confirmed my suspicions that whoever was tracking me had been using data from HealthPath. But that confirmation made everything worse in a way, because it meant my location information had been accessible to someone with malicious intent, someone who'd used fitness tracking data to stalk me systematically over an extended period. A few weeks later, a police detective contacted me. They'd been investigating HealthPath as part of a broader inquiry into location data being sold illegally on the dark web. My name had come up because I'd filed that initial report about being followed. And they'd found evidence that my location data specifically had been sold multiple times through a marketplace that specialized in personal tracking information. The detective explained how it worked. HealthPath had been collecting detailed location data from thousands of users, far more information than necessary for fitness tracking. That data was being packaged into individual user profiles and sold to anyone willing to pay for access. The profiles included complete location histories, regular routines, frequently visited places, predictable patterns that could be used for various purposes including stalking, burglary planning, or targeted harassment. She showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing that had included my data. It was on a dark web marketplace organized like a commercial database, with search functions allowing buyers to filter by location, age, gender, activity patterns, and other criteria. My profile was listed under active single females in the Derby area with predictable daily routines. The listing included sample data showing the kind of information buyers would receive, screenshots of my most visited locations, examples of my regular routes with timestamps, analysis of my typical schedule showing when I was reliably at home versus when I was away. It was marketed as comprehensive surveillance intelligence, useful for anyone who wanted to monitor someone's movements without their knowledge. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 5 different accounts. 5 separate people had paid money for detailed information about my daily movements, my routine, my predictable patterns. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the detective explained they were working to trace transactions and identify who'd purchased access to my data and others like it. What made it worse was discovering that HealthPath had known about the data sales. The company wasn't directly selling to the marketplace. That was being done by someone who'd gained unauthorized access to their databases. But HealthPath had been aware of the security breach for months before taking action to stop it or warn users that their location data had been compromised. They'd prioritized avoiding bad publicity over protecting users from potential stalking and harassment. The investigation revealed that tens of thousands of HealthPath users had their location data stolen and sold. The marketplace had been operating for over a year before law enforcement discovered it, during which time countless individuals had been tracked without their knowledge by people who'd purchased their movement patterns and routines. The detective walked me through what they knew about the 5 accounts that had purchased my profile. 2 had been traced to individuals arrested for stalking offenses against other victims. 1 belonged to someone with a history of burglary, who'd apparently been using location data to identify when targets would be away from home. The other 2 remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be traced to real identities. Knowing that at least 2 unidentified people still possessed detailed information about my movements, that they'd paid money for access to my location history and could still be monitoring me somehow, was terrifying in a way that's hard to articulate. The silver Audi had probably been one of the 5 buyers, using my real-time location data to show up wherever I was. But I'd never know which buyer it was, or whether the others were still out there, still interested in my routine, still watching for opportunities I couldn't anticipate. The legal consequences for HealthPath were substantial, but felt inadequate. They received fines and were forced to implement better security measures. But that didn't undo the year of data collection they'd allowed to be stolen and sold. The company eventually shut down entirely, unable to survive the reputational damage and legal costs. But by then, the harm was irreversible. I had to change significant aspects of my life to feel even marginally safe. I moved house within 3 months of discovering the data breach, unable to stay somewhere whose location had been sold to strangers. I changed my work schedule and routes as much as possible, varying my patterns obsessively to avoid being predictable. I stopped using any fitness tracking apps or services, stopped sharing location data with any apps regardless of their purpose. But I know the historical data still exists somewhere. 6 months of detailed location tracking, showing everywhere I went and when, preserved in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. That information is outdated now, showing addresses I no longer visit and routines I've deliberately abandoned, but it still reveals patterns about my behavior and preferences that could be useful to someone interested in finding me. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I'm constantly aware of my surroundings now, checking for cars that seem to follow me, watching for people who appear in multiple locations, unable to relax in public spaces. The paranoia affects my work. I'm distracted during therapy sessions, anxious between appointments, hypervigilant in ways that make it difficult to maintain the calm, professional presence my job requires. I think about those 5 buyers constantly. Who were they? Why were they interested in my movement specifically? What did they plan to do with the information they purchased? 2 have been identified and arrested, but what about the other 3? Are they still monitoring me somehow, still interested in my location, still looking for opportunities to exploit the patterns they learned from data I never meant to share? The detective mentioned that location data from fitness apps had become increasingly valuable on dark web marketplaces. People use fitness tracking innocently, wanting to monitor their health and activity, never realizing they're creating comprehensive surveillance records that can be stolen and sold. The data shows not just where someone goes, but their regular patterns, their predictable routines, their vulnerable moments when they're alone or away from home. She also explained that the 5 purchases of my profile had occurred over several months, suggesting ongoing interest rather than one-time curiosity. Someone had bought my data, monitored me for a while, and the information had been valuable enough that others subsequently purchased it too. I was a product with repeat customers, my movements and routine deemed worth paying for multiple times by different people, whose intentions I'll never fully understand. I gave that app permission to track my location because I wanted to monitor my fitness. I clicked through setup screens without reading carefully, granted access without understanding the implications, used it faithfully for 6 months while it compiled comprehensive intelligence about every aspect of my daily life. That data was stolen and sold to people who used it to follow me, to learn my routine, to know where I'd be, and when, with accuracy, I couldn't have achieved myself. That's what I think about now when I see people using fitness tracking apps, logging their runs and walks, sharing their routes and achievements. Most of them probably have no idea what data they're generating or who might have access to it. They're focused on their health goals, their activity statistics, their personal progress, never imagining that the same information could be weaponized by someone who views their location history as valuable intelligence worth purchasing. The app promised to help me get healthier. Instead, it made me a target for stalkers and criminals who paid money for detailed information about my movements. It created a surveillance record more comprehensive than I could imagine, accessible to people I never met and couldn't protect myself from. And somewhere online, that record still exists. My 6 months of location data preserved in collections I'll never find, potentially being shared through networks I'll never access. I track my exercise differently now. Paper notebook, handwritten notes that never leave my house. No apps, no GPS, no digital records that could be stolen or sold. It's primitive and probably seems paranoid to people who use fitness tracking without incident. But I know what happened when I trusted an app with my location data. I know the marketplace where that data was sold, the buyers who purchased it, the year of surveillance that resulted from wanting to count my steps and map my runs. The data exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone probably still has my old location history. 6 months of my life mapped out in detail, showing everywhere I went and when I went there. That information is outdated now, but it's still mine, still private, still something I never consented to share with strangers who paid for access to my movements. And that knowledge will stay with me, a constant reminder that the tools we use for self-improvement can be turned against us in ways we never anticipate until it's far too late to protect ourselves. I should have known that asking questions would get me into trouble. That's the thing about living the way I do. You forget that curiosity has consequences, that poking around where you don't belong can bring unwanted attention. I've spent the last 4 years barely leaving my flat in Manchester, ordering everything online, avoiding human contact whenever possible. It felt safe, predictable, controllable. But safety is just an illusion, isn't it? And I've learned that the hardest way possible. I'm sitting in this police station waiting room now, having just spent 20 minutes trying to convince 2 officers that strangers have been inside my home, and I can see in their faces that they think I'm delusional. Maybe I am. Maybe 4 years of self-imposed isolation have finally caught up with me. But I know what I heard, what I found, and I know that going back to that flat means facing whatever I've brought down on myself. The isolation started after I lost my job at the council offices. Nothing dramatic, just a restructure that made my position redundant, along with half the IT support team. I was 38, had some savings, and decided to take some time to figure out what came next. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years, and somehow I'd created a life where the outside world felt increasingly foreign and threatening. I had everything delivered: groceries, clothes, even books and electronics. The flat was comfortable enough, with good internet and all the entertainment I could want. I told myself I was just taking a break from the stress of office politics and commuting, that I'd venture back out when I was ready. The problem with isolation is that it feeds on itself. The longer you stay inside, the more daunting the outside world becomes. What started as a temporary retreat became a permanent arrangement, and eventually I couldn't imagine living any other way. That's probably why I became so fascinated with the hidden parts of the internet. When your physical world shrinks to the size of a one-bedroom flat, the virtual world becomes infinitely more important. I spend hours exploring places that most people don't even know exist, communities and websites that operate outside normal boundaries. Most of it was harmless enough. Discussion groups about privacy and security, libraries of rare books, even underground markets selling things that weren't available through legitimate channels. I wasn't buying anything illegal, just browsing out of curiosity, trying to understand how these hidden communities operated. But curiosity can be dangerous when you don't understand the rules of the places you're exploring. I started asking questions in discussion groups, trying to understand the technical aspects of how certain services worked. Nothing that seemed threatening at the time, just the sort of questions any newcomer might ask when trying to navigate unfamiliar territory. The first warning sign came about 2 months ago. I'd been participating in a discussion about online security when someone sent me a private message suggesting I was asking too many questions about operational details that weren't my business. The message was polite but firm, advising me to stick to general discussions rather than trying to understand how specific services were implemented. I should have taken the hint and backed off. Instead, I became more curious about what I wasn't supposed to be asking about. I started paying closer attention to the structure of these hidden communities, trying to understand who ran them and how they maintained their secrecy. That's when I stumbled across something that changed everything. Buried in an obscure discussion thread, I found references to services that sounded genuinely criminal. Not just drug dealing or copyright infringement, but things that involved real harm to real people. When I asked for clarification about what these services actually provided, I was told, in no uncertain terms, to mind my own business, but I couldn't let it alone. The isolation had made me obsessive about online mysteries, and this felt like the biggest puzzle I'd encountered. I spent weeks following links, reading between the lines of coded discussions, trying to piece together what was really happening in the darker corners of these communities. What I discovered was a network of people providing services that I won't describe in detail, but which involved systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. They weren't just discussing theoretical crimes. They were actively coordinating activities that destroyed people's lives for profit and entertainment. I made the mistake of documenting what I'd found, taking screenshots and saving links as evidence of what these people were doing. I told myself I might report it to the authorities eventually, though I wasn't sure how to explain how I discovered it without admitting to extensive exploration of illegal websites. The first sign of trouble was a message that appeared on my desktop one morning when I woke up. Not an email or a chat notification, but a text file that had been created overnight while my computer was supposedly turned off. The message was simple. I'd been asking questions about things that weren't my concern, and I needed to delete everything I'd saved and stop my research immediately. The implication was clear. Someone had gained access to my computer remotely and was monitoring my activities. They knew what I'd been researching, what files I'd saved, even which websites I'd visited. My digital privacy, which I thought was protected by the same anonymity tools these communities used, had been completely compromised. I should have complied with their demand immediately, should have deleted everything and retreated back to harmless browsing. Instead, I became paranoid about my computer security and started taking additional precautions to hide my activities. I was treating it like a game, a technical challenge to outwit people who were clearly more skilled than I was. That's when the night visits started. The first time, I thought I was imagining things. I'd been lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like someone moving around in the kitchen. Just soft footsteps and the occasional creak of floorboards, as if someone was trying to move quietly through the flat. I lay there frozen, listening intently, but the sound stopped after a few minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found nothing obviously disturbed. The front door was still locked, the windows were secure, and there was no sign anyone had been inside. But something felt wrong about the whole flat. Not anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. Books slightly out of place, kitchen chairs positioned differently. Even the angle of my laptop on the desk seemed to have changed. I convinced myself I was becoming paranoid, that 4 years of isolation were finally affecting my mental health. People who don't go outside develop agoraphobia, but maybe they also develop other delusions about threats that don't really exist. The second visit was more obvious. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find my laptop had been moved from the desk to the kitchen table. Not just moved, but opened and positioned as if someone had been using it. The screen was dark, but when I touched the keyboard, it woke up to show a desktop I didn't recognize. Someone had been using my computer while I slept, accessing files and programs I'd never seen before. When I tried to investigate what they'd been doing, I found that large portions of my hard drive had been wiped clean. all the evidence I'd gathered about the criminal network was gone, along with most of my personal files and browsing history. The message was unmistakable. They could reach me whenever they wanted, even in what I'd thought was the safety of my own home. They could access my computer, delete my files, even move around my flat while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I started staying awake at night, listening for sounds that might indicate someone was trying to get inside. I moved furniture against the door, checked the locks obsessively, even rigged up a crude alarm system using kitchen utensils that would clatter if someone tried to enter. But they were too clever for my amateur security measures. On the third visit, I woke up to find they'd been in the flat again without triggering any of my alarms. This time, they'd left a more explicit message. A note on my pillow explaining that my continued curiosity was putting other people at risk and that more serious measures would be taken if I didn't stop my research immediately. The note included details about my daily routine that could only have been obtained through careful observation. They knew what time I usually went to sleep, what I ate for breakfast, even which online services I used for entertainment. They'd been watching me as carefully as I'd been trying to watch them. I realized I was completely outmatched by people who had resources and skills far beyond anything I could counter. They could enter my home at will, access my computer systems, and monitor my activities both online and offline. My isolation, which I thought provided security and privacy, had actually made me more vulnerable than if I'd been living a normal social life. The breaking point came on the fourth night, when I heard multiple people moving around the flat, not trying to be quiet anymore, but deliberately making noise to ensure I knew they were there. Footsteps in every room, doors opening and closing, even what sounded like furniture being moved around. I barricaded myself in the bedroom and called the police from my mobile phone, whispered that strangers were in my flat, that I needed immediate assistance, that I was in genuine fear for my safety. The response was quicker than I'd expected. 2 officers arrived within about 10 minutes, but by the time they gained entry to the flat, whoever had been inside was gone. The officers found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there except me. They were professional but clearly skeptical about my story. A man who admitted he hadn't left his flat in 4 years, claiming that strangers were breaking in during the night, but leaving no trace of their presence. It sounded like mental health issues rather than criminal activity. I tried to explain about the hidden websites and the criminal network, but I could see their eyes glazing over as I described online communities they'd never heard of and threats that existed only in digital spaces they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to increase patrols in the area, but it was obvious they thought I was delusional. One of them suggested I might benefit from speaking to a doctor about anxiety and paranoia related to prolonged isolation. After they left, I sat in the flat knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. Whether the threats were real or imagined, I'd reached the point where I couldn't function normally in what had been my safe space for 4 years. That's when I realized I had to do something I hadn't done in all that time. I had to leave the flat and go somewhere public where there were other people around. Not because I thought it would solve anything, but because staying alone in that space had become impossible. The walk to the police station was terrifying in ways I hadn't expected. Not because of any external threats, but because I'd forgotten how overwhelming the outside world could be. Traffic noise, crowds of people, even the sensation of wind and sunlight felt alien after 4 years of artificial indoor environment. But there was something liberating about it too. For the first time in years, I was taking action rather than just reacting to circumstances. I was moving through physical space under my own power, making decisions about where to go and what to do next. The officers I spoke to at the station were more patient than the ones who'd responded to my flat, but they still couldn't offer much practical help. They took additional details about the online threats and promised to pass the information to their cybercrime unit, but warned me that investigating activities on hidden websites was technically challenging and often unsuccessful. When I finally returned to the flat, I found exactly what I'd expected. My laptop was gone. Not just moved or tampered with, but completely removed from the premises. They'd taken the one piece of evidence that might have supported my story, leaving me with nothing but my own testimony about threats that existed only in digital spaces. I should have been terrified by this final violation of my privacy and security. Instead, I felt oddly relieved. The laptop had been my primary connection to the hidden communities that had brought this trouble down on me. Without it, I was cut off from both the threats and the temptations of that digital underworld. Standing in my flat without the computer that had dominated my life for 4 years, I realized how much of my existence had been built around activities that ultimately brought me nothing but anxiety and isolation. The research, the endless browsing, the obsessive exploration of communities I didn't understand, none of it had improved my life in any meaningful way. The people who'd been threatening me had probably moved on to other concerns by now. I was no longer a threat to their operations because I no longer had the tools or access necessary to investigate their activities. They'd solved their problem by simply removing my ability to cause them trouble. I'm still scared, obviously, still jumping at unexpected sounds and checking the locks more often than necessary. But I'm also more aware of the outside world than I've been in years. The walk to the police station reminded me that there's a physical reality beyond my computer screen, populated by real people living normal lives. I don't know what happens next. I'll need to find new ways to occupy my time without the internet obsessions that consumed the last 4 years. Maybe I'll eventually work up the courage to apply for jobs again, to rebuild some sort of normal social life. But I know I can't go back to the isolation that made me vulnerable to digital threats I didn't understand. The hidden communities I was exploring weren't just dangerous because of the criminal activities they facilitated. They were dangerous because they provided an illusion of connection and purpose that kept me trapped in an artificial world. The laptop is gone, the threats seem to have ended, and for the first time in years I've voluntarily left my flat and interacted with other human beings. It's not much, but it's a start toward remembering what normal life feels like. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what might be lurking in the darkness outside. It's what happens when you spend so long hiding from the world that you forget there was ever anything worth venturing out for. I started working from home last January. The transition wasn't difficult. My job as a data analyst for a health insurance company translated well to remote work. Just me, my laptop, and endless spreadsheets tracking claim patterns and cost projections. The company sent us home with monitors, docking stations, and even ergonomic chairs. They wanted to make sure our productivity wouldn't suffer during the isolation. My apartment wasn't ideal for a home office. 1 bedroom, thin walls, and neighbors who seemed determined to renovate during business hours. I converted half my living room into a workspace, setting up near the window for natural light. The arrangement worked well enough for the first few months. My internet connection was reliable, my work routine established, my performance reviews positive. In April, I started having connection issues. Video calls would freeze, downloads would stall. Websites that had loaded instantly now took ages to appear. At first, I blamed my service provider. They were notorious for throttling speeds during peak hours. But after several technician visits and modem replacements, the problems persisted. Strangely, the issues seemed most pronounced between midnight and 4 a.m., when I wasn't even using the internet. I started monitoring my network traffic using software recommended by our IT department. The data showed massive bandwidth consumption during those early morning hours, despite all my devices supposedly being in sleep mode. Something was using my connection and using it heavily. My first thought was a neighbor had somehow accessed my network. I changed my Wi-Fi password, enabled additional security features, and installed a VPN. The mysterious usage continued. Next, I suspected malware. Perhaps my laptop had been compromised and was part of some botnet. I ran every scanning tool available, finding nothing unusual. The IT team remotely inspected my work laptop and pronounced it clean. The mystery bothered me enough that I began staying up late, watching the network monitor in real time, trying to identify which device was responsible. My sleep suffered. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work performance began to decline. Colleagues commented on my appearance during video calls. I started keeping the camera off. One night in May, around 1 a.m., I caught it happening. The network monitor showed active data transfer, nearly maxing out my bandwidth. The source was a device listed only as media server, something I didn't recognize and certainly hadn't set up. I immediately logged into my router's admin panel to block the device, but when I refreshed the connected devices list, media server had disappeared. The next day, I contacted my building's management company about the internet issues. The maintenance supervisor suggested I might be picking up interference from other apartments and recommended positioning my router away from shared walls. When I mentioned the mysterious device, he seemed uninterested, attributing it to a neighbor's smart TV or gaming system, briefly connecting to the wrong network. That explanation didn't satisfy me. I ordered a new router with advanced security features, setting it up to log all connection attempts and data usage by device. That night, I stayed up again, watching the logs in real time. At precisely 1:17 a.m., media server appeared again, beginning its huge data transfers. This time, I managed to capture its MAC address before it disappeared, a unique identifier that should help track down the physical device. The next morning, I contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity. He couldn't identify the manufacturer from the MAC address. It seemed to be using a randomized identifier that changed with each connection. This was sophisticated behavior, not typical of consumer electronics accidentally connecting to the wrong network. When I shared the timing pattern and bandwidth usage, he grew concerned. The behavior matched what he called data mules, compromised networks used to transmit large encrypted files during low traffic hours. My friend warned me that my network might be being used for transferring illegal content, anything from stolen financial data to more disturbing materials. He recommended I contact my internet service provider and possibly law enforcement. The thought that my connection might be facilitating something illegal made me deeply uncomfortable. Before taking that step, I decided to gather more information. I set up additional monitoring software that could track not just the amount of data, but also attempt to identify the type of traffic and its destination. The results were puzzling. The data wasn't being sent to multiple destinations as would be expected with botnet activity. Instead, it was a sustained connection to a single endpoint, using encrypted protocols that masked the content. The destination IP address changed nightly, but always pointed to servers using Tor exit nodes. the infrastructure of the so-called dark web. My friend confirmed this was consistent with someone using my network as a relay for accessing hidden services, potentially to mask their own identity. The question remained, who was doing this and how had they gained access? I became obsessed with finding answers. I started logging every electronic device in my apartment, not just computers and phones, but the smart TV, digital thermostat, even the refrigerator with its internet connectivity feature. None matched the mysterious media server MAC address. I checked for hidden devices, looking behind furniture, inside vents, examining the electrical outlets for suspicious adapters. Nothing. In June, after 6 weeks of disrupted sleep and growing anxiety, I made a breakthrough. The mystery device only connected when I was home. On nights I stayed at a friend's place or worked late at a coffee shop. My network log showed no unusual activity. The implication was unsettling. Whatever was happening was somehow tied to my presence. That night, I conducted an experiment. I left all my devices powered on as usual, but shut off the bedroom and bathroom lights, creating the impression I had gone to sleep. Then I sat in darkness near my router, a network analyzer running silently on my laptop. At 1:14 a.m., I heard a soft electronic tone from somewhere in my apartment, almost imperceptible, like the sound a device makes when powering on. 3 minutes later, Media Server appeared on my network. I tracked the signal strength, moving my laptop around the apartment to find where it was strongest. The source appeared to be my bedroom. I searched methodically, under the bed, in the closet, behind the dresser. Nothing. Then I noticed my work laptop, closed and apparently asleep on the nightstand. According to my monitoring software, it wasn't the source. But when I opened it, the screen remained dark while the power indicator showed it was running. I forced a shutdown and restarted it. Everything seemed normal. The company's security software showed no unauthorized access, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the machine. I decided to work exclusively on my personal laptop for a few days, leaving the work device powered off and stored in a drawer. The mysterious bandwidth usage stopped immediately. 3 nights with no media server appearing on my network. On the 4th day, I received an email from IT asking why my work laptop hadn't connected to the company servers for scheduled updates. I explained I was having technical issues and was using my personal device temporarily. They insisted I reconnect the work laptop as soon as possible for security compliance. Reluctantly, I took the laptop from the drawer and powered it on. Everything appeared normal. Same login screen, same desktop configuration, same applications. But that night, Media Server reappeared on my network at exactly 1:17 a.m. I was now convinced the work laptop contained something it shouldn't. I contacted IT again, more explicitly describing my concerns. They seemed dismissive, suggesting I was misinterpreting normal corporate security measures that run in the background. When I pressed further, mentioning the dark web connections, their tone changed. They said they would send a replacement laptop immediately and asked me to return my current one directly to their security team, rather than through the normal equipment channels. The replacement arrived the next day via courier. The security team requested I not power on the old laptop again and pack it in the provided shielded bag. Their sudden urgency only heightened my suspicion. That night, with the old laptop unplugged and sealed in the shielded bag, my network remained quiet. No unusual connections, no bandwidth spikes. In July, a month after returning the laptop, I received a call from someone identifying themselves as part of the company's external security audit team. They asked detailed questions about my work habits. when I typically logged in, how often I used the company VPN, whether I ever observed unusual behavior from the laptop. They seemed particularly interested in whether I used the machine during off hours or if it remained powered on overnight. I answered honestly, then asked why they were investigating. The auditor explained they were conducting routine security checks on all remote workers. The explanation seemed reasonable, but something in their tone felt rehearsed. A week later, I was called into a virtual meeting with HR and my department head. They explained that due to restructuring, my position was being eliminated. They offered a generous severance package in exchange for signing a confidentiality agreement covering not just company data, but also any observations about company equipment or security practices. The implication was clear. Take the money, stay quiet, move on. I signed the agreement. The severance would cover my expenses while I looked for new work. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had been happening. What had been on that laptop? What kind of data was being transmitted through my network in those early morning hours? My cybersecurity friend suggested a theory. The laptop had been compromised, not by an outside threat, but by someone inside the company. Perhaps someone in IT or security was using employee devices as relays for accessing dark web services, counting on the company's VPN and security software to mask their activities. The fact that the usage occurred only when I was home suggested the laptop might have been monitoring my presence, perhaps through the microphone detecting ambient noise or the webcam sensing light changes, to determine when it was safe to activate. In August, I found a new job with a different company. Remote work again, but this time I established strict boundaries. No equipment stays powered on after hours. Nothing connects to my home network without thorough vetting. I invested in a network firewall that logs and blocks suspicious activities. I should have felt secure again. I didn't. Last week, I received an anonymous email. The subject line contained only a timestamp, 1:17 a.m. The body was empty. I deleted it immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Nothing unusual was detected. 3 days ago, while reviewing my new home security system footage, I noticed something strange. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the camera in my home office briefly lost connection, just for a few seconds, but long enough to create a gap in the recording. The system logs showed no errors, no power fluctuations, no explanation for the interruption. Yesterday, I received a package. No return address, no shipping label, no indication of how it had arrived at my door. Inside was a laptop, not a brand I recognized, with no manufacturer markings of any kind. Just a plain black case with a power button that emitted a soft blue glow. I haven't opened it, haven't connected it to power. It sits in my closet now, inside 3 layers of signal blocking material. I haven't told anyone about the package. Haven't reported it to the police. Something tells me it wouldn't make a difference. Something tells me this isn't about me specifically. I'm just a node in a network, a convenient relay point for information traveling between unseen parties. Sometimes at night, I wake suddenly at 1:16 a.m., 1 minute before whatever this is activates. I lie in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment, waiting for that soft electronic tone I heard months ago. Sometimes I think I hear it, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I convince myself it's just imagination. But the other night, I checked my network logs out of habit. At exactly 1:17 a.m. for precisely 3 minutes, an unknown device had connected to my network. The identifier was different this time. Not media server, but observer client. The data transfer was minimal, just a few kilobytes, just enough to send a message. I'm still here. I'm still watching. I'm writing this now as a warning, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm warning against. Corporate espionage, government surveillance, organized criminal networks. The boundary between these possibilities seems increasingly blurred. All I know with certainty is that our digital lives are not as private as we imagine, our networks not as secure as we're led to believe. Something moves through the infrastructure we've built, using our connections, our devices, our homes as waypoints in a journey we can't see or understand. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, it pauses briefly at your address before continuing on its way. I used to think of myself as a digital explorer, not a hacker. I never had the skills for that, but someone who enjoyed poking around the dustier corners of the internet, finding weird forums, abandoned websites, obscure file-sharing networks. It was a hobby, something to do during those long, sleepless nights when my anxiety wouldn't let me rest. I never thought it would lead me to what I found last winter, or that I'd still be looking over my shoulder nearly a year later. I've tried talking to a therapist about this, but I always stop short of sharing the full story. How do you tell someone you've glimpsed something so fundamentally wrong that it's changed how you see the world? So I'm writing it down instead, maybe as a warning, maybe just to finally get it out of my head. I work in IT, network administration for a mid-sized company in Sheffield. Nothing exciting, just making sure systems stay up and running, troubleshooting when Karen from accounting can't connect to the printer for the 10th time that week. I'd been with the company for about 3 years when this happened, comfortable enough in my role that my mind often wandered during the quieter moments. I'd always been interested in computers. Built my first desktop at 15 from parts I'd saved up for over 6 months. Taught myself basic coding from library books because my parents couldn't afford internet at home yet. That early fascination with technology never really left me, even as it became my career. My flat has a small second bedroom that I'd converted into a home office. Really just a desk crammed against the window with my old desktop computer and a couple of monitors. Not the sleekest setup, but it was mine, and it was where I spent most of my evenings. The desk was littered with the usual debris of someone who spends too much time at a computer. Empty coffee mugs with rings of dried caffeine at the bottom. Scraps of paper with scribbled IP addresses and notes. A stress ball shaped like a server that a colleague had given me as a joke gift. The walls were a dingy off-white that I'd been meaning to repaint since moving in 3 years earlier. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I remember because I'd been putting off doing my online grocery shop, which I usually did on Mondays, and the reminder had popped up on my phone twice already. Outside, the wind was howling, one of those proper northern gales that make the windows rattle in their frames. My heating had been playing up again, so I was sitting at my desk wearing 2 jumpers and a pair of thick socks, occasionally rubbing my hands together between typing. I'd been exploring the dark web on and off for a couple of years by then. Nothing serious, mostly just curiosity about whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures, Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I'd found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who'd never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through increasingly obscure websites. The lamp on my desk was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long. But I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably call it a night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree or Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remember taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield, my city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHF 2241 19 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at. I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items, they were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with my faulty heating. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick roleplay site, or an elaborate scam targeting gullible people with dark fantasies. Because the alternative, that there was an actual human trafficking operation running in Sheffield, cataloging people like merchandise, was too horrific to contemplate. I should have closed the browser immediately. I should have reported what I'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I wasn't sure. Instead, I found myself scrolling through the listings again, this time with a growing sense of dread. Some of the entries included additional notes: suitable for domestic use, experienced in service industry, no visible markings. The clinical language made it all the more disturbing, like browsing a catalogue of appliances, not human lives. At the bottom of the page was a section labeled Local Available Inventory. What caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, was the postcode listed at the top of this section. S10, my postcode, the area where I lived. The listings under this heading were more detailed, including approximate locations: 500 meters from Encliffe Park, Broomhill area, near primary school, Crooks, terrace property with red door. I knew these places. I walked past them nearly every day. The primary school was 2 streets over from my flat. Encliffe Park was where I went running on weekends. These weren't abstract locations in a distant city. This was my neighborhood, the streets I traveled daily. And according to this site, there were people being held there, listed for sale like furniture. I sat there for a long time. The only sound in the room, my own shallow breathing and the hum of my computer. The wind outside had died down, leaving an eerie silence. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing while simultaneously looking for any indication that it wasn't real. Maybe it was all an elaborate hoax. Maybe I'd stumbled upon some kind of alternate reality game with a disturbing premise. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The specificity of the locations, the matter-of-fact descriptions, the total lack of dramatic flair that you'd expect from fiction, it all pointed to something genuine. And then I noticed something that removed any remaining doubt. At the very bottom of the page was a recently sold section with about a dozen entries marked as transaction completed. One of them included a reference to a news story I'd seen just the week before. A university student who had disappeared while walking home from a club. The entry simply read, SHF 1103, 21, blonde, petite, sold, domestic, UAE. I felt physically sick. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely use the mouse. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could actually do something. But as I reached for my phone, a notification appeared in the corner of my browser. A message from the site administrator. Unusual browsing pattern detected. Local viewer identified. Sheffield, S10 area, Western Bank. Verification in progress. My address. They had my actual address. I slammed my laptop shut and yanked the power cord from the wall, as if physically disconnecting could somehow undo what had just happened. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of how they could have identified me despite all my precautions. Had my VPN failed? Had I made some basic security mistake? It didn't matter how. What mattered was that whoever ran this site now knew exactly where I was. I spent that night at a hotel on the other side of the city, too terrified to stay in my own flat. I paid in cash, used a fake name at check-in, and spent hours staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound in the corridor outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I'd received. Even in my panicked state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information. But as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with a kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Or maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines. though I never again ventured onto the dark web. Then, about a month later, I noticed something. There was a new listing on the regular missing persons board at the supermarket. A young woman, early 20s, last seen leaving her flat in Broomhill. Her flat was on my street, 3 buildings down from mine. The poster had been put up by her parents, who had travelled from London after not hearing from her for several days. 2 days after that, another missing person, this time a young man, a student at the university, last seen at a pub less than half a mile from my flat. By the third disappearance a week later, another woman, this one from the building directly opposite mine. I knew it wasn't coincidence. They were sending me a message. They were showing me that they could take people right from my doorstep, and no one could stop them. And they were letting me know that they hadn't forgotten about me. I moved the following week, breaking my lease and forfeiting my deposit. I found a flat in Manchester, changed my job, my phone number, even deleted all my social media accounts. For months, I looked over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I saw significance in every coincidence, threat in every stranger's glance. It's been almost a year now. Some days I can almost convince myself that I overreacted, that the disappearances in my old neighborhood were just a terrible coincidence. But then I'll see a news report about human trafficking, or a missing person case with familiar details, and that cold dread returns. I've learned more than I ever wanted to about how these networks operate, how vast and well connected they are, how they can reach into everyday life while remaining invisible to most people. Last week, I received a letter at my new address, an address that isn't listed anywhere, that I've shared only with my parents and my new employer. There was no return address, no message inside, just a printout of a classified listing, MCR-338229, IT professional, current location Northern Quarter, status pending acquisition. They found me, and now they're letting me know that I've moved from being a witness to being merchandise. I'm writing this from a hotel room near Piccadilly Station. I've bought a ticket to Glasgow for tomorrow, leaving at 5:43 a.m. From there, I don't know where I'll go. I don't know if there's anywhere I can go where they won't eventually find me. If you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. There's a coffee shop across the street from this hotel in Preston, where I've been spending most of my afternoons, just sitting by the window watching people go about their ordinary lives. They look so normal, so unconcerned, and I find myself wondering if any of them have ever done something they can't take back, something that keeps them awake at 3 a.m, going over every decision they made. I used to be a video editor, corporate videos mostly, the sort of promotional content that companies use for their websites and training materials. Boring work, but steady, and it paid well enough for me to afford a decent flat in Manchester and the occasional holiday abroad. Then I lost that contract when the company moved their marketing department in-house, and I spent a few desperate months taking whatever freelance work I could find. That's how I ended up editing videos for people I never met. Content I should never have agreed to work on. Material that's now being used in ways I'm only just beginning to understand. I've been hiding here for nearly 3 weeks, moving hotels every few days, trying to work out if anyone knows I finally realized what those videos were actually for. The redundancy came at the worst possible time. I just renewed my lease for another year and had committed to a holiday in Greece that summer. I was 46 years old with nearly 20 years of editing experience, but the market was saturated with younger people who'd work for half what I charged and knew software I'd never bothered learning. I spent the first month applying for staff positions, then started lowering my standards to contract work, then freelance projects, then eventually anything that involved editing video for money. My savings were disappearing faster than I'd expected, and by the third month I was genuinely worried about making rent. That's when I found the posting on a freelance website. Someone needed an experienced video editor for what they described as documentary projects requiring discretion and professional finishing. The rate was exceptional, about double what I'd been charging before my redundancy, and they needed someone who could start immediately on a series of ongoing projects. The client, who identified himself only as Mr. Harris, explained during our initial phone conversation that his projects involved sensitive subject matter that required absolute confidentiality. He represented a collective of documentary makers who operated in areas where mainstream media outlets were reluctant to venture. They needed editors who could work with raw footage and transform it into polished professional content without asking uncomfortable questions about how the footage was obtained or what it would ultimately be used for. I should have questioned what kind of documentary projects required such secretive arrangements. Should have wondered why legitimate filmmakers wouldn't just work with established editing houses. But Mr. Harris was offering steady work at rates I desperately needed, and I convinced myself that documentary makers often dealt with controversial subjects that required discretion from everyone involved. The first project arrived via encrypted file transfer, about 2 hours of raw footage showing the exterior of various residential properties. Mr. Harris wanted me to edit it into a 12-minute video, removing duplicate shots, stabilizing the camera work, and adding subtle background music that would give it a professional documentary feel. The footage was unremarkable, just static shots of houses from different angles taken at various times of day. I assumed it was B-roll for some property development documentary or neighborhood study. I edited it according to the brief, tightened the pacing, color-corrected the footage to make it look more professional, and delivered the finished video within the deadline. Mr. Harris was pleased with my work and immediately sent me another project. This one included footage of people going about their daily routines, leaving their homes, getting into cars, walking to local shops. Again, I edited it into a polished short documentary, assuming it was part of some anthropological study or social observation project. The work continued steadily over the following weeks. I'd receive raw footage of various subjects, properties, people, public spaces, and edit them into professional-looking short documentaries. The pay was excellent, the deadlines were reasonable, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. But I started noticing patterns in the footage that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Many of the videos focused on elderly people living alone, documenting their routines with obsessive detail. Others showed children playing in gardens or walking to school, filmed from positions that suggested the camera operator was concealing themselves. When I questioned Mr. Harris about the nature of these documentary projects, he explained they were studying vulnerable populations to better understand social isolation and community support needs. The footage was being used to develop interventions and support services for at-risk individuals. That explanation seemed plausible enough, though I was troubled by the covert nature of the filming. Surely legitimate social research would require informed consent from subjects, not secret surveillance. But Mr. Harris assured me the research ethics had been properly managed and my role was simply to edit the footage professionally, not to concern myself with research methodology. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and I'd developed a routine that felt almost like having a real job again. I couldn't afford to lose the income by asking uncomfortable questions that might cost me the contract. The projects became more specific and disturbing. Instead of general observation footage, I was editing videos that focused on particular individuals with obsessive detail. One project involved editing dozens of hours of footage showing a woman's daily routine. Leaving for work, returning home, grocery shopping, everything she did visible from public spaces. I edited it into a comprehensive profile video showing her predictable routine, her apparent vulnerabilities, her moments of inattention. The finished product looked like professional surveillance documentation, not a social research project. But Mr. Harris insisted this was part of studying patterns of behavior in women living alone, research that would inform safety recommendations. Another project focused on an elderly couple, documenting their movements, their visitors, their weekly routines. I edited it to highlight times when they were alone, security vulnerabilities in their property, even their apparent physical limitations that might make them easy targets for what exactly? I was starting to understand that these weren't documentary projects at all. The breakthrough came when I recognized a house in some footage Mr. Harris sent me. It was my neighbor's house in Manchester, filmed from the street and back alley with the same obsessive attention to detail I'd been seeing in other projects. The footage documented when my neighbor left for work, when she returned, which lights she turned on in the evening, even which windows she left open during warm weather. I realized immediately that I'd been editing surveillance footage for people planning to target specific individuals for burglary, harassment, or worse. The professional documentary style I'd been providing wasn't for legitimate research. It was making criminal intelligence gathering look polished and systematic for people who were planning serious crimes. I thought about all the other projects I'd edited over the past few months, all the individuals whose routines I documented with professional editing techniques that made surveillance footage look like carefully crafted observations. Each video I'd finished had probably enabled someone to be targeted by criminals who used my editing to study their victims before attacking them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my professional skills had made the surveillance more effective. The raw footage Mr. Harris sent me was often shaky, poorly framed, amateurish. My editing transformed it into clear, professional documentation that would be far more useful for planning criminal activity. I'd taken rough intelligence gathering and turned it into comprehensive surveillance reports. I tried to refuse further projects, but Mr. Harris made it clear that walking away wasn't a simple option. I'd been working for months. Editing footage I must have understood wasn't for legitimate purposes. I'd accepted substantial payment for work that had facilitated criminal activity against dozens of people. If I caused problems now, he'd ensure the authorities understood my role in enabling what the surveillance had been used for. I was being threatened with my own complicity. The evidence of my editing work showed months of professional collaboration with people conducting criminal surveillance, even though I hadn't fully understood what I was doing initially. The pattern was clear enough that claiming ignorance wouldn't protect me from prosecution. That's when I started keeping copies of all the projects I'd edited, documenting the subjects and the detailed surveillance I'd helped create. I told myself I was preserving evidence, but really I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I'd enabled. The videos I'd edited weren't just being used for immediate criminal purposes. They were being shared and sold to multiple people through hidden internet marketplaces I discovered when Mr. Harris accidentally sent me a wrong link. My professionally edited surveillance videos were being treated as commodities, sold to anyone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about specific individuals. I found entire libraries of surveillance videos organized by location, demographic, and vulnerability type. Elderly people living alone, single parents, isolated individuals, all documented with the sort of professional editing I'd been providing. Each video had detailed descriptions of the subject's routines, vulnerabilities, and potential approaches for exploitation. Some videos I recognized from my own editing work. Others were clearly created by different editors, but followed similar professional standards. There was an entire industry of surveillance video production, with editors like me transforming raw footage into marketable intelligence products. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the videos were being used. They weren't just enabling individual burglaries or harassment campaigns. They were being used to coordinate systematic targeting of vulnerable people across the country. Groups would purchase multiple surveillance videos, then coordinate their activities to maximize the impact and minimize the risk of detection. One discussion thread focused on using surveillance videos to identify elderly people who could be targeted through distraction burglary techniques. Members shared the videos they'd purchased, discussing which subjects showed the most promising vulnerabilities and planning coordinated campaigns across different regions. Another section dealt with using surveillance videos to identify women living alone who could be targeted for stalking or worse. Users compared videos, rated subjects based on vulnerability, even discussed techniques for escalating from remote surveillance to direct contact. I was looking at evidence that my editing work had enabled systematic criminal targeting of vulnerable people, and that the professional quality I'd provided had made the surveillance more valuable and marketable. Every technical skill I'd applied, every professional flourish I'd added, it had all increased the commercial value of criminal intelligence about innocent people. The woman whose daily routine I'd edited into that comprehensive profile had subsequently been stalked for months by someone who'd purchased the video through the marketplace. The elderly couple I documented had been burgled 3 times, with the thieves showing intimate knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. My neighbor in Manchester had become a target after footage of her house appeared in the marketplace. I'd seen suspicious people watching her property, cars that didn't belong in the area parked outside her house at odd hours. She'd mentioned feeling unsafe, but couldn't explain why. Had no evidence of actual threats, just a growing sense that something wasn't right. I knew exactly why she felt that way. Surveillance footage of her home had been professionally edited into a targeting package that documented her every vulnerability. And I was the one who'd done that editing, who'd transformed raw surveillance into the sort of polished product that maximized its criminal value. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been editing surveillance footage for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The videos I'd created had facilitated serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in creating and distributing criminal surveillance materials. I'd been an active participant in an operation that had enabled serious harm to vulnerable people. I was advised to stop accepting editing work immediately, and refuse further contact with Mr. Harris. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of our confidentiality agreement, emphasizing the documentation they had of my editing work, suggesting that creating problems would result in both legal consequences and more personal difficulties. The harassment escalated when I didn't respond. I received packages containing screenshots from the marketplace showing videos I'd edited, with annotations detailing crimes those videos had enabled. They were documenting my complicity systematically, building a case that would destroy my life if I tried to report their operations. Then I found my own address listed in the marketplace. Someone had created surveillance footage of my flat in Manchester, professionally edited in the same style I'd been using for months. My daily routine, my vulnerabilities, my security arrangements, all documented with the same obsessive detail I'd been applying to others. I was now a product in the marketplace I'd been supplying. My own life reduced to a surveillance video that could be purchased by anyone wanting to target me. The professional editing standards I'd established were being applied to my own surveillance, ensuring the footage would be maximally useful for anyone who bought it. That's when I left Manchester entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the north. I've been moving every few days, paying cash where possible, avoiding any digital traces that might help them track my location. But I know the surveillance videos I edited are still being sold and used. Other editors have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing professional editing work, without responsibility for how the videos are used. The marketplace is probably still growing, still selling professional surveillance documentation to anyone willing to pay for intelligence about vulnerable targets. And somewhere in that marketplace, surveillance footage of me is being offered to people who've been told I know too much about their operations. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about the elderly couple who were burgled, about all the other people whose surveillance I edited into professional targeting packages. They went about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their every movement, that an editor had transformed that surveillance into marketable intelligence. The videos taught me that professional skills can be weaponized, that technical expertise becomes complicit when applied to criminal purposes, regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every color correction I made, every transition I added, every professional flourish I applied, it all increased the harm those videos could enable. And that once you've spent months editing surveillance footage you should have recognized wasn't legitimate, you become too compromised to report it without destroying your own life. The evidence of your professional collaboration is permanent, documented in videos that show your technical fingerprints on materials that enabled serious crimes. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this Preston hotel watching normal people in coffee shops, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved, because I know that evidence implicates me as thoroughly as it exposes the marketplace, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing professional editing work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other editors will find the courage I lack to report what they're creating despite the personal cost, and hope that the people whose surveillance I edited so professionally managed to stay safe despite the targeting packages I helped create. Because the marketplace is still operating, still recruiting editors, still selling professional surveillance documentation to criminals who use it to target vulnerable people. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that surveillance footage has more value when it's been professionally edited, helped create an industry that treats people's private lives as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose surveillance I edited, could take back every professional flourish I added to footage that was used to destroy people's sense of safety. But I can't. So I just keep moving between hotels and watching people in coffee shops, wondering if they've ever done something they can't take back. Something that haunts them every day they continue living with the consequences of their choices.